shit.
Chat, a travesty has struck the archive. Chat, I'm out of energy drinks. I woke up this morning groggy as all hell. I stumble my way over to my wonderful little closet where I store my energy drinks. I reach inside and I am out of energy drinks. We're gonna get through it somehow, chat. Welcome on, everybody. Hello, let me say hi to folks. Hello to Quarry. Hello to Aloe. Congrats on the first. Hello, Trekintosh, Maverick, Shy Lion Draws, Prisma, Goose, James, Druid, Trekintosh again. Bark Bark Might Might. Hello, Dustlight Wander. Hello, Goose. Hello, Hot Dog Mix. Sorry for the ads. Twitch just forced me to run them. Hello, Dove Bleeding Heart. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Low-key, I'm gonna do the cringe content creator thing and just be like, hey, I'm pretty sure what happened is I saw you follow me on Blue Sky, and because I stalked the accounts of anyone who follows me, I peeked at your profile and I'm like, I like your energy. I like your vibes. Lovely to see you. I'm gonna have to poke over on your end sometime if I ever have free time, but I like your energy. Oh, whoa, this is me being like, hey, hi, you're cool, we should chat. Anyway, hello Goose, free at last, oh Gabriel, now dawns thy reckoning. How are you doing? Welcome on in, welcome on in. Hello Virgil, hello Gremlin Transby, and hello Andy. Barper Bite Bite. Who am I missing? Who am I missing? Hello Kefir! Hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible tonight. It's wonderful to see you. Mix Maxi, thank you for the tier 2 sub! Bark Bark Bite Bite! You don't have to do that, but I appreciate it endlessly. Love your energy. Please DM me if you want to talk about Freaky Yowie. Hello, I would love to talk about Freaky Yowie. I love toxic Yowie. Anyway, we're here, we're queer, we're thriving, we're gonna do our normal thing where we yap for a couple hours and then we're playing Signalis, and then we are raiding into Safi Adkins' channel to play more Silent Hill. I hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. How have your days been? This is my second stream since coming back from my little vacation. We had a short stream on Monday, but we're here properly now. Hello, Lycan! Thank you for the raid! You can shout yourself out. Hello everybody, I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not crypto games and do art here on twitch.tv. We cause problems, we get chaos, and I gotta be clear about this one, alright chat? I will bite you. Very hard. This is non-negotiable. My teeth are sharp and ready. It's half my branding, I need you to understand. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are you, like, and how is your stream? Lovely to see you. Welcome on in, Raiders. Spent too many hours waking up and I'm doing good. That's so real, though. That's so real. I was awake for 4 hours before I started doing anything today. That's just how it goes sometimes. Got stream running, finally played Palia. Congratulations! Welcome on in. We bite, chat. We bite. Hello, Dustlight Wanderer. Funny from a YouTube short. Oh, fuck yeah! Oh, shit. Hell yeah! You're very charming. Congrats going on HRT. I appreciate it. Thank you. My short's been blowing up a little bit recently. We'd love to see it. Thank you everyone for the hype train. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Get that plus level 1. Oh, I should advertise that, shouldn't I? I should, like, give me a second, chat. I should do the... Oh, my hotkeys are still broken. I should do the thing where I, like, self-promo just a tiny bit, shouldn't I? I should be a good, responsible content creator and to talk about things that are going on. Hey, chat. Fun fact, did you know that being a Twitch partner doesn't actually increase my revenue? But you know what does? Getting this little number here to say 100. How do we make that little number right there say 100? Subscriptions to the channel. Unfortunately, Twitch is homophobic and says the subscriptions have to be paid for with your own money, so they cannot be Prime subs, they cannot be gift subs. I know, it's dumb, but here we are. We're playing by their goddamn rules. One gift sub is 1 point, or sorry, a tier 1 sub is 1 point, a tier 2 sub is 2 points, a tier 3 sub is 6 points. That said, please put yourselves first, take care of yourselves first and foremost. Never mind, we made it, never mind. All right, we're good, we're solid. Self-promo over. Thank you. Thank you everyone for your love and support. I genuinely appreciate it. We are one step closer to getting me a higher revenue cut and bringing me closer to the goal of eventually living full-time off my art. We will get there someday. I appreciate the hell out of you all. Thank you so much. Been trying to sub the whole month, and it just let me, hell yeah, winning! I can provide shrimp. I do love shrimp. Chat, before stream, one sec, my hotkeys are broken. I was watching the most incredible video ever. I posted this in the Discord actually, but I found out that the Monterey Bay Aquarium has this incredible video titled, 2 hours of chill shrimp to work/study/relax. It is a lo-fi mix with a video of shrimp over it. It is the best thing I have ever seen in my life. Monterey Bay Aquarium Krill Waves Radio. We stan the Monterey Bay Aquarium around here, chat. I love the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I can make him scuffed. Thank you, Goose. I appreciate it. Bye. Listen, the Monterey Bay Aquarium is peak. The Monterey Bay Aquarium is in California, right? I've never been to California, but I feel like the Monterey Bay Aquarium, I like them. They do some good work. They have some very good otters. Their live streams on YouTube are my zen. Yeah, I do occasionally lurk in their Twitch streams and just kind of chill and watch the otters. I love it when they have otter days. Really sorry for saying this again, just want to make sure it's okay if I yap about some random things. Oh, of course, feel free to yap. We're just now starting, so I'm catching up with chat and saying hello to everybody, but absolutely feel free to yap and share things. Doing well, first round of customer service at the cantina workout. Good job, I'm so proud of you. Mostly some small and easy tasks with serving food. You got this. Hey, 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 you're doing great. Hello, Mosey the Cozy Owl. The otters are so cute. They are so cute. They are adorable. I love animals and biology and aquatic animals, as those who have been around here more will know are wonderful. And the Monterey Bay Aquarium did incredible work during like COVID and whatnot, just like having constant live streams of their animals. And they still do a few weekly live streams where you get to watch their animals. And it's absolutely peak. It's wonderful. Here's one of their otters, Ruby. We love chat. I love sea otters. They're incredible. Hello, Miss Sinclair. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Chat scuffed me already. We stay in the Monterey Bay Aquarium. We stay in the Monterey Bay Aquarium. They're wonderful. Been a lurker for a second. Follow you on TikTok. Wifey sent me your link just a bit ago. Well, welcome on over to the Twitch side of things. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I am primarily a Twitch streamer, but a lot of people recently have been finding me through TikTok and YouTube Shorts, which we absolutely love to see. I also do video essays and whatnot. I'm just a loud queer punk bastard, so if you like trans content, if you like weird punk shit, if you like leftist stuff, I will talk very unapologetically about the things I care about and believe. That is just kind of what we do around here. I am a bastard at the end of the day, but it's all in the hopes of creating a environment wherein there's solidarity and community and peace. It is all in the hopes of creating a space wherein... Yeah. We love some solidarity around here. Thank you, Pot, for the sub. Bark, bark, bite, bite. And thank you, everyone, for the hype train. I mean, it means the world to me. I'm stumbling over my words today, chat. I am not caffeinated. I took a Vyvanse, but no caffeine, and it's very sad. Very cool and stinky. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I think that there's some animals in zoos that just have regular social interactions, so the zoos look live streams, they can interact with people. It's what I've read. Yeah, so some zoos did start doing live streams specifically because animals do require, you know, interaction, especially and particularly mammals. I will say I'm someone who, like, I'm not big on the keeping of any mammals in captivity, but a lot of these animals are rescues or are animals who for one reason or another cannot live in the wild, and so they are, you know, kept in situations where they can be used educationally while being well cared for and whatnot. And I think, honestly, that's a fair case at that point. I think it's really cute, though, during COVID that they set the cameras up for a lot of the animals. Because, yeah, no, they like watching us as much as we like watching them. Like this new background for the yapping. Been to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. It's 100% worth the visit. Also lived in Monterey for a couple years. Oh, fuck yeah. If I ever end up in California, I 100% want to visit the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I am a little bit familiar with their work, but they're cool. They're cool. Hello, Crazy Gina. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bye, bye. I just have a bad reputation in my family because one time I went to an aquarium, my sister threw my mom's glasses in the otter area, and the otters ate the glass. Sorry, that sentence did not go where I thought it was going. Jesus Christ. Hello, Danger Safety. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. Hello, Green but not Green Potato. We're just yapping. I was talking about the Monterey Bay Aquarium and their otters. I do occasionally watch their live streams because their otters are absolutely adorable. And we stand cute animals. Would you like to hear my yap about horses? Absolutely. Feel free to share your yap about horses. I've been riding horses for about 2 years. Recently did a big confidence knock with my Leeson hurt horse. 2 pretty bad falls. Had a little lesson today with him. It's the most comfortable I've felt with him in a while, and I'm really happy. That's lovely, Maverick. I love that for you. I'm a big horse enjoyer. Spent an hour on a field next to my farm watching the sunset, drinking. Blood on my jeans for some reason. Shoes drenched because the field was waterlogged. Listening to nature. That sounds badass. That sounds like a good fucking time. We love just experiencing life. That's how I felt when I was at the Punk Fest recently. For those unaware who are new around here, I actually just got back from a vacation to a punk festival. And I had the time of my life. It was absolutely wonderful. And I'm someone who is just very attached to, like, the tangibility of life, getting to go out into the world, exist very, very tangibly, to feel things, to smell things, to see things. I sensorily Chat, I'm made of meat and I like that meat, and I love existing inside that meat sometimes. You know? Hello, derived night. Bark, bark, bite, bite. So for me, like, spending 3 days out and about running around, it was in downtown Gainesville, Florida. Smoking weed, getting drunk off my ass, moshing and crowd surfing was everything I could have hoped for.
Oh, shit.
Just going out and existing sometimes can be life-changing. Aaron, thank you for the resub. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, CJ Wed, welcome on in. A is a meat fanatic or something? I mean, I do enjoy meat. Feel free to interpret that however you'd like. I could mean cannibalism. You don't know that I don't. They made a horror game for gay people. They made a horror game for gay people. We'll be playing Signalis later. It's gonna be great. I've been really enjoying Signalis. They really did make a horror game for gay people. Want to make fan art, but I have a question. What set of ears would you have headphones on? The headphones usually go on the Fae ears. They made gay people for a horror game. I mean, technically, yeah. If you aren't a human, it technically isn't cannibalism. It could be. If I want it to be. Hey, Jack Soap God, thank you for the follow there. I appreciate it. Listen. You don't know what kind of meat I'm eating. Smiles. Aggressively. You don't know what kind of meat I'm eating. Smiles. Gay, yeah, and jelly goober. Chimkin. It could be chinkin. It could also be chicken. It could be cannibalism, though. You don't know. Gay, homosexual, gay. We been new, chat. I fucking kissed a guy during Fest. What of it? Y'all act like you've never seen a homosexual before. Can't go one stream without some sort of consumption of other ape-like beings. Yeah, and it's part of my branding at this point, okay? Just got here from one of your shorts. Why cannibalism? More importantly, why not sharing? Hello, welcome on in. Thank you for coming on over from the short side of things. Listen, I just really like biting people. This is something that that the folks on YouTube and TikTok do not get exposed to enough. I just really like biting people, okay? My teeth are very sharp and they yearn for flesh. And chat keeps calling it vor. I can share if you want, though. A wishes to turn the world into his chew toy. I have very sharp teeth, okay? That's not part of the HRT, by the way. I already felt that way before starting. Is he happy? Bites you. Is he upset? Bites you. Exactly. Orleans understands. Orleans gets it. He can't be stopped. Indeed, I cannot. Indeed, I cannot. I mean, it is vor as much as it is cannibalism. Okay. There is a difference between cannibalism and vor. There's a difference. It's only vor if you're alive at the end. Rather, it's only vor if I consume you whole. I have no clue, Highlime. That's weird. Archivist biting people is vital essence, his core. Exactly. Always bring my bite sleeve when I visit the archive. Yeah. And when I go to fucking, oh, why am I blanking? When I go to Off-Kai with you, you'll need to wear it all weekend. If you like something, bite it. If you don't like something, bite it. If it exists, bite it. Exactly. It's just how I respond to everything. Listen, people just shouldn't be so biteable if they didn't want to get bitten. I say joke, I say jest. I promise I only bite people with consent. Most of the time. Unless they piss me off. Can we bite you? You can try. I'll bite back harder, but you can try. If it doesn't exist, bite it. Yeah, listen, how will I know if it actually doesn't exist until I try to bite it? You know? I can't be sure. I'm just a fucking mutt. Hello, Celestial Muffin. Hello, Rorson. Grabbing A by the scruff of his neck for biting people again. It's part of my branding, Rorston. Hope you're doing well, Celestial Muffin. Lovely to see you. Unrelated, making the chirping and high-pitched squeaking noises become a vocal stem of mine. So I have the vocal stem particularly of, which also never gets heard by people on YouTube or TikTok, because I cut that out whenever I record shorts, because it's just such a short form content and I want to seem like well spoken. Same with like the video essays, but I do a lot. Grabbing you is part of my branding since fucking when? Rorson, you haven't had me on your stream in forever. I don't think I'm part of your branding. You can fix that. I've noticed your shorts never have trills. Yeah, because like I don't really. Okay, so first of all, my shorts are all scripted, or at least most of them. I've only ever uploaded I think 2 shorts. No, there's been more that weren't scripted, but the majority of my shorts are scripted. And if I'm reading off of a script, obviously I'm going to admit any bad takes, including any. As far as like the ones that are coming directly out of streams, I'm trying to edit them down as small as possible. Because I'll be so real, chat. People are gonna swipe away after the first like 3 seconds if you don't immediately get to your point. Retention matters, and having like pauses between sentences and words in a short form content is bad. I would like to inform chat that AE is never awake during my streams, but soon I have plans. Okay, I'm occasionally awake during your streams, and if we set up a time, I could potentially be awake. It's just that I can't promise any specific days of the week. The issue, Rorson, is that I don't know what days of the week I will be available until about a week and a half in advance. I'm be lurking, have a good stream. You take care, Ajax. All the best, all the best. You would never collab with other streamers. I do want to collab with people more. My schedule has just been so all over the place recently that I haven't really had the space for it. But this is something I'm going to talk about in my monthly newsletter. Fun fact, chat, I do a monthly newsletter. I want to first and foremost catch up on all of the rewards I owe you guys in November, because November is actually going to be a bit of a slow month as far as punk shows go. I'll have a lot more free time in those regards. But I want to catch up on all the rewards I owe you guys, and I also want to, like, try to reintroduce some more collabs into my content. Worston, he's gonna be here tomorrow. I'm gonna be so real, Icon has been unavailable for like the past month because I just haven't had the mental energy or capacity for it. He'll be here tomorrow, okay? You didn't hear it from me. He'll be here not tomorrow, sorry. He'll be here on Friday. You didn't hear it from me. Next stream. Tried to redeem your birthday, I know. Yeah, I just haven't had the capacity for it lately. But we'll see. He does a monthly newsletter. The emotes and responses to his monthly newsletter was disabled, and we only learned about that recently. I fixed it, okay? I fixed it. But don't worry, monthly newsletter soon. I will talk about this in that, but I want to catch up on rewards and do more, like, collab stuff, in November. It's gonna be a little bit scuffed and all over the place, but we're gonna make it happen. October has very much been a month about like resting and resetting for me, especially with the number of events I was going to. I'm feeling, especially after Fest, like I am ready and capable of getting back on top of my shit. Hello, Wonder! Bark, bark, bite, bite! Bark, bark, bite, bite! That, Econ was a convention for a second there. Imagine I got big enough to have a convention named after me. Imagine, chat. Someday. Maybe. Hello, Wonder. Hello, Luke Tendo as well. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite, guys. Shout out to Wonder. I love Wonder. Wonder is peak. I got to stop by a Wonder stream today, and I hung out for a few hours. Guys, Wonder is so cool. She constantly inspires and motivates me to want to create bigger and better things. We love Wonder. Penis cock, penis cock. I really like Wonder. Wonder's very cool. Ah, rah, rah, rah. I wanna chat and do more things with you one of these days. Maybe when we're both doing a bit better, but in any case, October was very much a month of rest for me, and I want to go into November doing more, especially because I won't have as many shows going on. I think I only have 2 shows lined up for the entirety of November as compared to the, how many shows did I go to in October? Thank you for scuffing me. Let me check my calendar to see how many shows I went to. One sec, chat. Okay. So October, I had to skip one of the shows because I was sick. That's right. So I went to 2 shows and then the 3-day punk festival, which I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but that is a lot of shows. I have this month in November, not this month yet, almost this month. In November, I only have like 1 2-day festival planned, but that 2-day festival is like all I've got as far as shows this coming month, which means I'm back on the grind. We're a bit more consistent. We're getting better. Thank you for the exercise, Rorston. Any particular 5 setups? Alright, fuck you. Back on the grind, but yeah, November we're getting back on the grind. I took October to rest, and honestly, after Fest, I feel the best I have in a while. That punk festival was some of the most in touch with my community, and with myself I felt in a while. I'm trying my hardest to hold on to that joy for as long as possible. If you've been around here for a while, you might know that I've been going through a bit of a depressive episode since mid-August, and I'm hoping that I'm finally pulling out. I'm hoping that things are looking up now. I took a lot of time to rest this October, and Fest particularly just has left my heart and my soul so full. I'm holding on to that for as long as I can. Hello, Mal. Alright, let me make those sit-ups. I'm using this to propel me into the next month. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sorry about that, Maverick. Welcome back. Hello, hello, though. I can set up ranges, we get live music, have all sorts of events. AECon, listen, one day I'll have AECon. Alright, no. We're gonna be back on the grind in November. I'm nervous and excited. I'm going back to hopefully 4 streams a week. Aside of the 1 week I have that festival, and I am working more on YouTube content again. I didn't write a whole lot today, but I managed to pump out a couple hundred words for the next video. We'll get it done soon. We'll get it done soon. One time a transpo was being super aggressive towards my friend. I stepped in, he swung at me because he's jealous. The first fight I got into him was him losing to me, so I proceeded to bite his hand so much. Ayo! I love biting people. Chad, I love biting people. We support biting transphobes. Hello, Boofted. How are you doing? Barper by Bite. You said you were working on past community boards, right? Yes, I am hoping this month to start catching, or not this month, but in November to start catching up on all of the rewards I owe you guys. I actually have a list. 1 second, I have a list. Oh god, what was it called? Shit. Making up for lost time. There we go. This is the document where I was trying to plan the Making Up for Lost Time event, which kind of ended up being a whole wash, because, you know, depressive episode. But these are all of the things that I owe you guys. So, the shot caller stream, the sewing a chest binder stream, MS Paint stream, a DIY night, Hear Me Out Part 2, walkies, and ASMR, and then I owe you guys updated emotes, a Discord watch party, let's not do that, a new outfit, a song cover, and the updated Gremlin model. Thank you so much for helping me raise 804 subs during the partner push. Like, Jesus Christ, it means the world. But in any case, these are what I owe you guys. We will catch up on as many of them as I possibly can during November. Try to anyway. Means we're getting that ASMR voice. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm also working on planning a live music stream. Hear me outs? Yes, hear me outs. Like weird takes on fictional characters or objects or concepts you find attractive. Finished making a V-Ray model. Oh, congratulations! I hope that's going well for you. Are you planning on streaming soon? Going to my first ever concert is in Basic White Girl Music next Wednesday. Oh, congratulations! Who are you seeing? Actually, no, don't tell me who you're seeing, because that'll dox you. What's the genre? What's the genre? Possibly do it as a hobby? Completely fair. Completely fair. Indie rock? Badass. We support some indie rock. I'm in place next to location, AE. Yeah, they can't be conventionally attractive. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. When we did our last Hear Me Out, there were actually a lot of characters that I put in the too basic category. Like, a lot of them. Did you say DIY night? Yes, at some point I want to do a DIY night stream. Basically, I'll have my hand cam out and I'm going to work on some DIY projects with you guys. I'm not entirely sure what those DIY projects are going to be. I do have some ideas, but they require me to, like, buy materials. But, like, I have thoughts. I have thoughts. What are we building? It might be, like, candy bracelets. It might be, sewing patches onto a jacket. In any case, it'll just be like a chill DIY stream, and I might invite some friends on to like sit in VC with me while I work on things. Hello, Rivy. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Can I give my ideas? Sure, but it's going to be punk DIY stuff. It's going to be punk DIY. It's not like model making or anything. It's specifically like punk shit. Because part of my branding is that I'm punk. Can we draw a singular letter D? Absolutely. Getting off my antipsychotic meds, feel like a person again? Hey, congratulations, Rivy. I hope it treats you well. Please be careful and mindful of any side effects. God, I know the feeling. When I first got put on antipsychotics, I was... How do I say? When I first got put on an antipsychotic, they put me on way too high a dose, and it basically made me catatonic. I was struggling to stay awake, struggling to function. I was like fainting in public. I didn't feel like a person anymore. Antipsychotics really can do that. I encourage people to stay on their meds if they're working, and to, you know, if they are going to be going off their meds or adjusting things, to talk to their professionals. Your meds are important. But also, if you are experiencing negative side effects, talk to your doctor. Like, this is my, for the people in chat who I know need to hear it, this is your PSA. Hey chat, don't just go off your meds. Don't just randomly go off your meds. Don't do that. Your meds are helping you. Just because you feel better right now does not mean they're not doing anything, etc, etc. That said, if your meds are hurting you, do what you need to do to survive. I'm glad that I am currently on meds that are helpful. I am on the lowest possible dose of my antipsychotic. In fact, I take the smallest dose that they produce and cut it in half. Because anything higher impedes my functioning too much. There is absolutely a tendency to over-medicate people with quote-unquote scary mental illnesses, myself included. Got bad news? What's up, Druid? Or sorry, Jelly. Also, to clarify what's going on, Hellraiser, hey, we are absolutely the fuck not making any kind of weapons on stream that's against TOS. It would be extremely dangerous, and that's not something I, like, legally or under TOS or really even want to encourage. We're not doing that. Getting off them slowly, taking one dose every 2 days, and I'm going to be getting off them entirely another week. Congratulations, Rivy! I hope it goes well. Be safe. If you need any help, I'm always here for you. I love you, friend. How many rewrites do you think I did on I Don't Regret Girlhood? I Don't Regret Girlhood was written and recorded almost entirely over the course of 4 back-to-back all-nighters. I did not sleep for 4 days while working on that video. I think there were 2 different rounds of me, like, cutting and adding parts after the initial writing, on, like, the final 2 days. And if I had the opportunity to go back and work on it again, there are a lot of things I would add or change or shift. A lot of things I would reword and whatnot, but there really weren't any rewritings, given I straight up did that over the course of 4 back-to-back all-nighters. Because I'm not normal. Hello, Napalm Iguana, how are you doing? Bark, bark, bye, bye. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Nominated AE for various categories in the streamer award stuff. Hell yeah, Zelda. Thank you. Oh yeah, that's a great thing for me to shout out right now. Chat. I'm doing the thing again. Did you know that there's a thing called the Streamer Awards? This is a cool little thing that they do every year where you can nominate streamers to get awards. Oh my god, how topical, how on the name, how on the nose. There are a number of categories where you can like drop people. The category that I'm going to suggest people name drop me for is the Hidden Gem Award, which is a streamer averaging under 200 viewers this year, which I think I've averaged somewhere around 50 this year. So I'm still very much under the limit, but if you would be willing, feel free to nominate me for any other categories you want to nominate me for. This is the one I'm pushing for, the Hidden Gem Award. It is the one that I am the most likely to secure, and that I'm the most interested in securing. So please, if you're able and willing, go to the Streamer Awards. Mods, if you get a link in chat, if y'all don't mind. Nominate me for the Hidden Gem Award. It would mean the world. What is the reasoning behind this? More than anything, this just helps me get more visibility as a content creator. If I am featured in this, I will be seen by hundreds, if not thousands of people. I get name recognition, I get image recognition. People know who I am, and that really matters as someone who is hoping to eventually live off of their work. Definitely, if you have any other content creators that you adore and want to support, big or small, drop them wherever in here you can. You can only do like one set of nominations, and any future forms you submit will overwrite your original submission. But please, if you're able, it means the world. Also, you take care, Maverick. All the best, all the best. Pretty good. Gonna hang out with some friends for Halloween. Getting a lot of work done recently. Been getting some new understanding on various important things. How are you? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I've been recovering well from vacation. It hasn't taken too much of a physical toll on me, and honestly, I'm feeling like so in love with life in the world in a way that I haven't in a long time. And I'm really grateful for that. And honestly, I'm in love with my friends and whatnot. I got to hang out with a lot of really cool people, including Rivy. I love Rivy. Rivy's my friend. I got to hang out with a lot of cool friends. It was an incredible time. I wish I could show you guys the pictures. I kind of can't, but like, God, I have so many good pictures. I have so many good pictures and whatnot. I feel like the most hopeful about life that I have in a long fucking time. And that is something that I really do value. It is a incredible gift to feel good about the world and about life for the first time in a long time. You've been submitted. Thank you. Thank you. In other news, I've just been working on a VTuber's Guide to Protest, working title, and trying to sort out content goals. I will say, chat, I need YouTube Shorts. I need YouTube Shorts ideas. I need YouTube Shorts ideas. He needs YouTube Shorts ideas. He has none. Tuna tier list? Rock tier list? The issue being that I primarily cover political topics, and there haven't been any political subjects that have really caught my eye lately. Though to be fair, I was pretty out of the loop for the whole of, how do I say? For the whole of being gone. The politics of frogs, real. Best political memes. That could be a fun one to do one of these days. For those who are unaware with my content, I tend to just like take a relevant event that is relevant to something I care about, usually trans issues or online privacy. Those are the most common things I cover, but really anything to do with like leftism, anarchism, activism, etc. And I just kind of yap about it. I bring awareness to it and make some kind of thesis statement, but I do want to do some more funny stuff as well. Ages hear me out, but it's socialists and anarchist theorists. Real. Hello Cosmic, welcome on in. Bark bark bye bye. So like for an example of the shit that I do, I can pull up an example. Give me a moment. Chat, we're gonna go watch my own content. For an example of the format my shorts normally take, it's gonna be shit like... I am an anarchist. Someone who is opposed to hierarchical structures of power. According to the government, Why are you so quiet? A few days ago, YouTube began rolling out their new AI-based age verification system. This one's not a good one. Fighting censorship means defending all art. Yes, even the art you think is gross. Yes, even the art created by your enemies. In my conversations about the ongoing corporate and government censorship crisis, I've seen a similar sentiment appear frequently. It'll go something like, censorship is terrible, except for insert thing I don't like. Usually some variation of adult content or hate speech or questionable fiction. But I think people forget that giving those in power the ability to censor harmful content also gives them the ability to determine what content is harmful in the first place. And sure, that might include all those gross things you don't like. But I'm a loud trans anarchist who says a lot of things that politicians and CEOs don't necessarily like. And I don't trust that won't also include me. The battle against censorship, both the recent policy choices made by major payment processors and the implementation of age verification to access online services in many countries, is an ongoing issue. And it is an issue we cannot compromise on. Keep calling, speak up, make a scene. The worst thing we can do in this moment is be silent. Fighting censorship. But yeah, basically, I'm like, the issue being, I need recent events to cover or topics to talk about, and I probably should just make more shorts that are like rambling on a subject rather than about recent news and whatnot. But you know, Burroughs laws are antisocial. I hate any attempts to censor art or expression. Hello, Alfreus, welcome on in. Bye. But the point being that like that's kind of my content format. I'll usually take a recent subject of leftist discourse. Hello, random questing. Thank you for the follow. Or like political news and yap on it for a little bit. I should also just do more things talking about like shit I care about, but we're getting there. We're working on it. I'm like I've been so out of touch with political news for the last like 5 days that I don't know what the hell's going on. I need things to write about. That said, doing a tier list, like tier list on the attractiveness of leftist thinkers would be really funny. Could I request a history lesson in America? Spec? Ooh, that's a big. That is a big topic. The biggest news story is that a man fell in the river of Lego City. Oh my god, a man fell in the river in Lego City! Censorship is sort of like Pandora's box for what speech is allowed. We're in a situation where we have to either say all speech is legal, your right to express yourself is negotiable, and I believe that all speech should be legal. I do believe that there are, you know, consequences that come from saying things, as in, you know, social consequence, but I do not believe in making any speech illegal because you give those in power the, you know, fucking ability to come and harm you. Like, fucking... And I think one of my more controversial takes, I've lost followers for saying this actually. I do believe this includes hate speech because the government has the ability to determine what is hate speech. See Elon Musk and his proclamation that the term cis is hateful. You know? I think a lot of people, until you point at that, go, what are you talking about? Hate speech is terrible, except when the government decides what's hate speech, what's stopping them from saying that using terms like cis is hate speech, or that saying ACAB is hate speech? I do believe that free speech and anti-censorship are non-negotiable topics. Grr, this accurate descriptive word is hateful. I mean, even if we're gonna say that, like, look at ACAB. We are calling cops bastards, and that is explicitly hateful. And the only reason it's not considered hate speech is because cops are not a protected class, and shouldn't be, and also fuck cops. But you know. People seem to think that conflating condemning ideologies publicly without having to censor them, yeah. I believe that a transphobe should have the right to come into my stream and call me transphobic, but also they're gonna get banned when they do that. Feel weird for asking for clarification, but obviously this doesn't include CP, right? Oh, like, okay. How do I say this? That's already a crime? I think the best way that I can state this is like that's already a crime because a person, specifically a child, is being materially harmed. You know, it's this like okay. I'm not saying you're doing this. Obviously, I'm not saying you're doing this, but this reminds me of the number of all of the like folks who go, oh, we allow trans people into restrooms. That's going to allow cis men to sexually assault women. Sexual assault is already illegal. Allowing trans people to use restrooms is not going to suddenly make sexual assault legal, for the same reason that allowing free speech to happen is not going to suddenly make the abuse of children legal, you know? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. But no, like it's not going to suddenly be legal to perpetuate the harm of a child or disseminate those materials just because we say all free speech is legal, you know? My mom thinks it's hate speech towards her to call myself transgender, and that's fucking weird and stupid, and screw that. Uh, free speech does not account for things that are actively causing harm. Exactly. Just heard some really wild takes for it. No, and that's understandable, and I understand desiring clarification. And that's a thing that I get a lot. A lot of people, when I talk about anti-censorship, are like, but what about CP? That's already a crime. That's already a crime for reasons other than censorship and free speech, because a person is being materially harmed. You know? Only thing we should be perpetuating is frogs. Grow the frog population. So true. Thank you, Lycanthropic, for sharing pictures of your frogs in the Discord. It is always a joy. We love the frogs. Chat. They made the frogs gay, and honestly, we love to see it. What frogs? Lycan has frogs. My political stance is pro good, anti bad. I like to think the same. I'd just give it a name, you know? I'm an anarchist. My next video essay is going to be extremely anarchist, and low-key I'm a little bit scared to see how people are going to react to it, but, you know. My next video essay is about the internet as a means of protest and creating change. Didn't someone get a bunch of baby frogs because of a major outbreak in California or something? I have no clue. I love frogs, don't know nothing about them, but I love frogs. So true. This is also a public PSA. Don't release your pets, chat. If you get a pet and you can't take care of it anymore, find a shelter or a friend who can take them in at the very least. Like find a means of keeping them safe that does not involve releasing them into the wild. That's how we end up with Burmese pythons. And also that one species of snail that we have around here. What was that one species of snail? One second. Florida invasive snail. Is it the apple snail? It might be the apple snail. Maybe. In any case, we have a bunch of invasive snails here in Florida, which are a problem. Don't release your pets into the wild, chat. It might be the African giant snail. Been trolling the White House blue sky for like a week now. I'm gonna be so real, it's best to just block and leave him be. I know like trolling is really tempting. It's not worth it. Leave dunking and trolling and whatnot back on Twitter. I suppose I should say this as well here, because why the hell not? This is a PSA that I am moving the majority of my activity to Blue Sky. I am still going to be using Twitter to post schedules and major updates and whatnot, but most of my original yapping is on Blue Sky. It has been for a while. Blue Sky does not get many of my random thoughts and yaps, because to be honest, I like okay. I think that Blue Sky has been worse for me for discoverability. But just the general atmosphere is better in regards to my takes. You know? Hello, you're almost 3 a.m. here. Can't sleep and browsing online stores and found something from ridiculous. It's okay to share. My friends are asleep and people on Discord are brain dead. If it is anything illegal or NSFW, I would prefer not. If it is anything like hateful or bigoted in any way, I'd prefer not. But if it's not any of that, feel free to share. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Whispers to self, it might be the apple snail. Thank you, Jelly Goober, for that. Incredible, incredible. Do you know that cashews come from a fruit? Nuts are seeds, and seeds go in fruits. Most nuts are seeds. Well, okay. Some nuts are actually like the fruits themselves. Some nuts are seeds inside of fruits. Fun fact, a fruit is anything that is actually just the ovum, the pollinated ovum of a plant, and that includes a lot of things that you wouldn't normally consider to be fruits. That's why tomatoes are fruits. I'm pretty sure corn is also technically a fruit. Pumpkin, squash, fruits. Because they are the seed-bearing ovum. And then you have, you know, a lot of nuts are also the same. Nut is a fucking... How do I say? Oh, hi! Nuts are just hard, stony fruits. Your Blue Sky posters are my favorite ones. Thank you, thank you. I don't post often, but they're usually bangers. I don't post often, but I try to let them be bangers. Corn is a fruit? Yeah, technically. Corn is just a bunch of little fruits. One sec, let me fact check myself on that. Yeah, because biologically fruit is just the seed carrying fertilized ovum of a plant. Yeah, corn is a fruit. Because the kernel is derived from the plant's ovary. Yep. Corn are fruit. Chat, corn is fruit. And shrimp is bugs. Zoom back in so we can see every freckle on your model. Yeah, sure. So this is about as much as I can zoom in. Top tier content. Not related to anarchism. Don't know how much of a hot take it is. Probably not, but I believe sex is equally as gendered as gender. At least the way it's treated is very gendered, especially annoying someone non-binary because I'm still treated as I have a gender, only identify as non-binary. Oh yeah, no. So you're speaking. There's a term for this, I think. But you are correct that people still, even when they are having conversations about like gender identity, rely too heavily on like biological sex and whatnot. And it's stupid. And I think there are cases where it is useful or necessary to reference biological sex for one reason or another, but those cases are few and far between. And the obsession with relying on someone's biological sex and needing it to be referenced in conversation, even around identity, is stupid. Even the terminology around identity, like, how do I say? Even the term identify is flawed terminology, but it has become the commonplace terminology, and that terminology has in part root from the fact that like there were efforts to appease the cishet normative population and make ourselves appealing to them, partially in the ways that like scientists and whatnot have tried to categorize and oftentimes with their own biases give us this language. I'm having trouble fucking responding to this. I'm having trouble wording right now. But no, like the over-reliance on even terms like AMAB or AFAB I think is flawed. I call myself transmasc and do talk openly about that because I'm someone who, to be honest, does not want to be read as a cis man. I am non-binary at the end of the day, but I'm someone who enjoys the presentation and performance of masculinity, but I'm not a man, and so referencing myself as transmasc, I guess, makes more sense to me. I still want to be understood as being trans, and that's not going to be the case for even the majority of trans people. And while our experiences are different and are somewhat informed by the upbringings we were given, which can include, or be influenced by our sex, that is not the end-all and be-all of our identities, and the over-reliance on it is shitty, you know? If someone assumes I'm cis, I know I'm not dressing femme enough. Also real as fuck. He is perfection. My friends responded, Insomnia Brotherhood. Not hateful, but it's about gay stuff. live in Russia, and anything LGBT is pretty much illegal. Books are banned, symbols are banned, everything. However, found a gay romance book on the biggest online racial website. The only thing is the seller's Chinese. Basically, the government is saying it's okay if it's Chinese. That is really funny, though. That is really funny. Russia said it's okay to be gay, but only if it's written in Chinese. Honestly, real as fuck. Not real as fuck, but you get me. Are you boy non-binary or girl non-binary? Yeah, fuck that shit. And I know, like, I'm a weird, specific, not normative experience even within the non-binary community, but, like, ultimately, the over-reliance on those terms is shitty. The fact that, like, as a non-binary person, people need to know, oh, but are you AFAB or AMAB? That, yeah, it's stupid. It's disrespectful. It's crappy. There are trans people like me who want to be perceived and understood as trans, but we are not the fucking majority. And people shouldn't need to know how you grew up or what's in your pants in order to respect you. Yeah, I got the snaggle tooth. I got the snaggle tooth. Chinese yaoi shall flood the Russian market. Real as fuck. You're that close to the screen. Okay, but it's funny. I live by the rule of mind your own fucking business, and that's also valid. That's also valid. Like I said, I think there are cases where it is meaningful to bring up biological sex, but those are few and far between. Like those are things you talk about in medical settings, and in like fucking when, how do I say? Those are things that really only need to be known in medical settings, and out of that it's entirely the will of the person if or when they get brought up or addressed. You know? Outside of medical settings, no one needs to know that. And the obsession with it is stupid. I don't even like referring to myself as AFAB. I just like calling myself transmasc because I am transitioning in a direction that is more masculine. I don't know. Hello, CJ Wet. First time to stream. Absolutely love the little stim you do. Thank you. My assigned feral at birth. Even then a lot of times it's not necessary. The phlebotomist does not need to know my assigned gender at birth. Yeah, there's, again, very few situations where it's necessary to know, and a lot of that shit's just about, like, medications and particular risks for, like, certain fucking, medical conditions. There's very few situations where it's necessary information. For me, like, I'm a person who does have some attachment to my girlhood and a desire to hold on to some of those elements, but I want to enjoy and engage with them from a more masculine angle, if that makes sense. I liked certain elements of girlhood. I have a whole video essay talking about it. Girlhood meant something to me. And there are elements of my girlhood that I lost and missed in transitioning that I want to reconnect with from a more feminine angle. And I feel like I would be a lot more comfortable engaging with and how do I say? Engaging with and expressing femininity in a situation where I was more often read as masculine. That is a thing that held me back for a long time. That is a thing that really fucked with me for a long time. This feeling that I had lost something, or that I would continue to lose something by transitioning. That by transitioning more overtly and loudly, I would lose access to these elements of femininity that I do care about, and to some of the safety that comes with at least existing in a lot of my public life as a cis woman and having that option. That's why I made I Don't Regret Girlhood. Because you know what? Fuck it. I'm a trans guy and I like horse girl games and dress up games. And while I have no desire to wear makeup or put on a dress, there might be a day where I do. There might be a day where I, with more security in my body and identity, decide that those are things I want to engage with, and I should be allowed to do that. I hate that as trans people we are expected to exhibit our genders to a higher extent than cis people are. It bothers me that when a cis guy wears makeup, he's just weird and queer, but still a guy. But if I, as a trans person, were to wear makeup, I would be invalidating my very identity. That shit's stupid. Hello, Vexed Gal. I've been scuffed. I still have some attachments to my upbringing and whatnot, but that's enough to be true for everyone, you know? 6 years into HRT, not gonna lie, I think I'm spexy. Love who I'm growing into, and I love that for you. I felt that a lot this past year. This isn't even necessarily related to HRT. HRT is part of it. A lot of it is more so to do with the fact that I'm like overtly living as punk, and I would say in a lot of ways punk is kind of the core of my identity and gender as well. That punk sits at the core of my identity as much as any kind of gender does. But I feel in so many ways like I am in love with the person I am becoming. Working towards becoming anyway. And there's moments where I don't feel that, but more and more often I see someone that I actually actively want to be in myself. My current gender status, fuck it, we ball, also real as fuck. Gender, I barely know her. I'm NB, but I present as a caked up white boy, also real as all fuck. Real as all fuck. I went very hard mask for a while and been playing with skirts and makeup and stuff more in the past year, and I love that for you. Horses are pretty masculine, bro. Did cowboys not exist? Okay. I actually have a video essay in the works about this. It was supposed to be my first ever video essay, but I got stuck working on it for like a year and a half, and then I decided to move on to something else. But I have a video that talks about the horse girl as a queer gender expression. Essentially, the horse girl functions as a socially acceptable way for young girls to escape the confines of traditional femininity, because horse girls are outdoorsy and loud and have freedom. The horse girl is less. It is the core of the horse girl is an increased amount of mobility and expression and freedom, agency that is enabled specifically through the relationship with the horse. Because horses are masculine. The image of a horse has a masculine connotation. Girls, by engaging in horse girlhood, are able to touch a bit of that masculinity. I love horses. I have a lot of feelings about this shit. All trans men have to be Viking men from fiction, and all trans women have to be diva fashion models, literally. My personal view in all of that is I don't care about labels. Neither me nor any of the people I talk to are scientists. Doesn't make sense for classification. If anyone's specifically curious, I am Homo sapiens. And honestly, that's valid as fuck. Live your best life. Engage with labels however you want. I prefer to just call myself transmasc, non-binary, and queer. And that is as much as I categorize myself. For me, there are meaningful reasons that I care about discussing, you know, the fact that I'm transitioning in a more masculine direction, but that's not the case for most people. Use labels that are as specific or as vague as you want. Live your best fucking life. I think dissociating, not relating a lot with my body, and struggling with living in the moment are definitely related to my dysphoria. Just can't shake the feeling of somehow being stuck in a male body, and that's real as all hell. And I know a lot of people, when they start HRT, they suddenly start to feel a lot more in tune with themselves and their bodies and their lived experiences. And I hope you're able to access that, genuinely. I'm a trans woman who's on HRT yet doesn't use makeup and doesn't shave her face. Take pride in being confusing as hell to anyone who doesn't know me. And that's also real as all hell, Carolyn. I love that for you. Ad will be hitting soon. I do apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Don't worry, I'll still be here when the ad break ends. My friend's Packers came in, so I can officially say, hey, your dick is here. Real as all fuck. I had to KY, maybe my history nature, realizing I'm a trans woman has made me want to be more physically strong than before. Also real as all hell. I personally enjoy transgression a lot. Like I said, punk is as core to my identity as any sort of gender could be. Haven't seen many horse girls in streaming. You know what? Interesting. Chat, I should play more horse girl games. I honestly, I still relate to the label of horse girl, because to me the horse girl is less about the girlhood and more about finding up agency through the relationship with the horse. I still love horse. Gender fluid, pretty vague by default, also valid as all hell. Why should I give two shits in spicy cocktail, but label makes someone feel comfortable? We're all just floating through this space in Little Rock, and that's also badass. We love that. Can I tag you to a funny horse video later on Blue Sky? Have at. I would love horse videos. So happy I haven't experienced gender dysphoria as a trans girl, and I hope you never do, because dysphoria can suck. I do think a lot of people experience dysphoria and don't realize it, because it's hard to tell when it's your default state, but also not experience dysphoria is completely valid. Live your best life, you know? Find it funny, the more I explore my gender, the more I start to love myself, and that's also real. I really love that for you. Have you watched the Horse Girl Racing anime? Yes, I have watched Uma Musume. Yes, I have played Uma Musume. Yes, I don't have the time for it. God, I fucking love Uma Musume. It is pretty good. You don't notice it when it's there, you only notice when it's gone kind of shit. Yeah, and that's also completely okay. Horse girls scare me. They have a subclass bonus as extra damage to me specifically. How so? Speaking as a former horse girl. Fun story about technically cross-dressing in horses. Mari, I am going to mispronounce this. I'm very sorry. Do feel free to correct me. Lwyd is a Southern Welsh. Then other parts started because it's freaking cool as shit. Wassailing tradition where young men who are the village pranksters will dress up in a horse skull and white robes with flowers. I love that. That's cute. That's cute. Yes, Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back. Kinda want to be an internet ghost. My mom even gave me the name Echo. I love that for you. That's a good name. Echo's a good name. Luckily that I don't really experience dysphoria and that I have the pressure of extended family constantly pressing down on me. I will say social dysphoria is a thing. Like, there's dysphoria about your own body, there's social dysphoria, there is, there's a lot of different forms of dysphoria and roles that it can take. For me, like, the majority of the dysphoria I've experienced in my life has been, like, chest and social, you know? Every single horse girl I've encountered absolutely devours apples in the most feral fashions. Actually kind of alarms me. I wish I could eat an apple on camera and see if I do what you're referring to. Only experience dysphoria in public. I think about it once I'm aware of it. Does it go away until I'm in a safe space? Fortunately, home is a very safe space. That reminds me a lot of the whole island question. For those who are unaware, there's a question that's been posed to some trans people that I think is very interesting, along the lines of, like, if you were on an island where you didn't have to interact with people, where you didn't have to be read, would you still transition? Or how would your experience of transition and presentation change? Because I think for me, I would still want to transition in some ways. I would still want to get top surgery, and I'd want to stay on T until my voice drops and whatnot. But I think my presentation would be meaningfully different in that situation, because I would have less pressure to conform to masculinity, you know? I think it is a genuinely interesting conversation. Read the Dysphoria Bible if you haven't. Don't remember the link, but it's cool. I think that's been mentioned before. I do still need to read it. I haven't had time. Most likely translated for multiple English words such as grey mare, grey mary, or grey lady. Ah, I see. I see. I need to explore social dysphoria more because I'm starting to realize I have major social dysphoria aside from main dysphoria is facial. Also real. But no, like, the whole island question, how it goes is, like, if you were, you know, as a trans person on an island where you didn't have to worry about how you present or how you're read or how you're perceived, would you still transition? And I think the answers people give are very interesting. Some people, it's an immediate yes, 100%. Some people, it's a no. They're happy with their bodies. The dysphoria they feel is primarily the roles they're forced into and how they're perceived by others. And then I exist in an in-between state where, like, there are things I would still want to medically do to my body. I would still want to get top surgery and be on HRT for a while, etc. But my presentation would be meaningfully different because I would feel less pressure to conform to masculinity. And I think that's real. I think I would not be able to answer that question. I just do not know. And that's okay. It's sometimes hard to pull yourself out of the social context you exist in. It's okay to not have an answer. I think it's an answer that you only come to when you're a lot further down this road of self-discovery. But you don't ever have to. For me, the answer is, you know, very clear. But that's because I've overanalyzed my gender for my entire life. Your Honor, I am 800% more comfortable in my body after HRT. That island would only mean I would get swole again 80% faster. Also real as all hell. Again, like for some people it's a very short answer. For some people it is less. The entire concept of the question, again, just being like, if you did not have to be perceived, would medical transition matter? You know? And I think it is more than anything just a measure of how much someone's dysphoria is social versus bodily. And again, those are okay. Dysphoria is weird for me, sort of blind to it most of the time since I have alexithymia, though I still do feel it can boil over at times. Sometimes I feel like I'm nothing in terms of gender, other times I feel like I want to be a girl and hate being a boy. That's also real as all hell. These experiences are extremely personal and individual at the end of the day. Actually heard that a lot through my process of becoming trans. It's actually really interesting to think back of how I responded to it over time. Yeah, and also it's completely fair for your relationship with yourself, your body, your identity to shift and change over time, which doesn't even necessarily mean you were wrong. I think oftentimes when our identity shifts and we kind of have to rediscover it, we go, oh, I was wrong. And I don't think that's necessarily true. In a lot of cases it is, but also I think there are a lot of situations where in something in our social conditions or life or selfhood meaningfully shifted in a way that led to our identity being different. We were right at the time, but the answer to the question has changed. Those are both really, like, valuable, meaningful experiences, you know? Certainty is not mandatory, also true. And it's okay to reevaluate. It's okay to shift and change. Dysphoria mainly hit me when I started to lose some of my hair. The thought of it alone was so intense it made me throw up at times. HRT reversed that thing. Fuck, and I'm glad it reversed that for you. That's honestly one of my big fears with testosterone, that I'm gonna start losing my hair. That's why I'm keeping myself on a very low dose. And why, I'll be honest, I don't think HRT is a forever thing for me. I think it's something I'm gonna do for like a year and maybe go off, and maybe I'll go back on later, or maybe I'll like give myself the minimum dose for perpetuity. Again, like, transition is an extremely individual process that we take at our own pace. Druid, I don't know. I don't know. Don't know. No, pattern baldness made me super paranoid for a long time. Also real. Feel so lucky I don't do a ton of fun stuff, but I'm also a hairless hoe for 0 reasons decked down. Also real as all hell. I do not want to be bald. Low-key balding is the worst thing ever. Luckily, my family seems to have good genes for it, so I shouldn't go bald. Okay, I am gonna open it up about something here. Alright, so I've been on HRT for about 4 months now. About a month ago, I started noticing my hair texture shifting, and it really bothered me. My hair got less curly. And I actually, just for the sake of experimentation, lowered my dose. I was previously doing, I think, 40 milligrams, and I went down to 30. And it's insane how after a week of 30, my hair went back to its previous texture. Which is one of those weird, scary things, again, that HRT can do. So I'm very much in the process of like experimenting with dosages and figuring out what works best for me. It didn't make my hair straight, but it made it less curly, and it's actually insane how after a week and a half, I think, actually, of being on the lower dose, my hair is literally just back to normal. back to the texture that I like. I very much, again, just experimenting, figuring out where the proper dosage for me is, because I don't want things to move too quickly, and there are some effects of tea that I'm trying to avoid, because non-binary moment. But yeah, we're all experimenting as we go. Like I said, I don't think HRT is going to be a permanent thing for me. And that's okay. You know? It's important to remember that gender is a spectrum. No experience will be the same as the next, and the best we can do to determine where we don't fall in between or outside what's considered masculine or feminine also real as all hell. You were only on 40? Interesting. My friend started at 50, but he's binary, so I started at 20. Okay. Here's the I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna mute my mic in the VOD, alright? Don't mind me. I I have not experienced tea rage, but I have how do I say this? So I talk about in my most recent short. My most recent short, it's just like cute little one about like weird effects HRT has given me, including like, oh, I want to bully cis men, because I do want to bully cis men, but that's more of like a not safe for work thing, you know? That's very specific to that context. I have not gotten like actually angrier on HRT, and to be honest, I don't like the rhetoric that HRT necessarily inherently impacts our propensity for anger or emotion. I think that a lot of people feel freer to express their emotions because they're more in touch with their bodies and themselves. But I am not a fan of the idea or rhetoric that like, because okay, the reason why this bothers me is because I talked about this last stream actually. In my old friend group, I had a lot of folks try to push me not to go on HRT because they said it would make me like angry and ugly and aggressive, and they wouldn't want to be around that I would become a worse person for it. And so the rhetoric that like HRT is a thing that will make you angry and aggressive, I don't know, it's a thing that I don't like. It's a thing that bothers me. I let that shit stop me for a long time. I would say HRT has not meaningfully impacted my emotions as of yet. I really, really hate the rhetoric that it makes people more angry or aggressive. And I would honestly prefer to avoid discussion of it. Because it's one of the reasons that I didn't start for a long time. Hormonal fluctuations cause emotion instability regardless, yeah. It's the shift in hormone that's a problem, not the level of hormone itself. What if Breaking Bad was woke and Jesse was still called Jesse, but Walter is still Walter, and instead of meth they were cooking testosterone and estrogen? I know people who do that. T-rage is bullshit and a consequence of transphobia, sexism, and societal condition creating more aggressive nature for men. Yeah, exactly. Fucking... Yeah, and there's tons of hormones, etc., etc. I fucking, how do I say? I really hate the rhetoric that testosterone makes you evil. It also, like, a lot of people go, oh, men are, like, they use it to, you know, demonize cis men and explain why cis men are, like, aggressive and violent and whatnot. Like, oh, it's the testosterone and whatnot. You're taking the responsibility out of the hands of men and blaming it on their biology, and that's shitty, and that's also, like, literal turf rhetoric. Fuck that shit, you know? Are you planning for any music covers? Feel that your voice would be incredibly good for some of them. I am a classically trained singer. I do actually owe you guys a cover, I think. I need to go and recount the subs from our last goal, but I think I do owe you guys a song cover. I have a couple songs I'm considering. I'm also planning on doing a live music stream before the end of the year. Most likely on the 1 year anniversary of the day that I escaped homelessness, which is going to be in December. I'm not exactly sure the date I'll be streaming because, like, there's a couple events going on, but we'll figure it out. Mine was probably my own way of coping with my dysphoria. And it's also true that, like, the fact that the chemicals in your body, the hormones are actively shifting, is going to cause emotional dysregulation. I just hate the rhetoric that, like, it makes you angry. Like, I had someone comment on my most recent short being like, God, tea made me want to either kill or fuck everyone. And I'm like, I think you have anger issues. I think you need therapy. I will admit it can be fun to lean into mentally the trope of of messy, angsty, angry teenage boys sometimes. I won't lie. It can be a fun mental trope to lean into, but I don't like the rhetoric that, like, it's gonna cause a massive bloom of aggression and make you ugly and whatnot. Because I quite literally had people try to use that to convince me to not transition. You know? Keep in mind when beginning HRT, you're currently in puberty again. Yeah, there's gonna be mood swings and shit, but it's not going to long-term impact your stuff, you know? Ultimately, I'm just one guy on the internet, and while I do have a background in biology, I am not a perfect source on everything, and some literature might agree or disagree, but also keep in mind that literature can be biased and whatnot. Gotta be careful engaging with it. Boys Will Be Boys is eating a peanut butter and potato chip sandwich, and Monster Energy we're smoking a joint on top of the Waffle House. Like, okay, being completely honest and more overt than I usually am. Like, there is an amount of fun and euphoria in playing into the trope of messy, stupid, horny teenage boys sometimes. But, like, the hormones aren't actually turning you into that. You're playing out a social role and expectation that has been laid out by society, you know? To chill out for my own good. A lot of people, when they see me, think I'm a stoner. I will say, I get scared sometimes of developing... Okay, this is gonna sound bad. And I'm sorry to the stoners in chat. I love you guys. A lot of my friends are stoners. I'm scared of ever developing stoner affect. I don't want to develop stoner affect. You know the way that that a lot of people who are, and this is not true of everyone, but that a lot of people who do way too many drugs, especially recreationally, speak, where, you know, they talk slowly, in ways that, like, have a lack of, not a lack of coherency, but, like, you can tell. There ain't much behind the eyes. It's the kind of conversations you have with people where, like, basic little facts of reality are, like, mind-blowing. I don't want to ever have that affect. Whoa, dude, like, damn, that's crazy. Yeah. The speaking slowly and whatnot, I get really scared that I'm gonna develop that affect. Haven't done drugs in over 5 years. I know a lot of people who have that kind of affect because they have overused usually harder things than weed. I unfortunately know a few people who like developed alcoholism as teenagers and whatnot, and they very much have that affect. I'm terrified of her developing that. Which is no offense to those people. I just value having the affect where I come off as being intelligent and well spoken and smart and full of thought. You know, uh, I like being laid back punk, but I want to still be high capacity, high thought, full of big idea, well spoken, etc. But that's the thing. Boys are socialized to be more aggressive, biology is indifferent to each other. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Which appear into your brain folds AE. Let me examine your folds. There's many of them. My brain is not smooth. My brain is far from smooth. And even the theory of socialization is a bit complicated and flawed, but ultimately, like, fuck any kind of both bioessentialism and gender essentialism. Brain folds sound scary. Oh, your brain is full of folds. They have names. He is unlike I, koala brain haver. Me personally, smooth brain, no thoughts, head empty. I can tell, host. I can tell. I avoid anything but 428 helps my ADHD. Also real as all hell. Like, I'm a very occasional user of both alcohol and pot. Very occasional. I'm a like once a week consume substances type, but I did just get back from a 3-day bender, so. I'm only someone who consumes things socially and on occasion, just because I don't enjoy doing them alone, and I don't want to ever do like long-term damage to myself or develop any kind of dependency, so, you know. As someone with brain fog and intellectual disabilities, kind of sucks having people always assume it's because I'm high. Yeah, and I don't assume that of you. I just don't want to have that affect. Hello, Scale Rider, bark, bark, bite, bite. Like, when people have that affect, first of all, like, and I don't even think you necessarily have the affect, mildly, but not to the same extent of, like, some of the people that I'm thinking of in my head. I'm just like, God. But hello, Scale Rider, bark, bark, bite, bite. My brain is wrinkled from age, not intelligence. We are not the same. I want to be an intellectual. Chat, I want to be the next big intellectual bread tuber. Like to very occasionally turn the dial of mental sharpness down once per month. Very nice. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like, it's my little brain turn off thing that I do like maximum once a week. Do not wish to have my mental state altered via drugs. It scares me, and that's also valid. I, for a long time, was like that. I was straight edge for 21 years, and then I got peer pressured and realized it's a little bit fun sometimes. But, like, don't let that happen to you. Continue to live your life as you please. That can include never engaging with substances. When I say I was straight edge, I mean I genuinely thought I was never going to drink or touch any kind of drug, including alcohol. It was not until after I was 21 that I decided to give it a try, with some friends. Mostly because a streamer buddy of mine brought up the potential of doing a drinking stream, and I didn't want to be left out. How's the Smormer game? We haven't hopped into it yet, Smormer. How are you doing today? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. The moon landing was staged. Yeah, that's how all orbital rock. The moon landing was staged. Yeah, that's how all orbital rockets fucking work, dude. But no, like, for a long time, I never wanted to touch anything. But I've realized that, like, in small quantities in social settings, I do enjoy a little bit of substance use. I think it's fun to be a little bit silly with the people I care about. Again, it's never something I do alone. And I've never gotten fucked up enough that I have, like, lost memory or anything of that sort. I would like to at least once in my life. Thank you for the subscription, Darkwood Rider. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I would like to, at least once in my life, like, get blackout drunk entirely so I know where the limit is. Not because it's a thing that I want to do on the regular, just so I know at, like, where to stop and where to never let myself go. I but like every now and then a little bit of substance use just with my friends in a controlled environment I think is a fun thing that I enjoy, but it's not for everyone. It doesn't want to be like Will Wood and not remember 2012. To answer your question, Mark Rides, it's mutual aid. It's knowing people. Straight up. It's I can't get into specifics, but like it is through mutual aid circles. One second, I'm gonna mute my mic again. Anyway. No high lime. Also, let's not talk about it in chat. But no. It's only possible for injectable HRT. At least as of now. There have been discussions of like finding means to do the alternative, but like it'd be really expensive. And a lot more difficult than any means that exist currently. But hello, S'more, bark by bite. Can I make a Breaking Bad reference? Multiple people already have. Have you heard of the new s'more stuff going around? I have not, no. I cannot say that I have. Don't know what's going on. Usually feel dumber or less creative when you're in a static environment with limited mental stimulation. Yes. Yes. I need the right amount of stimulation in order... Okay, so chat. Here is a secret hack for productivity. Do not work on stuff in the same room that you sleep. And this is a really hard thing to do, because oftentimes a lot of people are constrained to their bedrooms and don't have separate spaces where they can do stuff. But even finding ways to segment your room or separate out your spaces is really useful. Also, same thing with like gaming. Basically, if one of the easiest ways to increase your productivity is to find a way to designate a certain space as being for a specific activity. There are things you can do other than having a separate space if a separate space is not available to you, but like if you, for example, have a living room, you can work on an essay on your laptop, that is a good idea. Or if you can move your gaming activity to a different room or space, also useful. Basically, you just don't want to be doing these things in the same rooms you do other big activities in, particularly things like sleeping, eating, or gaming. There are cheat sheets or cheat codes though. For example, like some people have, I've heard suggestions of like using gum to get yourself in the right headspace. Or some other kind of like flavor or taste. Gum just works really well because you got the chewing sensation and the tactile of that as well. So like you can chew on a piece of gum and have like the flavor plus the physical sensation of chewing to get yourself in the right headspace, or only listen to certain types of music when you're trying to be productive, etc. Things you can do to block out the spaces. Hello, Mr. Scary VHS. We're doing well. We're yapping. We're causing problems as we're off to do around here. It's lovely to see you. How have you been? Mary may not be doing work in my room right now while listening, and that's real as all hell. And like, I'll be so real, this is not advice that I take most of the time, but I try to at least once a week, if I've got a free day, go out to like a local cafe and work there, because genuinely, when I'm in this room, if I don't have my Vyvanse and an energy drink and I'm not able to like get myself into the right headspace, it is very difficult to create because it's so easy for me to get distracted. This is a room I associate with a million different tasks, from gaming to sleeping to other things. I having those segmented out spaces is meaningful, so having the ability to go to a cafe or whatnot has been really useful for me. Been vibing and just editing, real as all hell. I need to get on the video grind soon. Hope you're enjoying, though. Often found equipment cupboards at school to be excellent spaces for productivity. Also real. What if I have a desk in my room but not at my bed? Like, it's non-optimal. It's always better to have separated out spaces. Like, this is a thing they've done studies on. I want to be very clear, this is a thing that we've done studies on. It's just that being in the same physical space can be a problem because you associate that space with other activities. But finding anything you can do to separate out the headspace or physical activity or space is meaningful. So putting up a partition can help. Having a physical sensation like gum or a certain type of music can help, etc. If you want to sleep better, put your phone on a table far away from you and put it on high volume to make sure you hear the alarm. Helps you avoid doom scrolling. Also real. This will also improve your sleep. Shit. Hello, Adele Dreamleaf. Thank you for the resub. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Been 2 months already. You've been subscribed. Hell yeah, it's wonderful to see you. How have you been? Lovely to have you. Lovely time for my phone to go off. Let me just make sure everything's okay. Hello? Are you good? Okay. Thank you, phone, for nothing. Alright, thank you, phone. A woo, a woo! My problem is I don't really have those spaces for this. Yeah, most people don't. That's why there's the alternative recommendations of like music or gum or something of that nature. You just need something to make the headspaces feel separate if you want to increase productivity. But genuinely, like even just going out to a library or a cafe and working for a few hours can be really helpful. Have very few energy drinks to keep functioning whenever I need actual long nights. I love caffeine. I'm out of energy drinks right now. It's so sad. Should have a new drawing we're already proud of. Ooh, exciting. Enjoy the Discord server again. Definitely be catching you sometime. Hell yeah. Feel free to hop in. Actually, let me... One second. Let me give you access to the secret VC before I forget. You didn't hear anything, chat. You heard nothing. There's secret VC? What secret VC? I'm really bad at adding people to the secret VC. Why can't I find you? There you are. There you go. Secret VC. My alarm caused me such a headache that my body has started waking up 1 to 2 minutes before my alarm goes off. Truly blessed. I do that too. Secret furry staff RP VC. So I have a VC in my Discord that is dedicated to just content creators. So the only people who have access to it are my mods, content creators, and a handful of close friends. You know, am I in the secret VC? No. Because it's for collaborators, mods, and close friends. It's literally, there's a chat in there for like collaborations and projects, one for if you actually want to hop onto stream, and one for just like general like working on stuff. It's where I go when I want to co-work, and if it's too loud, you know. Need to map out bus times more in my area because it's a coffee place I think would really work as an alternative headspace. It's too far away to walk to figure out when I can get a bus over there and bus home. Hey, hope you're able to figure it out. And for some reason my phone is throwing a fit, so I'm gonna... Hey chat, on the subject of my phone throwing a fit, my okay, this is gonna sound fucking wild. My laptop charger is no longer working with my phone. It still works with my laptop. It does not work with my phone anymore. And if I plug it into my phone, I need to unplug it from the outlet and re-plug it in for it to work again at all. I plug it into my phone, it does not charge. And it will stop functioning and stop charging my laptop until I unplug it and replug it from the outlet. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening. I've been using that one charger for both my phone and my laptop for months because my, all my phone chargers died. There's currently a phone charger up on my throne. If anyone has like $7, there's, I hate to be like this. There's a set of 2 phone chargers up on my throne. Lola Mao. I don't know what happened. Anyway, one sec. My phone's throwing a fit. It's doing a thing where it decides that it's charging and then it's not charging and it's charging again and it's not charging. One sec. $2.07, but I can bite you. Real. It needs the ritual. I'm tempted to try plugging it into my Switch and see if it works with my Switch to determine if it's the charger or my phone. Well, you know what? Give me a second. Been on one charger for 3 devices, my partner for months. I still don't get how I do it. Yeah, Femi, Emmy, I'm in the same boat right now, and I'm trying to just fucking figure that out. Let's see what happens if I plug my Switch into it. So it's charging my Switch. Chat, the problem might actually be my phone. Wait, no, it's not charging my Switch. It charged my Switch for like a second and then decided it wasn't? What the fuck? It didn't turn off that time. It stayed on, but it won't charge my Switch either. This is what I get for bringing it with me to Fest. I didn't carry it in my bag, I just kept it. Could it be too high a voltage? It's always worked in the past. This is a new problem that has never occurred before. Hello, Cowboy Matt B. Welcome on in, Barbara bye-bye. In any case, my charger's broken. No one feel obligated to support me, but is the room productivity thing related to why I can clean other rooms easily but not my own bedroom? Possibly. Very possibly. You just associate that room with too many things. But yeah, no, I've been bouncing my my laptop charger around for like months to charge all of my devices. And now it's decided it does not want to charge my Switch or my phone. It only wants to charge my laptop and turns off and stops functioning if I plug it into my phone. So I need a new phone charger. Don't know what's happening. It's just fucky. Technology hates me. Literally, it worked perfectly fine up until I brought it with me to Fest in Gainesville, so I don't know what's going on, but you know. No spare laptop, but do have my phone. Been using my notes app on my phone to write a few creative projects. It's actually worked. It's worked as much as someone without autism to be ADHD can be productive. That's so real. I've written a lot of fiction in my phone notes when I have been like away and whatnot. It can work. It can be useful. And ultimately, whatever works for you. Use whatever productivity hacks and tools work for you, chat. Always 100% of the time. Do what you need to do to be comfortable and productive. Whatever that means to you. What is Fest? Fest is a underground music festival in Gainesville, Florida. 3-day music festival. It was this past weekend. What were the dates? One second. I'm literally wearing the t-shirt right now and I pulled up my calendar. October 24th to 26th of this year. Really good underground music festival. Primarily punk and hardcore. Had the time of my life. I got to crowd surf to Children of God by AJJ and I'm living. For the new folks around, I am a very loud punk, and I'm very active in my local punk community. Live music is very important to me. Punk ethos and ethics are very important to me. Everything about the subculture and lifestyle is very, very central to me and my everything. I love punk. Best productivity boost is if someone dares me that I cannot do that thing. Sheer force of spite could do wonders. You know what? Real? I need to test that sometime. For me, I need to have like other people in a VC with me. You were playing AJJ and Ramshackle last time I was here. Heck yeah. I got to see AJJ live. It was absolutely incredible. Saw a bunch of other bands. As far as folk punk goes, the only other, well, there actually was a lot of other folk punk, but it was mostly small stuff. AJJ was the only big folk punk band playing. But we had Confession Kids there. I got to see the last ever show by Coffee Project. They're a band I'd been listening to for years, and I got to see their last ever performance. I got to see Danny Attack. A lot of really good, like, Florida folk punk. Want to do more punk shows and events in the future? Hell yeah. No, I love punk. I have a bunch more shows lined up this year, but most of them are in December. I have a bunch of shows lined up for January of next year, actually. I need to check on a couple of those. One of my colleagues who plays the bass, she's very shy. Oh, I love that. I do really want to, like, get back into producing folk punk one of these days. I used to write and produce music, but I fell out of it a couple years ago. I'll find my way back to it in time. It's just one of those hobbies that has fallen off in the meantime. For sure to do band spotlights, that's actually something I've thought about doing. While my content is primarily political, I'm a, political, I am a trans and leftist content creator, so most of my stuff focuses on either, like, punk shit, political stuff, or trans issues. I would love to do band spotlights. I've actually considered doing a couple shorts where I talk about, like, local Florida-based punk bands, because I know a lot of those. Thank you, Mr. Bookmoy, for making me normal. How are you doing today? But I've definitely thought about doing, like, band spotlights and whatnot. Your singing is pitch perfect? Oh, thank you. I am classically trained. But nah, I would love to do, like, band spotlights or things of that nature. There's a video essay I've considered making, which is about my favorite album by Apes of the State, and digging into why it means so much to me. Specifically, it's their most recent album, What's Another Night, which is an entire album about change and watching the world shift around you. It is about growing up, about the friends who died before they got the chance. It is about visiting your hometown and watching things shift. It's about watching your parents develop dementia. It is about visiting your family and seeing your childhood bedroom turned into an office. It's a really incredible album. We used to play violin. Did you get wasted during Fest? Yes, I drank much alcohol and smoked much weed. Sounds like a local version of the Pillows? Ooh. Hi, Rorson. AE Sports. He's not in the game. Rorson has only gotten worse. I've been doing like 4-hour just chatting segments on the regular. Oh yeah, Beer Santa. Chat. Literally, within... So I went into Fest thinking I wasn't gonna get all that screwed up because, like, bars are usually stupid expensive, or at least I'm used to where I live, bars being stupidly expensive. So I thought, like I brought enough weed for one nice evening. So I figured I was gonna spend most of the weekend sober. And then I'm in the registration line. I was in the registration line. And I come across a man dressed up as Santa who goes, naughty or nice? And I go, well, I do like causing problems. And the woman next to him proceeds to pour liquor directly into my mouth. I was then handed a PBR. I was less than an hour. I had got into Gainesville less than an hour ago and I was already drinking. Thank you, Beer Santa. I think my first day I had 4 drinks and 5 joints. Because I ended up meeting. Okay, first show I went to in Fest. Did you see my message on Stream Elements? Oh shit, I did not. I will look at it in a moment. Sorry, I fucked up the alerts for that and haven't gotten around to fixing it. I'll be getting it in just a second. But what happens if you say nice? They just give you a beer. He gave me a beer because I was funny. He gave me both because I was funny. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Sounds completely normal to me. Real. But the first show I went to, I ran into someone who looked almost identical to me. So we started chatting and hanging out. Turns out this motherfucker rolled 8 joints a day. So I think the first day I had 4 drinks and 4 drinks and 5 joints. Second day I had 5 drinks and I don't remember how much weed. And then the third day I had like, I had a lot of alcohol. I was taking swigs from a bottle of Malibu. And then I think I only had 3 joints. But it was great. It was wonderful. I also had an edible. But you know, good weekend. I was very fucked up. When is gay boy not funny? So true. I'm so funny, chat. I'm so funny. Alcoholic, just a little bit as a trait. I don't have a substance abuse problem, okay? Idea I had a video essay, how Green Day's music is the physical embodiment of nostalgia. Why Green Day, Eminem, and 2000s created with cultural shifts that never accelerated by music. I would not be able to make that video essay, because, like, I know Green Day, but I don't know Eminem, but, you know. Make it, why not? Thank you, Mr. Bookboy, for the 400 bits. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are you? One sec, let me see if I missed any messages from you. I've been bad at keeping up recently. Let me peek. Bad. Oh, I'm sorry you're doing bad. Shit. Well, it's lovely to see you in any capacity. I hope things get better. Was your doppelganger as hot as you? Yes. Enjoy your lurk, Espen. Bark, bark, bye, bye. As it turns out, he was my long-lost twin. I might have kissed him at one point. Anyway. I just had to get rid of those. No, I appreciate it. I hope things get better, genuinely, my guy. I'm always sending you, wishing you the best whenever I get a chance to see you. Sorry for not doing better at keeping up. I've been incredibly busy, but, like, you deserve the world. Feels like it's sinful in some way. Okay, listen, it's just, we just had the same hair, in that we both had, like, fluffy ginger hair. That's literally all that was similar between us, but, you know. Fortnite. Thank you. I think it's funny how many people joke about you doing so many substances when you're overall a huge lightweight who engages with substances much less than most punks your age. Literally. Like, I have very strict rules around my own use of substances. I do this crap, like, usually maximum once a week outside of special events. I'm very much a lightweight. I don't do it much. But people assume I have a substance abuse problem because I talk about it a lot, because it's a new thing in my life. And these are like my rare fun occasions. I feel like if I was someone who was doing substances on a day-to-day basis, I would talk about them less because it wouldn't be a new exciting thing every time it happened, you know? The only reason I talk about substances as much as I do is because it's so rare that, like, it's my fun time. Those are my adventures. Sad news, don't take to play in the campaign I mentioned a while ago for the transhumanist character I made. Might get to play some version of the character, but can't play in that campaign. I'm sorry to hear, Virgie. Unfortunately, these things do happen. We do the best we can. We do the best we can. Throne wasn't working at the charger, had $20 to read it. Oh shit, I appreciate the hell out of it. I'm sorry that Throne wasn't working. That is fucking weird, but I appreciate that actually does help a lot. I don't know why Throne wouldn't be working. But thank you so much, genuinely. I was simulating a circuit board and it worked. Congratulations, Neptune. Sorry, I hope that sounded genuine because I do genuinely mean it. Any kind of financial support means the world to me. Thank you for being the reason why I will be getting a new charger. Thank you so much. A great deal of feelings and disillusionment. Youth rebellion, a desire for change was channeled through 2 albums, Green Day and Eminem Show. Songs of those are synonymous with disillusionment of young people 2000s felt and showed. At this time, a Green Day march was everywhere. I see. You should make that video essay. Do it. Why not? Wasn't working for me when I clicked pay, got a loading circle of death. Might be some kind of website down thing. I was asking my polycool if we could donate. Oh, I appreciate it. Nah, never a need or obligation to support me, but it genuinely means a lot. Yay, I get a new fucking phone charger now. Win. SD went through easily, thank God. We stand SD pay. I do need to set up my my alerts again, but hell yeah. Hello, Deadfire. Dropped out recently. Oh my god, to give me very much needed time to explore stuff of myself. That's real as all hell. Sometimes you can't like exist in a moment. Sometimes you don't have the capacity in a moment to engage with school or work or whatever it is. All money goes to the FOPs. Please take care of yourselves first and foremost. Financial support really does mean a lot to me as someone who dreams of eventually doing this full time. But you guys do need to take care of yourselves first and foremost. After all, you can't watch me and enjoy my content if you're not here. I say sillily. I say for the silly. Please make sure you're doing what you need for yourself first and foremost. You can just call me Virgil or Echo. Virgil is generally typo, can't fix till December. I see. I wasn't sure because I remembered your name being Virgil, but then you changed your username and I was like, wait, am I stupid? Nah, all the best with the self-exploration, Deadfire. How has the self-exploration been going? Happy my board fucking worked, you guys? No, I'm happy for you, Neptune. I'm glad it worked out. Congratulations. But nah, like, it is a dream of mine to eventually live off my art full-time. It is a thing that I genuinely hope to do one of these days. And I've run the math. I'm about halfway there. My average living costs are anywhere from about 1,000 to 1,500 per month, just depending on like personal emergencies or how many shows I go to or if I make any big content related purchases. That's kind of the bare minimum I need to scrape by month to month. Currently, off of content creation, I make about half that. There have actually been months where like I have made enough off of streaming that it would be livable. Unfortunately, those months are just like the exception and not the norm as of now. But it means the world every bit of support I get, and I'm genuinely hopeful that in a couple of years from now, this might be my full-time job. Thank you everyone for helping me move towards making that possible. I really hope we can see that day together. As a weird, queer, disabled, trans person on the internet. Hopefully. Stay stable financially, you'll end up collapsing your situation. With the collapsed situation, you can't support anyone. Exactly. Mutual aid is so important, but you know. How can we help you make that the norm? Honestly, just being here and watching does a lot. If you have the money to subscribe to the channel, it means the world, but please don't feel obligated to. If you are interested in my YouTube content, watch it, you know. Ad revenue, honestly, is a decent portion of my income. But donations, subs, etc. are also very meaningful ways to help if you want to provide on top of that, and if you have the income to spare. To be fair, the second half is a lot faster than the first. I do hope so. I do hope so. I'll tune in every time just to listen, and that's appreciated. Genuinely. It's hard out here, and it's scary the way things on the internet are going, trying to make a living off of this, but God knows I'm gonna fight like hell. More than anything, I just love creating and love making art, so anything that gets me closer to doing that at a higher capacity is really meaningful. And even if I don't ever reach that goal, I'm gonna keep creating for as long as I possibly can. Because I care about this shit. You and Winter have been a huge help through Lonely Graveyard Chefs, and I'm glad we can be. I'm glad we can be. What's my full-time now? Good question. Revolutionary duties. He does street fights in the back of a Waffle House. Exactly, exactly. Hello, Vexgal. Yeah, we got normal model back. People just cuff me sometimes. It's still the same me. It's just a silly model. But no, I'm glad to be an educator and a positive force in the world. I want to be... Seriously? Yeah. God damn it. God damn it. They always do this. They always do this. God fucking damn it. I really am happy just to be a positive force in people's lives and in the world. I want to be the loud punk anarchist that the world needs. I want to be the loud trans guy that the world needs. I want to spread positive vibes and make leftist praxis accessible to people. You know? Hello, Fanatic Pharaoh. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Not helping this time, trying to save it for the cat boy. God damn it. Chat just does this sometimes. He says his chat does exactly that. Yeah, they just do this sometimes. They all have their favorite forms. There's gonna be more models soon, too, is the scary part. Eventually, there are going to be more models. At which point, I guess I just suffer. At that point, I guess I just suffer. Are you an Arcane fan? I watched season 1 of Arcane, and I did enjoy it. Okay. So I've told this story a few times, but I haven't told it recently. Back in 2020, I was trying to raise money to get my first chest binder, and this was at a point in time where I could not take commissions. And in order to raise a little bit of money I needed to get my first chest binder, I actually went on one of those like do surveys for money websites, which don't be careful with that shit, chat. Be careful with that crap. But I went on one of those like answer surveys for money websites, and I actually ended up after a while getting really good at lying on these things, figuring out what they wanted and getting through them. At one point I ended up in a survey that was talking about gaming. Rivi, thank you for the resub. Barber bye bye. Barber bye bye. But eventually I ended up in a survey that was about like gaming. That was specifically looking for people who played League of Legends, and I managed to lie my way through it to the final round. At which point they asked to schedule a follow-up. I ended up being part of the testing audience for Arcane season 1. So I watched the first few episodes of Arcane season 1 about a year before they released to the public, entirely because I was good at lying on online surveys. And I got paid like $50 for it. But no, Arcane season 1 was good. I have not actually watched season 2. I've heard it gets really propaganda-y. And I don't fuck with that, but you know. Ads will be hitting soon. I do apologize, folks. Twitch does force me to run ads. But don't worry, they'll just be 3 minutes. I might get up and grab a snack or refill my water real quick. But you know, and you say you're not a main character. Oh, I didn't ask to be the main character. The plot keeps showing up at my front door and robbing me for everything I'm worth. But no, Twitch forces me to run ads. I'm sorry. It's every hour on the hour that ads get run. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay. Season 2 isn't bad, but season 1 is far better. Yeah, I just heard it gets really propaganda-y and fucks up a lot of the messaging of season 1, you know? Love Less, there's a trans character, she's awesome, but only got a few scenes. It's just, I've heard it gets propaganda-y. And like kinda anti-poor. Chat, did you know I used to be homeless? Did you know if you subbed to twitch.tv/archivist, you get to skip ad time and hear more unhinged commentary? So true, so true. Chat, I used to be homeless. Like, maybe one of these days I'll watch it, but it's so I've heard it gets really propaganda-y. Arcane season 2. Like, I had friends tell me that I probably wouldn't like it. At least not as much as season 1, unfortunately, which it sucks, but that's how it goes sometimes. Hello, Gibbery! Welcome on in. If this is about homelessness, I am so sorry. God, that shit sucked. But hey, we escaped. We made it out. Alright. Fucking ads are gonna hit any second now, and once the ads run, I'm gonna go refill my water real quick. But Twitch is being weird. Twitch, what are you doing? AE always be proud that even if you went homeless, at least you didn't fuck a crypto, bro. Pot, I'm gonna kill you with a rock. Alright, be right back. Ah, buttons! Chat, can I be real for a moment? This is something only the subs here, okay? This is something only the subs here. God, it is such a pet peeve of mine when people come in and complain about the number of ads. Like, it's 3 minutes. Even if it was 3 ads, it would still be 3 minutes. Oftentimes, it's less. Because Twitch likes to show you less than that and be nice to you sometimes, but it's always 3 minutes. I'm sorry that it's 9 ads, it's 3 minutes. Even if it was just 5 ads, it'd still be 3 minutes. Like, I take the opportunity to stand up, stretch, grab snacks and shit. Do the same, you know? It's a little pet peeve of mine. I know ads are frustrating, but also they're a big part of my revenue as a content creator. But you know. Require my cheeks, but hey, it pays my favorite horse goober. Exactly. Like, I would love to not have to run any ads at all, but ultimately, Twitch is barely a profitable thing. They are a portion of my revenue, you know? Letting the ads play, you don't have to pay attention to them. You can jump off over to another tab and do whatever the hell you want, but like, just watching them does help me. Let me check, how much have I made in ad revenue this month? I'm probably not supposed to tell you this. I don't know if I'm allowed to. But yeah, I made over $100 in ad revenue this month. For context, how much has AE made off of streaming this month? About $500. So that's a fifth of my revenue in ads. Take my dollary dues, so you know. Watching them does help me. I would love to not have to run ads, I do just have to, but it does get me a little bit of revenue. Have ad block on my computer? Unfortunately, most ad blocks do not work for Twitch. And doing so can prevent you from being counted as a viewer. Some ad blockers will prevent you from being counted as a viewer on Twitch. Just be warned on that. it is a thing. Like, I know ultimately the overabundance of ads on social media platforms fucking sucks. It should not be the case. Um, it is really hampering the experience of people using the internet, and God, I wish I didn't have to deal with it. I wish none of us had to deal with it. But at the very least, it's a few minutes of our time. I usually pause games that I'm playing during them and or step away to take a break. I it does help me out. Should I get Twitch Premium then? Up to you. Up to you. 3 minutes per ad is too much. I mean, it's 3 minutes of ads per hour. So every hour, a 3-minute break, which I'll be so real. Before I started running mid-roll ads in those 3-minute an hour blocks, before I jumped to using that system, I used to never take breaks on stream. So I would go 6-hour streams, never, unless a stretch was redeemed, never standing up, never refilling my water, never grabbing a snack, etc. Never using the restroom, which was really bad for me. So I'll be honest, the 3 minutes per hour, I know it can be a lot. It's honestly the main reason. It's like the main thing I started pushing me to take care of myself. How much does it pay you with premium membership? So a subscription, I get about 50% revenue. 50% of the money goes to me. As far as Twitch Turbo, I don't know. No clue. But yeah, I treat it as a concession break. For those who are unaware, you can technically not run mid-roll ads as a Twitch streamer, but you will at that point have to deal with pre-roll ads. And pre-roll ads will basically kill your discovery or engagement on Twitch. Meow meow nibble nibble bark bark bite bite. If you only run pre-roll ads, you will basically kill your discovery and engagement to a point where you do not have a shot on the platform. Running mid-rolls, unfortunately, if you want to actually succeed on the platform, is basically necessary. And you have to run 3 minutes per hour in order to avoid pre-rolls. Basically, anytime you enter a stream, you get an ad, yes. So if you've ever walked into a stream and immediately got hit with an ad before you got to see the video, that's a pre-roll. And most people will immediately jump off a stream and not bother watching and look for someone who they don't get that on. It sucks. I wish it wasn't the case. It is the system we are playing. Rerolled ads sucks because the raiders get trapped in odds automatically. Also true. Pre-rolls can suck for that as well. Ultimately, like, we're just doing what we can to survive on these platforms. I genuinely or generally try to avoid, like, making any meaningful story progress in games or, doing anything too important when ads are running. It honestly has really helped me with taking care of myself as well. But it is standard, and the number of ads does not change the duration of it. It's still 3 minutes, whether you get 3 ads or whether you get 10. You know? Should be great for the first time in 2 years. Congrats, someone awesome. How you feeling? Also, as a human, it's good to take a break to get up and stretch, bathroom and drink water. Real. But yeah, I used to go entire 6-hour streams without a break. I only started like taking breaks when I started running the ads because it meant that, well, now there's this 3-minute period where a lot of people aren't watching anyway. A perfect opportunity for me to get up, stand up, and like grab a snack or use the restroom. So hype trains will snooze ads. They will not block them. The ad will just happen after the hype train ends. Which actually does fuck with us as streamers a little bit because we have to make sure we're hitting the 3 minutes per hour limit, but I've never had a problem hitting it myself. Mostly because I'm intentional about when I end stream, but you know. Hi, Royce. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Get so unreasonably angry when someone comes to the number of ads that play. Yeah, I was just commenting on how it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine because like it doesn't matter. Why are 9 20-second ads worse than 3-minute long ads, you know? Meow 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 meow. Like, and I know people don't mean to take it out on me as a streamer. I'm just a guy on the internet. But I have limited control of these things. You know. Again, if I had the ability to not run any ads on the channel, I would. But I have to. And these are the things we do to survive out here. Complaining about ads ain't doing anything about them, yeah. Well, me to see about ads, here's the perfect time to buy a sub. Real. That's real. That's real and valid. Only ads that have got to me got a YouTube ad that was 2.5 hours that unskippable. That is insane and sounds like a glitch. Nah, I do really hate how the internet has become increasingly monetized and full of advertisements. It is an unfortunate fact that like, okay, first of all, money is fake. Money is not real. But unfortunately, we live in a society where everyone assumes that money is real and things have to be profitable. A lot of services like Twitch and YouTube straight up aren't profitable. Again, all cost is arbitrary. The cost of everything is arbitrary, but the way those arbitrary costs have worked out, Twitch is not fucking profitable. There's even been discussion in it's a thing. It's a thing. So when these platforms increase their ads, it's because they're not making a profit. And it sucks and it harms creators, but it's also a thing that's happening. It kind of goes to show that capitalism is fucked. Many months at a time, had like 30 subs to different streams. Real. I'll be honest, there's only one sub I actively upkeep, but I want to eventually have the money to do so for other friends of mine. Pro tip, we can teach you to swim but not jump in the water. Real. How do you come out to cis friends as trans? Feel more safe with my queer friends online? It's hard. It's hard. It's okay to test the waters. It's okay to ask their opinions on queer and trans issues, but you just gotta bite the bullet, you know? So in most of my life, I have presented as, you know, openly trans for a long time. A lot of the time, I've just kind of not said anything and let people figure it out as well. But I did recently actually had the experience of like actively coming out for the first time in a while, in a specific environment. And yeah, you just kind of gotta bite the bullet. Most people won't give you trouble. But it's a thing. Hello, Monster Kicker, bark bark bite bite. Lovely to see ya. How you been? Since people aren't real, we can't actually hurt you. Had a pretty good October, I'm glad to hear. My October was rough, but I think it ended well, you know? I'm sending you licorice? Okay, do it. Paying for food and shelter is dystopic when you think about it. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like, all necessities should 100% be free. Like, food, shelter, water, all that crap 100% should just come as a right of being alive. Been good. The doctor said I may be developing asthma. I hope you're okay. Wishing you all the best. Wishing you all the best, okay? Before I realized I was trans, I was under the impression I was a lesbian, but straight forgot to come out. Just assumed everyone knew. That's so real, though. Huge issue with the business model that Amazon created with capturing the market by not making a profit and figuring out profit later. Yeah. Before I go, promise to raid me if I stream. I can't promise that because raids do depend a lot on like timings, and I can't check my entire like list of people I'm following very easily every time I raid out, and I do prioritize when people have events and stuff going on. If I get the opportunity, I'd be happy to raid you if it lines up, but I can't make a promise on that. I would be happy to support you when you do start streaming, 100%. It's just I can't make a firm promise, you know. Bear in mind that I regularly stream until like 1 to 2 in the morning. Two best friends are cis. They're the first people I came out to. If they're your friends, they'll love and support you. And if they don't, they were never your friends. But yeah, real. It's gonna hurt if people don't. But you just gotta bite the bullet. I have one neighbor that actively spouts turf rhetoric. I don't think I would ever mention being non-binary in public. How do I say this? I fully understand the desire to hide yourself in your environments that aren't safe, but there is so much power in being openly queer in an environment that may disdain you, which is not saying actively endanger yourself. If you're living in a household where coming out as trans would genuinely endanger your life, do not come out. But there's always going to be people in your area, people in the world who disdain you for being queer. You can't let that stop you from being happy. One day you might not have that neighbor anymore, but there's gonna be like a fucking coworker who is weird and transphobic. Uh, or hell, a politician or governor that hates you for fucking existing, and you can't let those people stop you. Uh, Existing in spite of the people who want to tear you down is important and valuable. It's something I've had to learn how to do. I have come to revel in being a problem for the people who fucking disdain me. And that's not an easy thing to learn, but it's a very valuable thing. Existence is resistance. Continuing to live and exist and be ourselves in environments where people are hostile to us is important, and we cannot improve the world or fight to make things better by hiding. I honestly think it's really important to have openly queer people in places that are less accepting to kind of like, how do I say? How do I say this? If we all leave the places that are hostile to us, there will be no one left to fight. That's part of why I am intending to live where I live for as long as possible. Because I would rather die at the hand of the goddamn state than let fascists and transphobes and bigots take my home away. Because if I leave, then no one else is fighting for this place, and someone needs to fight. Because if every queer person and leftist and marginalized person were to leave this place, you know, leaving behind the fact that a lot of people can't, either for financial reasons or for reasons of disability or whatnot. But if every person who was marginalized or queer or leftist left this place, it would continue to regress and become worse. I think it's honestly important for us as queer people to continue to exist in hostile spaces for the sake of fighting to improve those spaces, for the sake of not allowing those spaces to become worse. If we leave, things become harder for the people that can't. Yeah. If we leave, things become harder for the people that can't. And we can affect real change in our communities if we are willing to be loud in public. That's not easy, don't get me wrong, and not everyone is cut out for it. But I know I, for one, am going to continue to stand here and fight for as long as I possibly can. Existence is resistance. I'm not letting fascists take my home away. It's actually the quote you said when I first found you that stuck with me. I'm glad. Existence is resistance is a powerful phrase. Fuck it, I'll write to them one at a time. Do it. You got this. Respect trans rights are all divide the problem. Real. Something I personally love doing is triggering people by existing. For example, conservatives at my school who hate me because they don't fit their normal. Real. Real. It's hard sometimes, don't get me wrong, but like, being the queer boogeyman can be something I revel in at times. Even though I'm a scaredy cat and I'm working on it, I don't want to give in prematurely. I think by cohabiting with transphobes, we can change some of the perspectives. Also very true. Existing in like conservative spaces can be a means of changing their minds in some small way. It's a thing that I've encountered, particularly like, okay, fucking bold realization here. Something no one saw coming. I like guns. I think guns are pretty cool. I shoot guns on occasion. I have been known to occasionally use a firearm. And it's interesting being the queer person in a space that is typically not very queer, you know? It is an interesting experience being the queer person among a demographic that generally is considered to be our opponents. Hello, Parchi, welcome back. And I wouldn't say I've radicalized anyone by doing this, but by existing in those more conservative spaces as someone who, like, knows their way around a firearm and whatnot, I've actually meaningfully softened some folks' perspectives on both leftists and queer people. I didn't, you know, turn any conservatives into hardcore leftists, but I challenged their worldview by existing in their spaces and holding my own in their spaces to a point where, like, they've had to reevaluate elements of their worldview. And that means something. I challenge that idea that, like, all Democrats are a bunch of, you know. You understand the sentiments that I'm speaking to. Me and my buddies like to show up in the redneck gun rage, wearing full commie anarchist shit, and I love that. I love that. That's badass. That's the kind of shit I do, and it challenges worldviews. Hate the gun culture so heavily right-wing. Find firearms and ballistics to be really cool, but getting involved in the community has me going down the wrong pipeline. Yeah, it's a problem. The good news is when you go far enough left, you get your guns back. And I am genuinely a believer and an advocate for the idea that more marginalized people need to know how to defend themselves, and that includes knowing their way around guns. Only use hunting guns, but I do wish I could learn to use more guns. Come on down, I could help. I'm not gonna make anyone an anarchist by doing that, but I challenge worldviews, and that matters. And Lycan also made the really good point that by continuing to be loudly queer, that is a good influence on the kids. You're giving them, you're helping younger folk, by being present in their community, develop the idea and sense that there is more than just binary traditional gender out there for them. That matters. But hello, Parchi. Hope you're doing well. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. You can show them you're actually just a person with a face with an amorphous entity. Also that, yeah. Never would have guessed that the fox with a gun on his back would like guns. Hello, pizza. Bark, bark, bite, bite. If someone like AE is the dangerous radical left is the vaccinates kids and gives zero fucks about gender, that makes the left more appealing, not scarier. Convincing them by showing them that you're just a guy who's fun to be around can genuinely be enough to shake them from being this much against trans people. But yeah, literally. Like, oh, they have now had close contact with a trans person and found out that trans person's kinda cool. It's a start. It's something. And sure, that shouldn't be my job, but fuck it, I'm already gonna be in that space anyway. I might as well do so while being loudly and visibly queer. Hey, you got this, Vexgal? It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Love being the transhipper of family, especially as we grew up in the countryside. Real as all hell. Real as all hell. I love queer southerners. There's this one really cool project. One sec, let me see if I can find it. There is this it? One sec. Yeah, I think this is it. So there's this really cool project I discovered a couple months ago, called the Campaign for Southern Equality, which is basically an organization focused on leftist and especially LGBT rights within the South. Uh, this includes a lot of trans resources, like they have a somewhere in here a database of trans friendly doctors throughout all of the South. Yeah, trans affirming health and legal services within the South. Um, they've got some cool funding stuff. They've got a lot of information on just existing as a queer person and as a leftist within the South, and I think it's badass. I love queer Southerners. We're doing amazing work out here. Keep on fighting. HRT is making me so much fucking hungrier. That is real. Hey, trans people. If you want fat redistribution to happen, you need to eat more food. You need to eat more food. Hey, trans femmes, if you want to have Tibby, you need to eat a lot of food, and a lot of that food's gotta be like fatty and carb heavy, and you gotta let the fat redistribute, and then you can cut the weight if you really want to, but you gotta gain the weight first. And the opposite is true with testosterone. Hey, folks who are on testosterone, my trans masks in the audience, get that fucking protein in you. Consume protein. I know you want to. Make a fucking pot of chili. Trust me. So sandwich per house. Sandwich can help. Why no fat distribution but same amount of food? Because you're probably, what you're currently eating is not gaining or losing you weight. It is maintaining weight, typically. Typically you are at a maintenance weight and you are not gaining or losing weight, and you cannot redistribute if you are simply maintaining. That's the most simple explanation. Wait, that's why I'm craving pasta, literally. I'm gonna put on like 30 more pounds, but food's expensive. Food is so expensive. God, that's real, Rippy. Hey. In May, hopefully we'll make that easier. We'll figure it out. Trying to eat more. Finally 2 weeks without being in a weight. My doctor would consider me underweight. Oh, one sec. Let me get a proper update on this. I haven't given an update in a while. Where am I on gaining or losing weight? I've been walking a lot recently, so we might be back down under, but let's find out. Oh my god. Chad, he's not underweight anymore. I've recently finally crested the hill to not being underweight. And I've been trying to maintain that, and we're working on it. We're working on it. I am 3 pounds above the line for being underweight. Yay! I feel like I need to try to be more open about my non-binary. Live in a relatively decent area, not exactly clouded by politics. Still feel scary to be open in public, though. It is scary, but it's worth it. Yeah, AE is normal weight. AE is normal weight. Have terrible appetite. Don't really want to have that big tibbies. Maybe want to go for an A cup. Also completely valid. Like, do what's right for you. But a lot of people start HRT and they're like, why aren't I growing boob? Why no tibby? And it's like, it's because you're not eating enough. You need to eat more. Are we getting AE quality protein? No, not quality. I'm gonna start making high calorie, high carb pasta dishes specifically meant to gain weight. Then real. You got this, you got this. Eat like a cow. Take care of yourselves, okay, chat? Take care of yourselves. Tibby, you're just small. I want so much more. Eat more. There is also the genetic component. Don't get me wrong, the genetic component exists, but like, you gotta eat more. Consume. He's eating single microwave chicken nuggets. I'm out of chicken nuggets right now, Chad. It's so sad. I'm out of chicken nuggets right now. It's so sad. It's a tragedy. Did I say we get about 1 cup size smaller than our cis family? Interesting. Did not know that. It's kind of where I'm at. Alright, alright. Not bad. Not the chicken nuggets, no. See, I barely have Tibby. I barely have Tibby. There's very little Tibby on my body. And I'm very lucky for that fact, but... girlfriend has finally convinced me to increase my calorie intake by telling me to eat more when I complain about my tits only being slightly bigger than a cup. Literally, literally. There you go. There you go. To the trans masks, do not be too self-conscious about the size of your chest. The gym bros have C-cups. See, I'm very grateful that I, like, don't even need to wear a chest binder for my chest to look mostly flat. But you know. But different choices do what they need to for their bodies. But I have huge problems with diet culture. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this might come across a little bit mean. But I mean this with all the love in the world. And I'm saying this as a person who has suffered with this stuff from like the you know, opposite angle. Affectionately, with all the love to my trans femme friends, stop comparing yourself to the like top 1% of women and expecting that's what you need to look like. With all the love in the world, like this is a thing that all women deal with, having impossible body standards pushed onto them. For what is beauty and what the expectation of appearance is. This is just a issue with existing as a woman. But it really does scare me how often I see the, like, people post examples of what the expectation of bare minimum passing is, and they post like a, you know, top 1% most attractive woman instead of like an average person. I think it scares me sometimes how much the LGBT community on that end can really buy into beauty standards as someone who dealt with that from the opposite end. With all the love in the world. With all the love in the world. Here's my goals post photo of mom, also real as all fuck. It's a thing you'll see especially like on the 4chan side of things, which fuck that website. Fuck the culture there. But there's this massive like doomer expectation around how you need to meet certain standards in order to pass, and you'll never pass if you aren't, you know, in the top percentile when it comes to attractiveness and whatnot. And that's not true. That's not true. Beauty standards are a fucking pain, and I fear for people, I really want people to further deconstruct those. I know it's really hard when you're desperately trying to pass to let go of those beauty standards, but trust me, you don't want to develop an eating disorder. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Already look like my mom pre-E is gonna make it even worse. I'll be a proud, tall, muscled woman, if I don't lose too much muscle anyway, and I hope that goes well for you, genuinely. It does scare me sometimes, how much people, like, this again, it's a universal thing, that all women fucking deal with and suffer under the impossible beauty standards, but I think sometimes, and I again say this with all the love in the world, a lot of trans femme folk have not had as much time to deconstruct those things. And I am begging folks, like, please do not develop an eating disorder. Deconstruct the beauty standards that are being fed to you by the media. Everyone you see on TV is a fucking model who exists in like the top fucking percentile. Don't expect that of yourself. Be healthy. Look at what real women in your real life look like. Understand what passing, like, you don't have to exist in the top, you know, 10% to pass. You'll be okay. You know? Again, I say this gently with all the love in the world. I mean this again with all the love in the world. It scares me sometimes. Please eat, please take care of yourselves. The beauty standards you see on TV are not real. Hello, Miss Mischief. Welcome on in. Barbara Bite Bite. I look like someone's mom and I'm okay with that, and that's also real as all hell. That's real as all hell. As someone who was thin plus muscular until puberty and has been fat since having dieted for years, shit's fucked. Your body is good at whatever size. Also true. Also true. Just be careful and be safe, guys, okay? Okay? Just be careful and be safe. When Tyler starts HRT, I'll be making sure she eats more. Real. And all the best. Hello, hello, Miss Mischief. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But yeah, I don't know. That's one thing that I get scared to talk about sometimes because it's not my place to speak, but like, please, please do not buy into those beauty standards. It is a thing that is worth deconstructing as soon as possible. And I just, there's times where I see things online, and I'm like, oh, please don't fall down the eating disorder pipeline. Please. It's a thing that I have watched happen in people I've cared about as they've started to transition because they feel like they need to meet those impossible beauty standards, and I'm like, come on. It's not real. It's not real. Lucky to have parents who have always heavily opposed gender roles as well. A lot of relatively good online spaces give me a big touch in gender deconstructing. That's real as all hell. Break the beauty standards like AE wishes to break pathetic men. Real. Real as fuck. Give your body what it needs. Trust me. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Most people you see on TV and legacy media aren't real. Yeah, literally. There's a lot of digital editing and makeup and whatnot. Are breasts nice pillows? I don't fucking know. I don't know. They probably can be for some people. I'm just like, I'm begging folks to feed yourselves. I am begging folks to feed yourselves. Food is good for you, I promise. Food is good for you. I will say, one thing I am really proud of within this community, is that I haven't seen a whole lot of, like, doomer sentiments around transitioning around here. That's always a thing that I get scared of existing in trans circles online. Just the doomer mentality of, like, it's too late, you'll never pass, etc., etc. I see it way too often online, and I'm really proud of this community that we don't have that, and I hope if we ever encounter people who do deal with that mindset that we're able to help them. But it's a very deep mindset that scares me. The people who go like, oh, you haven't transitioned before 20, you're fucked type shit. Or you need to... The people who... It's very true that as a trans person you are held to a higher standard than cis people if you want to pass and you know, project gender quote-unquote correctly. But it scares me how much of the trans community holds on to these ideas that you need to be perfect in order to pass, and that you'll never actually make it, and hold on to that self-loathing and doomerism. I'm really proud of this community for not having too much of that. Hello, Index Page! Bark, bark, bite, bite. Lovely to see ya. I hope you've been alright. I hope you've been alright. Bark, bark, bite, bite. We need to chat or hang out sometime soon. I should have a bit more free time in these coming weeks. Just hit me up. I can throw my schedule at you sometime soon. Unfortunately, my schedule is extremely inconsistent week to week, but we can figure it out. I'm probably some flavor of gender liquid. On average, my goal would be non-binary based human feminine leaning features, slightly mass clothing presentation. So kind of what I am now, I guess. And that's also valid as all hell, Napalm Iguana. And I love that for you. Thank you for the hydrate mark rides. I appreciate it genuinely. above 20 in transitioning. Used to have that, oh, before 20 you're fucked. I saw a really nice TikTok the other day that was of someone, I think they were like they were over the age of 50 at the very least, but probably older given they had gray hair and whatnot, and they were just starting their transition. And it cut to a video of them, I think 3 years and 6 months in their transition, and he was looking absolutely incredible. It was a trans mask person. He was looking absolutely incredible. And that video gave me so much joy. It's never over. It's never too late. You'll be okay. And struggling and persevering, hey, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, genuinely. If you need HRT, it will save your life if you take it. It's never too late. Literally, it's never too late. One of the biggest things for me is those standards, I think, are even harder for people to fit most of the time, so I advocate what trans person people would need to. I mean, yeah, I think if there's a point to be made that, like, gendered stereotypes and lines hurt everyone. But what I mean to say is that, like, for example, as a trans mask person, if a cis man wears makeup, he's weird and gay. If I wear makeup, I'm not actually trans. And I'm actually lying, and I should detransition. You know? That's what I mean. When I say that, I mean that, like, a cis man is just weird for engaging with femininity, and it completely invalidates my transness if I do it, you know? Did the hydrate things throw? I think they did. I think they did. But yeah, keep on hanging in there, Paige. All the best, all the best. Had the pleasure of making friends with a fellow trans femme that started at, 54, and she looks like every other older woman in her age group, and that's fucking lovely, genuinely. You would look lovely in lipstick. See, I don't wear makeup because I get overstimulated by it and don't like when things touch my face, but, like, it's the fact that I can't, you know? Counterpoint, boys look really hot in makeup. They do, but as a trans person, if I do it, it's used to attack my transition. I actually encountered this quite a bit with the I Don't Regret Girlhood video. Not too many comments on the video itself did this, a few did, but the majority of the comments were either people who were like, oh, this means a lot to me, or people going, no, you're wrong. Like, the majority of the comments on the video were either a mix of, oh, this meant a lot to me, thank you for speaking about this thing that I've been feeling in some capacity, or people just telling me that I'm wrong. Not a whole lot of people in the comments themselves invalidating my identity, but there were a lot of people on Reddit who, most of them without even watching the video, used it to invalidate me and to tell me that I'm not actually trans, in a format where they probably thought I was never gonna see it. And fuck that. It's a tactile thing that prevents your makeup. Yeah, it's overstimulation. It's the autism. It's a texture thing. And if a woman doesn't shave, she's seen as weird or lesbian, but if a trans woman doesn't shave, she's validated and called not a real woman and not really trans. Yeah, exactly. Like, as trans people, we have higher expectations for the performance of gender, and it fucking sucks. It's the exact reason why I don't wear makeup either. Also real as all hell. I'm glad I'm not alone in that. Such a transphobic belief your gender is eternal, but you choose to wear it does not determine your gender. Yeah, but a lot of people were like, oh, what do you miss girlhood? You're not really trans, you're a fucking trender. And I'm like, I hate that shit. Shut up, actually. You don't know. You don't know jack shit about me. You don't know jack shit about me. Like, ultimately, it's just inevitably gonna happen, but fuck that shit. Trending, my balls are trending towards your mouth, real as fuck. Why disregard Redditors' opinions? I mean, I also do, and ultimately, it doesn't bother or hurt me. I don't care if people are mean to me on the internet. If you're going to be a content creator, you need to have thick skin. You cannot be a content creator if someone calling you a slur or anything of that nature is going to get to you. You know? Like, this is one of the things that I'm honestly this is one of those hard truths just about existing as a creator, and one of the things that like I hesitate to say but is extremely true and I think people need to hear. If you want to exist in the content sphere, you need to be prepared for people to be an asshole to you. There are gonna be people, no matter what size you are, who come in to attack your identity, who throw slurs at you, who insult you in various capacities. It is just an inevitable part of existing in the public eye, and you need to be okay with that. You need to develop the skin to deal with that. That's just part of the deal. Sure, they shouldn't do that, and we can say all day that they shouldn't. It doesn't change the fact that they will and do. This shit does not bother me. I just think it's sad. I just think it's sad. Gender is based on your look, it's based on what you tell me your gender is also real, exactly. Resilience is mandatory for a job dealing with the public, especially as a content creator. Exactly. 7 billion people in the world. If one person doesn't like me, then there's 6.9 billion people who might still like me real. Some people really like sky stuff, even though I didn't have a feminine bone in my body. It doesn't make me any less of a woman. Exactly. I still enjoy some fucking, like, feminine games and interests, and that's real as hell. Mizo Taku, welcome on in. Bye. Welcome on in. I don't think girlhood feels the same to me as when I said I hate being a boy. We're referring to the point in our lives before we knew we were trans, and how we're socialized when we were a child. Yeah. Because like I don't know if I was ever a girl. I don't know where I exist in the camp, because there's a lot of trans people who say, oh, I was always what I identify as now, and there's trans people who go, oh, I didn't have a gender when I was young, but now I am this thing. And there's people who go, no, I was this other thing and now I am this thing. And I don't know where I sit in this. To be honest, I don't think it matters. I think all that matters is I grew up perceived and understood to be a girl by everyone, including myself. And so the experiences that I had were that of a girlhood, you know? And there are things I hated about that girlhood. There are things I loved about it. I do think that most of the things that hurt and sucked, and when things really started to feel wrong, was when I started to get presented with womanhood. But ultimately, there are things about girlhood that I still care about and value. There are also things about boyhood I wish I could have had. I wish I could have played video games. I wish I could have played outside. I wish I could have roughhoused. I wish those things could have been acceptable for me. I wish I didn't have the pressure put on me to be well-mannered and neat and clean and tidy all the time. To have to be polite, etc. But there are still things about girlhood that I value, and I don't have to let go of all of it. Your story's your journey, and you'll rarely experience the same life or point of view. Also real as all hell. Didn't understand being a boy or man. Also real. It's almost like it's a very individualistic thing, and so keeping transformation of one's person's self-expression is completely meaningless. Yeah, real. Exactly. I need to stop saying real. I keep saying real. It's becoming a thing. It's becoming too common a phrase in my lexicon. When I was younger, from boyhood and a really surface level, never really saw any value in being masculine. Also valid. You know? I just enjoy fucking horse girl games and My Little Pony and dress up games and whatnot, and that's okay, and I'm allowed to enjoy that stuff. And I'm glad I had the opportunity when I was young to learn how to deal with my emotions and to cry, and to be gentle and to be artistic. I'm glad I had those experiences, and I would be a fundamentally different person if I didn't. He's so young, he's so connected with the youth. I hate the bunch of reels in chat. Fuck you all. Fuck you guys. Now you're gonna start calling me out on it. Same here, also like boy things, too. I am fluid, and that's also very valid. I was a boy. I enjoyed being a boy. Discovered had some traits associated with girls. Become non-binary. Did my time as a non-binary person. Recently learned I'm trans, and that's also valid. Lucky, I am going to stab you. Childhood ended when I was around 10. That's when I first realized I was trans. Nods, nods. If you were a joke to make now that I'm living my hometown after 15 years and running into people used to know but don't recognize me. Yeah, I used to wear a red hoodie. My hair was shorter. Oh, and I used to be a boy. I love that though. AE tidy. I can believe that. AE polite. Get out of here. That's the thing that I dealt with as a kid. It's the, you know, silent, seen but not heard, I soft, polite, quiet, you know. What made me realize I was non-binary was watching videos how men were socialized, both positive and toxic masculinity, and being absolutely miffed over it. Interesting. I just came in to talk about Chainsaw Man and how it breaks me. See, I never finished it. I only watched the first couple episodes of Chainsaw Man because I was watching it with a friend. And I'm the kind of person who I get really attached to things, so my brain got so attached to the fact that this is a thing that I was watching with that specific friend. And I'm like, I could never bring myself to continue watching it because I couldn't watch it with that one specific friend. You're okay, Monster Kicker. That's not necessary to contribute. I appreciate you being here regardless. Apologies that we've been on like an hour-long gender rant. It happens sometimes. Sometimes I go on an hour-long gender rant. But like I got so attached to the fact that this was a piece of media that I was engaging with the specific friend that like now I don't know how to continue it. God. Love your hour-long gender rants. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes there's a stream long. Sometimes there's a stream long gender rant. Yeah. We'll eventually play Signalis, I promise. We're doing a 7-hour stream tonight because I'm raiding into Safi. And we will be playing some Silent Hill 2 with Safi. So it's gonna be a long one tonight. It's gonna be a 7-hour one. I mean, question, how the fuck does one know what cup size they are? Do you just guess? Can I be so real? I don't know. That's something I always refuse to do because the thought of it deeply disturbed me because I had so much deep dysphoria over my chest that I just never did it. Yeah, apparently you just measure yourself. I don't know. Is that something I want to find out? I'm half tempted to find out right now. Chat, I'm half tempted to find out right now. What the fuck is a measuring cup? Okay, okay. The measuring cup thing is a joke. The measuring cup thing is a joke. Measuring cup, that's the thing in your kitchen that you use to measure cups of liquid. The measuring cup thing is a joke. Also, you don't know me, but I'll still watch Chainsaw Man with you. You know what? Maybe that's what we do during the watch party. Who knows? Maybe that's what we do with the watch party. May not be here for much longer. It's almost 3 a.m. my time. Go to sleep. Tune back in. You have to explain a measuring cup. Yes, I had to explain what a measuring cup is. One second. You know what? I'm gonna look up how you measure this shit. I probably shouldn't do that on stream, but like, this is something I've never done before. Cause I always just refused when I was young. Cause I really fucking hated engaging with any of that shit. I never wanted anything to touch my chest. I have a tape measure. One sec. Where's my tape measure? Okay. I can't believe I'm about to do this live on stream. I think it's for the bit, chat. It's for the bit. Glad I got to hang out with y'all today in chat. It's always lovely to see you, Virgil. I appreciate you being here and hanging out. I wish I streamed at an easier time for the Europeans to catch, but alas. You take care, okay, okay? I want to know if I'm an A cup or a B cup. I'm a cis man. I'm just fat. Real. It's for the bit, chat. It's for the bit. Okay, so that's a 31. And then the other number... This is so stupid. One sec. I'm struggling with the logistics of this, chat. You know what? I'm literally gonna take my shirt off for this. I need to take my shirt off for this. Give me a second, chat. I can't get a good angle. Wait, did I do the first part right? Crap. I'm not sure if I did the first part right. Oh, I definitely did the first part wrong. Give me a second. Chat freaking out at the thought. Okay, so the first number is a 30, actually. Okay. That's a 30B. There you go, if anyone ever needed to know. Have a question for anyone, but mainly trans femmes. Does anyone else get the random birds just twirl around randomly? I think so. I've heard about it before. A lot of people love when dress goes spinny, from what I've heard. I've heard the trans femmes do enjoy when dress goes spinny. I don't really wear dresses anymore, I don't really fuck with them, but back when I did enjoy dress go spinny. So, you know, take that as you will. Anyway, that's information that I'll never need to use. Yay, I'm normal! Congratulations! The chill still gets me supper. The things I fucking do on stream, chat. The things I fucking do on stream. Alright, I'm normal. I'm normal. Very much gender fluid. Always swung in and out of different preferences. Gender over time. Just have much more advanced conceptualization of my gender now than I did back then. Also real. Dude, kilt for real. I mean, kilts are valid. Not supporter of patch kilts. I've never considered making one. I gotta finish my like current pants first. Maybe one of these days. Maybe one of these days. Thank you for the curse of scuff. Napalm Iguana, I appreciate it. Ads will be hitting in a minute. Apologies, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Don't worry, I'll still be here when the ad break ends. Tradesies. Nah, chat, I really need to finish my my fucking patch pants. They've been in the works for too long. They also smell like crap after Fest, but that's kind of how patch pants work. I'm gonna have to try and hand wash them because I'm not throwing that shit in the machine. But oh my god. My jacket is so fucked after Fest. Oh, god, a lot of the stitching on my pants got messed up. Luckily my jacket's still in good condition. But my fucking... my pants are screwed right now. Bunch of my my stitches are popped as well. I'm with you on that, I'm with you. Finish your pants like half-made pants you were wearing. No, my patch pants. My punk patch pants. They're very cool. Well, if I was repair team when? I would love to sometime. Not this week, because I'm gonna be on with Safi tonight, and I need to take a break from weed, and if I'm around you, I know weed's gonna be there. All the love in the world, I know if I'm around you, there will be weed. Hey, I'm not always high, buddy. Buddy. What is a patch pants? They're literally, it's a punk thing. They're just pants that are covered in patches. My pants are just covered in a bunch of folk punk patches. They're also sometimes known as crust pants because you cannot wash patch pants without damaging them. So therefore they get a little bit crusty and stinky. It's just a fucking punk thing. The same way we have battle jackets that are covered in patches, it's the same thing with pants. Really need to dry clean my custom leather jacket, getting a bit dirty. Do it, do it. Dry clean them? One sec, what is dry clean? Because the issue with cleaning patch pants is one, there's a bunch of patches sewn onto them very sloppily. That could easily, you know, get torn up or removed in the wash. And two, a lot of those patches are painted. And that paint is going to potentially rub off with running water. Dry cleaning is sticky, can make it take a bath and see how bad the bath water gets. Yeah, literally. I missed the message that was important. One sec, let me look up. Was it sent by you? Apologies, I don't really have the ability to scroll back up in chat because my version of Twitch is a little bit fucked recently. My browser's been screwed, so I cannot scroll up. Used to enjoy identifying and being labeled as a boy for a while when I was younger, then I started to see how gender actually functions in society, gradually grew away from the concept of masculinity ahead of the time. Also growing as a person helped me embrace more conventionally femme traits, and eventually started thinking more and more about gender as a concept. Eventually everything came crashing down when I realized fully who I am. Got it. Skull Rider. I don't know if you've heard me talk about this before, but I am a big proponent of the idea that boy and man, as well as girl and woman, are separate gendered experiences and categories that come with their own expectations and standards. So a lot of the time I talk about how, like, I don't regret girlhood and being a girl wasn't that bad, but womanhood was the problem. Because under my conceptualization of gender, girl and woman are separate gendered experiences and categories. And I think it's actually really interesting the way that, like, the category of girl is weaponized to infantilize and attack women when, like, people don't want to give women respect, etc. It's a whole thing. But anyway, that's besides the point. I wonder if you would say your experience kind of lines up with that idea that girlhood and boyhood versus girlhood and womanhood versus boyhood and manhood are like distinct gender experiences. Because that's very much how I feel in relation to my girlhood. Dry wash means taking dust baths like chinchillas. You take care, Highline, bark bark bite bite, all the best. Take care. Welcome back from ads. Thank you for the hydrates. I appreciate it. Listen, I gotta run the ads. Twitch says so. Thank you for the exercise, Cosmic. Any particular request? Do throw it at me. Jumping jacks? Alright, I can do that. I'll get you 10. One moment. I'm gonna stand up for this, alright? Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I want to see what my heart rate does after that. $109. Heart rate of 109 after that, chat. So what I mean when I say that, Darkwood Rider, is that the expectations of girlhood get weaponized against women. So like when a woman is quote unquote acting up, quote unquote being defiant or like expressing emotion, or anything of that nature, oftentimes will get reduced or treated like a girl and have the girl standards brought back for the sake of like invalidating, you know? What are you trying to get your exercising resting heart rate down to? Oh, Mark Rides. My resting heart rate is about 60. My resting heart rate is about 60. What was my resting today? I have an absurdly low resting heart rate, usually anywhere between 55 and 65, according to my Fitbit. If I stand up, my heart rate will jump to 90 plus. I'm ill. I'm broken. I probably have POTS, which is a medical condition wherein the nervous system does not properly modulate the heart rate. Oh god, my heart rate spiked at 170 today at 4 p.m. What the fuck was I doing at 4 p.m.? What the fuck? Yeah, my resting heart rate today was about 62. Yesterday was 65. 64 on this day. 63. 62 a few days ago. 61. Yeah, my heart rate ranges from like the mid 50s to the mid 60s. I have the opposite thing. Mine is like 45 at rest. But yeah, no, my heart rate will jump up to like 100 plus when I'm just going about my day-to-day lives. Mine spiked at 120 while I was getting a heart scan yesterday. 10 reps of the British are coming, 5 reps of tally ho lads, 15 reps of give them a volley. I'm a slave driver in the pit. Oh, my heart rate was going crazy all the fest. Appreciate for the lurk, Connie. All the best. Go get some food. Go get some food. Let's see. Last day of fest. What was my heart rate looking like? Yeah, my heart rate also peaked at 170 during fest. I spent about 2 hours in the quote-unquote heart rate zones, which are the zones where it's considered you're exercising. Lol Lamau. The day before, about an hour and a half in those ranges, and the day before that, about 3 hours in those ranges. Peaking at 180 on fucking Friday. Thank you for the hydrate, Adele. I appreciate it. Admittedly, I was moshing then, so you know. We don't use girl as expectations in Spanish, so it makes the ones in English sound worse to us. Like, don't get me wrong, the validation of infantilization just happened. We just don't use girl in Spanish. Yeah, yeah. That's what I was getting at. That like it's about the standards more than words. Regularly get to 130 while doing laundry. Yeah. Heart rate is relatively normal. Have super high blood pressure due to my heart being about 25% larger than average. Interesting. No, my heart rate, you can tell looking at like my heart rate monitor stuff when I wake up, because my heart rate pretty much immediately jumps 20 to 30 BPM. When I stand up, when I start going about my day, my heart rate jumps up massively. Which is usually indicative of POTS or a similar condition. Just remember to have a bowl of food beside me. It's been there untouched for the last 2 hours. Be careful. Remember you talking about this on the Silent Hill F stream and has helped me further understand my own gender? To answer the question, yes, in the past, felt like maturing as a person has fundamentally changed my gender identity from what it was before. I've also grown as a person the last 2 to 3 years, but than my whole life until that point, so a lot has changed. I also relate when you said that probably girlhood is womanhood. In fact, honestly, applies in both ways for me. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Hey, I'm glad to help people sort themselves out and to be a positive role model in the queer community. Because God knows we need more of those. There are not enough, like, high-profile queer content creators in the world. And there's so few, like, fucking trans-masc individuals out here that are making stuff super visibly. So I'm happy to be a positive force in these communities. Result from jumping jacks, 68 to 109. Hard to so good, real. Hey, we peaked at the same number. Nah, the heart is fucky. The heart is an organ that sure does work. You know, chat? My heart sure is doing things. It's not doing what it's supposed to, but it sure is doing things. It sure is doing things. Hey chat, I appreciate you all, genuinely. This community means the world to me. Jumping jacks are the best. I mean, they're fun, they're chill. I do want to get more exercise in, but I want to do more stuff that's for muscle gain rather than for, like, aerobic stuff. You understand me, chat. I want to do more stuff that's focused on muscle gain. I wanna get jacked. No. I wanna have some lean muscle. Lean muscle's my goal. Resting heart rate is like 60 or 70, and he sudden strong exertion force usually pushes it to 110. So I'm talking about standing up usually gets me to 90 to 100. Changing as a person has made me identify less with the feeling of boyhood that I used to enjoy. Also valid. Also valid. Floor time now, completely unrelated, absolutely. Chat, what if I did get absolutely jacked? What if that happened? What would you do? Not like you'd know, but what if that happened? What if AE strong arc? That's not good, I don't think. Yeah, exactly why I think I might have POTS. Heart rate ain't normal, I know. It's why I think I have POTS. I'm not normal in any regard. Buffkivist, gift a sub to swing off your flexing arm. Strong fops, I can pick up the bullies and put them elsewhere. Picture didn't happen real. Chat, one of these days, I am actually thinking, and I've talked about this a couple times, I'm very likely going to Offkai, TwitchCon, or both next year, which are public events, and you shouldn't go to those events specifically intending to meet me, but if you happen to be there, my normal policies apply. You can talk to me, just don't take any photos. Dysfunction of your entire autonomic nervous system. Yes. What does POTS stand for? Yeah, Lycan's got it. Don't ask me to pronounce those words. They're big words, and I'm just a critter. My brain's not big enough for those big words. But those are the words. Are you strong yet? I would like to eat some pickles and the jar is unopened. I can open your pickle jar for you, I promise. You would look like a twunk and still be put in air jail with an arm. I'm 5'10". You can't put me in fucking air jail. I'm 5'10". You can't put me in air jail. Rude. You could suplex me? I probably could. Twink jail? How dare you? Enjoy your lurk, Darkwood Rider. Enjoy your lurk. Listen, I used to be good at pronouncing medical terms. I can't anymore. We can put you in air jail if we call it crowd surfing. Listen, if you start calling it crowd surfing, then you can put me in air jail, sure. If you started calling it crowd surfing, you put me in air jail any day. But you're not calling it crowd surfing. So I think not. The lion Fops does not concern himself with such trivial matters as pronunciation. I do care about pronouncing things correctly. I get scared that I'm not. We love having unpronounceable conditions. Damn, looks like 813 is making me lose 1 more inch, so that fight is fair. Wonder, I will beat you up. I'll just wear my tall boots. I'll wear the tall boots. Oh, chat, I talked about this yesterday, but I'm gonna talk, not, sorry, I talked about this on Monday. Time's not real. I measure time in days I stream, not in like actual days. So my brain's constantly like, yeah, yesterday was the last day I streamed. It usually isn't. If I didn't stream on a certain day, it didn't exist in my brain. But I talked about this last stream, and I'm gonna talk about it again. Y'all know me and my love of leather and leather boots. I made an impulse purchase on Saturday while I was at Fest, and I have no regrets. Look at these fucking beauties! Look at them! Those are fucking like leather boot roller skates from the fucking 50s or 60s. You got a pick at the bottom? Oh, yeah, give me a second. I can do that. I can grab you a pick at the bottom. Not really anything special going on with them. I can grab it for you. Okay, they both have writing on the bottoms, but it's a little bit hard. I can't hold them both up at once while also taking a photo. Give me a second. But look at those fucking beauties, chat. It means I have another fucking piece of leather I need to care for, but like, look at that. Alright. Alright, now I need to send those to myself. Also, hi Wonder. I'm surprised you're awake this late, given you run on grandma time. God. Thank you, Lavender the Deer, for the follow. I appreciate it. Grum, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, folks. Hello, everybody. Mods, can we get a shout out while I'm sending this thing to myself? Hello, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not virtual games and do art here on twitch.tv. I'm a bastard, a loud leftist, a trans individual on the internet. I make video essays, I yap a lot, I talk about queer shit, I talk about punk shit. It's lovely to have y'all. How are you doing tonight? Also, I bite people. That's very important to mention. God, I fucking love biting people. My teeth are so sharp. Please let me bite you. Please. Also have to immediately leave. Apologies. No worries. You take care, Grum. Everyone go give Grum some love, alright? Alright. Give some support. Give some love. Do what you gotta do. Bite me. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Nom 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 nom. Whatever you were up to, I hope was absolutely incredible. You take care of yourself. Do what you need to. Pleasure to see you, as per always. Guys, Grum, they're so cool. Go give them love. Drop a follow. Hello, Blaziken. Barper bye bye. Been a very dysfunctional few days, but I'm here. It's lovely to see you. Testing new model and software for new model mostly? Hell yeah. But no, get that raid and run. Do what you gotta. I'm showing off some boots that I purchased, some roller skates that I purchased. And they're very cool. Someone asked to see the underside. Here's what the underside looks like. It's got some kind of writing on it. Don't really know what it says. This would look so cool with yellow laces, tied ladder style. See, I mostly straight lace my boots, actually. I really like how straight lacing looks rather than ladder lacing, but I'll consider it. Oh, he bites people, follows everyone probably. I love biting people so much. But no, hope everyone coming in with the raid is doing absolutely incredible. All the best, all the best. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Former owner Ed. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ed, for your service. Very late, need to go nap? Or you take care, you take care. Go get some sleep, Napalm. All the best. Is there such a thing as gay laces? Yeah, purple. So lace code is a thing. There is this thing called lace code. It is no longer in active use in the majority of the world, but for a good bit of, you know, alt history, primarily among skinheads, there was this trend of using shoelace colors to signify your political beliefs or ideologies. Bear in mind before I talk any further about lace code. One, lace code is barely used anymore. There are some scenes and locations where it may still be used, but that's about knowing your local area. In most of the world, most of the time, lace code is no longer in use. Two, it only applies to ladder-laced combat boots. It doesn't matter what shoelaces you're wearing on your Converse, you're fine. This is only about combat boots that are ladder laced. Ladder lacing being a style of lacing boots, as opposed to like the traditional lace style that you see. Now, there's a few different colors that have meanings. Your most common ones you're going to see referenced are going to be red, which meant someone was a Nazi in most of America. Be aware that these have different meanings in some other locations and countries. White, which meant you were a white supremacist. Yellow, which meant that you were quote-unquote sharp, skinheads against racial prejudice. And blue, which meant that you killed a cop. Other colors that were in use, the other big one was purple, which usually meant something regarding being queer or like LGBT rights. So if you want gay shoelaces, you want to take your combat boots and you want to lace them, ladder lace them with purple. Again, not in use actively anymore, only applies to ladder laced combat boots. I thought red would mean communist. It does in some countries. In some countries, red shoelaces refer to communist. In most of America, it meant you were a Nazi. Again, not in usage. Did we start the game yet? No, Pyro, we have not. Probably soon. Probably at the 4-hour mark at the latest. You could roll me over those boots, real. But yeah, your gay shoelaces are gonna be your purple ones. Check with local scene first. Yeah, know your local scene before you put any kind of colored laces on your boots. Before you fucking ladder lace your boots, just look at your local scene. Pay attention. Is anyone wearing colored shoelaces? Does this seem to be a thing in your local scene? Because it might not. You never know. Yellow sounds oxymoron. Skinheads against racial prejudice. Yeah, because skinheads had a really big racism problem. And a really big Nazi problem. It's a thing you still see remnants of in the skinhead and metalhead community, but back in the day, there was a big Nazi problem, especially in the skinhead community. Actively means nothing is neutral, yes. Like if you're new to a scene and you don't know your way around black laces, but get to know your own scene before you engage with any kind of lace code. Again, it's dead in most of the US. Can't really speak for other countries, can't speak for specific cities. I would still genuinely recommend against ladder lacing red or white like fucking ever. Especially if you're posting pictures of yourself online, because people don't have the context of like what city you're in and whatnot, and your individual scene. And there will be children on the internet who overreact without context. So I would still recommend against it, but you know. I'll be honest, I don't even ladder lace my boots. I straight lace them because I like how straight lacing looks. But you know. Ladder lace is like my point with saying lace code is dead is like, don't assume people's beliefs off of how they have their shoes laced unless it is actively still in use in your community. But I would still say not to do it just because some other people might make assumptions. But I really like how straight lacing looks. One second. So straight lacing as opposed to ladder lacing looks like this. Okay, can I get like an actual good picture? Straight lacing like this where it's just straight across. I really like how it looks. Just straight across. So I straight lace my boots. The only thing straight about AE is laces. Looks more like a ladder than ladder lacing. Yeah, true. Your ladder lacing. There was a picture in here of ladder lacing somewhere. Where was it? One of these pictures showed ladder lacing. This, okay. This just the difference between straight lacing and ladder lacing. Straight versus ladder. Got some dark martens at a recent trip. Got some pattern laces with yellow and brown. Ooh, nice. Those should be safe. Those should be safe. No, I love straight laced boots. I think they look so cool. Ladder has the sides between the eyelets, so it looks like a ladder. Yeah, exactly. So you can kind of see the ladder shape here. This is also ladder laced. But yeah, I think straight laces look cool. And they're also fun to do. But they take forever to, yeah, I just think straight laces look better. I just think straight laced boots look better. Just get boots that don't need to be laced. Disagree. Yeah, I don't like how cluttered ladder laces look. I think straight laces look very, like, clean, neat. I like them. It's also sometimes known as a bar lacing as well. I like them. I think they look cool. It's one of the, okay, so part of the reasons why I do it low-key is because my main like daily wear boots are a pair of military boots, and that's one of the main styles that like military boots are laced in. I think it looks, I think it looks cool. They've sold me on straight lacing. Look, they look cool. There's not much more I can say beyond the fact that they just look really cool. So the ladder lacing is like the history behind it. Also completely fair. I just think it looks a little bit too cluttered, especially with like colored laces. I think the history is really cool. I'm very active in my local punk community. I'm a loud ass punk. And I love everything that comes along with being punk. I think straight laces look cool. I think they look cool. I'm adverse to lace boots because of how I got hurt. That's fair. But like as a punk, there's nothing better than a pair of like old military boots. If fucking fascists and authoritarians are allowed to be hot, so am I. I'm gonna steal their goddamn boots. Put candy beads on my laces, which I love. I adore that. I want to do more shit like that, Ribby. I just don't have the fucking time. Oh, chat, I'm so mad because the other day I bought what I thought was another pair of black laces for my other pair of boots, and turns out they were brown. I accidentally bought brown laces when I was trying to buy fucking new black ones, and I'm mad about it. Never learned how to tie my shoes. You're not the only person I know who never learned, actually, surprisingly. You're not the only person I know who only recently learned how to, or okay. The other person I know recently learned how to tie their shoes, but you're not the only person I've ever known. But God, chat, just like... One sec. Let me pull up this additional picture I took. These things, they're gonna need some like tender love and care soon, but oh my God, those are gonna look so nice cleaned up. I'm gonna have to pull out all of my leather cleaning supplies. I've got some fucking saddle soap and shit lying around. But oh my God, do brown laces have any significance? No, but they're not black, and I wanted black laces. Walk a mile in someone's boots before you judge them. That way, you're a mile away and have their boots. Fun fact, we learned how to lace our shoes quite late compared to most people around us, like we were already teens. Which is completely fair, like fucking learn things at your own pace, I just find it funny. Ever heard of a TX2? I don't think so, Vexgal. Letter lacing means nothing on sneakers. There's a tutorial on how to letter lace. I want to letter lace my new balance. There's lots of tutorials online. There are dozens of tutorials online for how to letter lace. Don't worry. But yeah, letter lacing, it only means something on combat boots. Heels were meant for men who were cavalry units originally. Real. Visibility can make tying laces difficult too. If you can't do laces, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with not doing laces, but like, I like them. I like them. I am a sucker for a nice pair of leather boots, okay? I love my boots. Big boots enjoyer. Points itself, he loves his boots. God, I want to collect more boots, but it's already so much work to take care of the pairs that I have. I'm very into the care for them and whatnot. Why did I imagine you wearing the boots, bending over to take that pic? Nah. But they're a very nice pair of like leather roller skates, and I'm very, very excited to clean them up. And I don't actually know how to roller skate, so I'm gonna have to learn how to roller skate in them. That's gonna be wild. Love my hiking boots, they're so nice and comfy. I just like boots. Boots are nice. Boots are nice. Like lace boots with the side zip so I can have both fashion and accessibility. Completely fair. You know what's even cooler? Smart shoes that shut down if they're not connected to the internet. That better not be real. You better be fucking with me. We better not already live in a world with smart shoes. No, they are. What? 1 second. Hey Google. Hey Google. Hey Google. Oh my god. What do you mean we have smart shoes? What do smart shoes even do? What do they do? What's the point? Record a biometric data, allowing users to review the information via apps and setting suggestions on how the wearer can live a better, even more complicated life. Okay. If this is just, like, okay. If this is just technology for, like, step tracking and recording other biometric data, I don't have a problem with that. But what? we have shit like this. Points at my fucking Fitbit. Smart shoes track your steps and the treads wear for replacement. See, I don't terribly mind that, but we already have pedometers and shit. They can also lace themselves? Yeah, apparently they're just like fancy step trackers. Smart shoes will come with self-driving cars, so cars can detect pedestrians. There'll be a law, you have to wear them. Think laws against jaywalking. I love jaywalking. Predators online lurk time. Enjoy your lurk, Carolyn. All the best. All the best. God. Chat, I hate transhumanism. I dread the day of like common cybernetic implants. You know that shit's gonna be full of advertisements. You know if you ever get like an eye implant or a brain implant, they're just gonna be fucking pushing ads directly into your brain that you can't turn off. Digital billboards are gonna be like a fucking thing. First I thought smart shoes were shoes that gave you a bonus in intellect. Real. I would wear the intellect boosting shoes. Also, watch this GPS guiding you to local Smart Boys meetup group gathering for smart shoe discussions. As in my brain when we can decide it's time to violate. Don't. Okay, don't say that. That's really funny. Don't say that. For my fucking safety. I have. For folks who are new around here, fun fact, I got investigated by the FBI earlier this year. It wasn't even for anything I said. No, you're okay, Druid of these. It's really funny. I'm playing it safe. I'm starting to get more comfortable after everything that happened, but like, y'all, we gotta be careful. No, you're okay. And honestly, I don't think that one went too far, but that was approaching the line. Chat, don't be the reason the FBI knock on my door again. It was very funny. It will make me turn my burrito 44.9 degrees. I do love just absolutely absurd threats, you know? Those ones are funny. Hopeful for a better use when a person driven practicality and constantly thinking about practical use for cybernetics. There are lots of practical uses, I just don't think they're worth the consequences, you know? That's my take. Came out, female friend, sheer silence is killing me. She saw my message, text no reply. I hope it goes well, Vexgal. All the best, all the best. We all have our FBI agents with us. I was genuine subject of a genuine FBI investigation. It's a thing that happened. I had a nice little sit-down interview. It was terrifying. Would not recommend. Don't fuck with the FBI, chat. Don't fuck with them. Probably an FBI agent in chat right now. Probably one of the Discord server. You've already been investigated once. That's my fear, you know. I don't think they're constantly keeping tabs on me, but I feel like there is the risk and I want to play it safe. Which is why we have the rules against any kind of like violent rhetoric, you know? Big yawn. But yeah, no, I'm a trans leftist on the internet, and I'll be honest, getting investigated by the FBI is what pushed me to be more political in my content. Or at least part of. I was always, you know, loudly punk and leftist, and queer and whatnot, but I held back a lot of the stronger points and didn't let it be a central point or piece of my content out of, you know, fear of attracting the wrong attention and alienating potential audiences and whatnot. But getting investigated by the FBI made me realize that I'm gonna deal with this crap even if I'm quiet. Being quiet and not speaking openly on my beliefs is not going to save me from the harassment that comes from existing as trans on the internet. I might as well lean into it. Being a professional problem? Exactly. So FBI agent probably. This punk is my favorite streamer. Oh no, my left leg subscription ran out. Now it'll lock up every 50 subs an hour. So my full take on transhumanism is that you cannot have transhumanism healthily in a capitalist system or in a system with a strong centralized government. Transhumanism can only ever work in an anarcho-communist setting without, you know, potentially exploiting and fucking over disabled people and entire marginalized communities and creating new wealth disparities and social classes. But even if we reach that anarcho-communist setting and start to develop transhumanism, there's a lot of potential dangers and risks that come from, say, technology not being compatible with each other or a lack of oversight and whatnot that could potentially endanger lives. Because what happens when someone gets like two implants from entirely different people that aren't compatible and end up potentially killing them and whatnot, you know? Those are my feelings and perspectives on transhumanism. What do you think of self-biohacking? Risky, but I would not, like, I think that is the use of transhumanism that I'm the most okay with. Individuals themselves learning these skills and know-how in order to modify themselves to their own desires is the use case that I'm the most okay with. They're in shock. My friend is in shock. Wheelchairs and prosthetics are already paywalled. If rich people get a robo arm, disabled people be even more fucked. Yeah. There's two angles to it. There's the angle of like, well, now we need to turn everyone into a super soldier in order for them to be even functional in society. And then there is the angle of not all disabled people want to be fixed. You know? Cyberpunk dystopia's already here for the disabled? Yeah. I mean, you say that, but the bad guy's plan in Metal Gear Rising is essentially transhumanist anarchy. That's kind of ANCAP. Again, capitalism is like a big part of the problem. Actually, just a fan that really wanted a meet and greet. But no, like individuals learning the skills on their own and taking those risks, I think is fair. How do you feel about DIY HRT? I'm muting my mic again. Anyway, moving on. Me when I capital your ism. Have you seen the short by Stan C. Potenza? The FBI agent watching a person is either, oh honey, not again, don't go back to him, or what is vor? I didn't process any of that sentence except for the what is vor. Such a nice pie recipe you just shared. Thank you. You're so welcome. Enjoy the pie. Vor mention. You should play Metal Gear Rising AE. You get to be Cyber Twig. Interesting. Perhaps I will consider it. Perhaps. I think it is on the list. I'm not entirely sure, but probably. There's just so many games on the list. Certainly not doing that either because it's illegal and hormones are a controlled substance. Thumbs up. We're on the same page. Remember, VOD watchers, I cannot be trusted and I will deceive you. God, I love lying. You take care, Mark Rides. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Good night, Mark. Sleep well. Mark Rides needs sleep. Good night, Mark. Sleep well. There you go. Speaking of recipes, AE, you were featured in the Decabantic Chef Cookbook, right? I did some of the art for it. Yes. For those who are unaware, I have a friend who sells a cookbook. His name's Necromantic Chef. It's called the Catboy's Kitchen, and I did some of the art for it. I think I'm okay. That was such a cute use of the text to AE, by the way. Just the like instructing me to say goodnight to you is adorable, actually. I love that. Good night. Yeah, Uwu makes pasta. VOD watchers, see what happens when you don't watch me live? Bark, bark, bye, bye. I love lying. Me, at least a political leader that I can trust. Listen, I'm just running a revolution here in a version of Earth where everything is just slightly worse. You know? Chat, I desperately want caffeine. My body is desperately craving caffeine. I am realizing in real time. And I need to stay awake for several more hours. I'm out of energy drinks. I'm out of energy drinks. I don't have any means of fighting caffeine. Dear God, Pyro. Also, did you guys know that I was also in that book? Did you guys know that in that book I contributed a recipe? Yes, I always use this as the basis for the cooked Enfield recipe. And thank you, Plink, for the text to E. Disclaimer, Archivist and his setting are a work of fiction and meant to be engaged with as such. Many individuals, locations, and events referenced are not real. Likewise, any mention of illegal activities are entirely fictional. Guys, I'm not addicted to caffeine. I'm just always craving it and it starts shaking when I'm not on it. You take care, Monster Kicker. All the best. Night night. Listen, I may have accidentally given myself a caffeine addiction, realizing this in real time. I think this is the first time I've gotten a headache from lack of caffeine. That's a little bit terrifying. That explains a lot. Delicious. Guys, I'm not real. Don't worry, AE caffeine is basically running in my veins. Do bite me. I will bite you happily. Happily. Chat, what do? I don't have caffeine. It's fine. I can power through a few more hours. I can power through a few more hours. I don't think any of my teas are caffeinated. I can check. I might have caffeinated tea. Do not apologize for what I have done. During the next ad break, I'll go check if I have any caffeinated teas. Oh, I think I do. I have a green tea somewhere. One second. One second. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? I know I have tea. I know I have green tea in here somewhere. Where the fuck is it? Where are you? Chat, I can't find it, but I know I have tea in here. Where are you? I'm such a good streamer. Top tier content in the archive tonight, chat. Found it. Organic green tea. I have green tea. Alright, beautiful. Put all my stuff back in the drawer now. I found it. Is it possible to do HRTT? Okay, so genuine answer. Testosterone cannot be metabolized through the stomach, so it would not be possible to do with testosterone. That's why you can't take testosterone as a pill or anything like that. It cannot be metabolized in the stomach. Hello, truth-telling puppet. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Theoretically, estradiol could. I don't know enough about how estradiol gets metabolized in order to say, but the fact that it exists in a pill form, you know, we know that estradiol can be metabolized through the stomach. Now the question is if it can be metabolized, like, the question ultimately is, like, what form it has to be in to be metabolized. For example, I say this because I've done some research into it. When it comes to, like, weed, you can't just boil weed in a tea and make a tea. You need to suspend it in an oil first, basically, or infuse it in an oil. I don't know if estradiol is similar to that, because, like, when you're doing injections of estrogen or testosterone, you are taking the raw chemical, which has been suspended in an oil. I don't know if it's a situation like that. I would have to do more research. Yeah, so when you're taking E, you're not actually taking estrogen, you're taking estradiol. It's a thing. Potentially you could use a tea, but you're better off taking it as an oral pill or injection if you want the proper concentration. Liquid maybe too diluted. I mean, yeah. We're purely talking about like speculation of if it would be possible. Dosing is always going to be a lot easier with pills or injections anyway. And injections are always your most effective measure. But we're talking theoretically, could you? And theoretically, probably. Yeah. Well, let me look into this. How is estradiol metabolized? Can you snort it? Don't know about that. Certainly possible, if I can just theoretical. Yeah. Like, it would not be practical, but it'd be really funny. Absorption and metabolism of estrogens from the stomach. Stomach and liver. Blood samples. What form are you in? Yeah, you can take it orally. Pharmacokinetics of estradiol, including its bioavailability, metabolism, biological half-life, and other parameters differ by route of administration. Potency of estradiol, local effects in certain tissues, most importantly the liver, differ by route of administration as well. Oral route is subject to a high first pass effect, which results in high levels of estradiol and consequent estrogenic effects in the liver, and low potency due to first pass hepatic and intestinal metabolism into metabolites like estrogen and estrogen conjugates. Okay, but tell me about... Okay, oral ingredient... this is too much for me to read right now. Not a fan of bringing my credentials, but I have a PhD in a biological science field and did my research in my own HRT regimen. Certainly doable. Real as all hell. I may or may not have I have a background in neuroscience, but you know. Yeah, it's a cool concept, just don't find it practical. Exactly. It's not practical, but it's funny to think about, you know? It's absolutely not practical, but it's funny. I have a little bit of bio background, specifically in neuroscience, but you know. I just think it's funny. A lot of things aren't practical, but I find them funny. But no, when it comes to any kind of HRT, injections are always the best bet, but pills are also viable. I have a background in psychology. Might be basically a janitor now, but it's fine. So a cafe, Foxtail serves at a cafe. Exactly. Nah, I do think it's really interesting what this shit is to say about the first pass effect, because I do know that injections are almost always more effective when it comes with HRT for the majority of people, because you are just putting it directly into your goddamn body. But hearing specifically that when you take it orally, it's subject to the high pass effect, really does go to show, because so much of that is getting trapped in your liver. That's fascinating. And it backs up my own little pet theory. Oh, I'm just... Do I not have music going anymore? It kind of backs up my theory that prescribers have a tendency to either out of ignorance or hesitancy kind of sabotage transitions and make them go too fucking slow. I go to college, but it's so damn expensive. It is definitely expensive and hard, but all the best. Unemployed and living with my parents because I don't want to be homeless again. Sherpa's decimated science research in my field. But yeah, it's really terrifying what's going on with research right now. I really care about biomedical research, but unfortunately that field is dead as is. There are very few opportunities left because the Trump administration has shut down pretty much all funding to most research, but especially anything in like anything he disagrees with. A lot of that being biomedical. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. The sciences are kind of fucking dead. If you aren't going into like weapons manufacturing or some shit like that. Science careers, unfortunately, especially in biology, are very poor. Ohio is basically the last bastion of biotech in the eastern US. Don't know much about what's going on in Ohio, but I'd believe it. Shutting down everything to get more tax breaks for the rich. Oh, 100%, 100%. It is all absolutely with the intention of making more profit for himself and his goddamn donors and the fucking rich upper class. They're shutting down funding for anything they disagree with, largely with the intention of taking that money and putting it in their own pockets. The sciences are dead and it's terrifying. As someone who wanted to go into biomedical research. Shit's fucked. Shit's fucked. Professor George Clown was against healthcare, shocking, you know? Yeah. Even when shit makes no sense, shut down funding for the national parks too. That's just, oh my god. And we may never recover, I fear. Yeah, it's genuinely terrible. We're looking to a very scary future when it comes to like medicine as well, because so much of that research is dead and has had its funding cut. Those projects are gone. A lot of people can't get jobs. I know a lot of folks with master's degrees who cannot get employment or further education. It's scary. What country will take about biomedical? Canada? I don't fucking know. That said, a lot of people are not in the position where they're able to leave the country. And I don't think that should be a fair expectation on anyone. I'm someone who wants to defend my home with my life. I do not plan to leave where I currently live. I want to defend this place for as long as I possibly can. This is my home, and I will let the state kill me before fascists take my home away. But that's not for everyone. The other issue being that, how do I say? A lot of other countries are currently following in the footsteps of the US. Conservative parties in other countries look to the US and to Trump as an example, and very much follow in his footsteps. So we're seeing this happen in Canada especially, but also in the UK, and in various other European countries, where they are genuinely, or generally just following the footsteps of Trump. Ads in a minute. When ads hit, I'm gonna go make this goddamn tea because I need the caffeine. Chat, I need it. I'm gonna make this caffeine, and then we're gonna hop into the game. Irony for me is I can't find PhD level stuff, but I applied for bachelor's level, entry level stuff, and get asked, why do you want this job? You're way overqualified. Listen, I know the feeling. I fucking know the feeling. I was homeless for a while. I know the feeling. Enjoy your Eve, Cosmic. Enjoy your Eve. All the best. Would get you a Red Bull or Monster, but I can't. I'm gonna restock on energy drinks probably on Friday. I meant to do it today, but I ended up taking a nap instead. I just did not have the energy or capacity to go out after that. But I will restock on energy drinks very soon. It'll be great. Gonna try and get my E-pills up to 6 milligram, but yeah, unfortunately, like the best method for taking HRT is always going to be injections. And I know that's scary for a lot of people. It's not that bad once you've done it a few times. I've only fainted once. I've only fainted once. I'm at a point where it's like barely any anxiety. It gets better, trust me. For context, I'm someone with a severe phobia of needles who has always fainted around needles. I used to faint with finger pricks. I have a very severe phobia of needles. Hang in there. My tea is brewing, but as far as tips to make injections easier, my tea is still brewing. I'm gonna be a couple minutes, apologies chat. As far as tips to make injections easier, there are auto injectors. Little things where you basically like load in the needle and you just hit the button and it does all of the complicated, scary injection stuff for you. Those might help some people. It doesn't help me, I prefer to be in control. But that might help you. Alright, be right back. I need to finish my tea. My dumbass really fucking thought that I would have time to microwave a burrito and make tea during the ad break, and I have not. It's still going, it's still brewing. Give me a second, let me at least change our category and shit. Let me get us prepared for Signalis. They made a horror game for gay people. Alright, did I do that right? There we go. Let me open up the game. First of all, pause the music here. It better be fucking done this time. My burrito better no longer be frozen. Okay. Set that. Come here. Game. Window. Oh, ah! Cass, thank you for the raid! Mods, can we get a shout out? I'm running around a little bit right now because I am trying to, desperately get some tea brewed because I need caffeine in my body right fucking now. But it's lovely to see y'all. I'm Archivist, your resident chaotic infield. I stream not virtual games and do art here on twitch.tv. I'm a loud punk bastard. We're about to play some Signalis, but before that I'm going to sip on some tea, cause some problems. Everyone go give Cass some love. She's a wonderful, longtime friend of the channel. Dream Guardian VTuber, absolute sweetheart. Give love. I promise I'll be right back. Okay, my burrito needs like 30 more seconds. My burrito is almost done. Hi Raiders, how are you, Cass? What were you up to today? There's my burrito. Okay. Okay. Alright. Burrito, tea, fork. He did it, Chad. He's so smart. Oh, he made tea. Alright. I need this cable for my controller. Alright. Okay. Beautiful. Tasty. Incredible. Good work. Glad you've been doing well. I played some Yakuza 0. Surprise, make some progress in the main story, but did a lot of side quests. Or you're supposed to make some progress in the main story, but did a lot of side quests instead. That happens. That's how it goes sometimes. God knows we never do what we intend to in this world. That sure is green tea. Controversial opinion, chat. I'm not a fan of green tea. I really prefer black teas, but I was given this for free a couple months ago, and I don't say no to free food. After, while living in poverty and after escaping homelessness, you don't say no to free food. Too much of a southern boy for that. Black tea is best tea. Listen, I'm a southern boy. I know I don't sound it. I accidentally trained the southern accent out of my voice. But I'm a southern boy. I love me some fucking black tea. God, get me some sweet black tea. Burrito. God, I love black tea. Alright, alright. Sorry, this is the first meal I've eaten in like... I'm trying to do math. This is the first meal I've eaten in about 7 hours, so don't mind me, I'm enjoying my burrito real quick. I'd never say no to free food. My birthday tomorrow, and if I get offered free stuff, I will not say no. I mean, so real. So real. Listen, free food always tastes better. Whoa, an eye! It's my missing eye, chat. Also, happy early birthday, Graham. I hope it treats you well. Alright. Oh, this feels just so good. Alright, that is delicious. Burrito eaten. What was the music playing in the BRB section earlier? That was out of a random Silent Hill ambiance playlist. I do not know what the song was. Going to Gatorland and seeing capybaras? You mean Gatorland in Orlando, Florida? Okay, live your best life in Gatorland. They did the mash. They did the anyway. 4 more tadpoles rescued. Good job, Lycan. You're doing great. You're doing great. But happy birthday. Happy birthday. Listen, as the native Floridian of chat, as the native Florida boy, hope you enjoy Gatorland. You know, somehow I don't think I've ever actually been to Gatorland. Despite being a resident of Florida for my entire life, I don't think I've ever been to Gatorland. Which of these is correct? I think this one. Alright. Lived Gatorland, working 5 years in the Louisiana wetlands. Nah, I'm an Everglades boy. 4 hours in and finally gaming, and 3 hours left in stream. 20 minutes till I leave to go eat. I might be able to see gameplay today. It's your lucky day. There's actual gameplay on screen, chat. Time to prove how terrible I am at video games. Okay. What all do I have? Because I think it's not what I wanted. I kind of need that. Trying to remember where we were. Right, because we have the serpent ring and the wedding ring. Those are both important. We have the large wooden doll, the small wooden doll. I'm gonna guess there's a third one we need. But we can experiment and find out real quick. Oh. Alright. Well, doll has been dolled. Who the fuck are you and what did you do with AE? Haha, suffer. Have you been to Cocoa Beach and never seen the rocket launches? They're the best. I don't think I have, actually. I don't think I have seen a live rocket launching. At least not that I can remember. Been in Florida my whole life, but... Okay, time to remind myself how to play this game. Chat, did we go into the flesh pit? I think we go into the flesh pit. I should warn people, Signalis is in fact a horror game. Probably good information to have. Jesus Christ, how many bullets does this thing soak up? Oh god, okay, alright, delicious. Oh crap, am I out? I went to Daytona Beach and for some reason all the shops sold turtles. I was in Daytona Beach a few weeks ago and yes, they do that. Actually, it was like 2 months ago at this point. But I was in Daytona Beach a while back and yeah, they just do that. Yeah, they just do that. They casually sell turtles. Shout out to Punk Rock Pizza in Daytona Beach and literally like 2 stores down, the place selling a bunch of Trump t-shirts. Want to know something about that boss? Is it a scripted loss? That's gonna be my guess, that it's a scripted loss. How did you know they were lesbians? I don't know, they're women and they're gay. She won't wake up. Yes. Interesting. We got some 10mm ammo. I think I used up all of my ammo. Yeah. That's pretty much all of my 10mm ammo. What do I have a lot of? We have a fair bit of revolver ammo, so we can switch to the revolver. It's not a lot, but it's something. I'm scared of women. Chat, hey, I'm sorry that I'm French. I'm sorry too, Adele. But no, shout out to the to Punk Rock Pizza in Daytona. Genuinely, wonderful venue. I go to punk shows pretty much all throughout the state. If it's in the like top half of Florida, I've probably been to a punk show there. So I know like all the venues in Central and North Florida. Punk Rock Pizza is pretty good. Their pizza is actually like genuinely really good pizza. Woman, we love woman. No, it's not a MAGA superstore. It's literally a tourist store right on the beach in Daytona Beach. 2 doors down from Punk Rock Pizza, like the only punk venue in Daytona. Shit's wild. What just cost a bit AE's face in a Florida racing car? I know someone who could probably do that. There's a seafood place underneath the big highway called Our Deck. I don't think I'm familiar with that. I do not think I know Our Deck. She won't wake up. Okay, I have the codes. Where did I write those down? Shit. Where did I write those down? So you can feed fish and sometimes see dolphins? That's lovely. Oh no? Chat, I can't find my notes. What did I do with my notes for this game? Chat, I think I accidentally threw out my notes. Oh no. So I'm gonna be completely rude with y'all. I have a notebook that I was using to keep stream notes and I tore a page out of it recently and I think that might have been the page. I thought that page was useless. Whoopsie daisy. God fucking damn it. Alright. It's okay. I found a thing online. Okay. Alright. Sorry, E, I got hungry and ate the notes. How would you do this? See if we can't sneak around a tiny bit. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. Oh, my inventory's full. Whoops. Okay. I will say I really hate not having a map for this area. Oh my god, it is terrible. Not having a map for all of this is miserable. Sorry, no, that's our revolver ammo. We can store the 10mm. We can store the thermite flares. Alright, cool. God, I wish lesbians were real. I put AE's face logo on anything, at all on any of my cars I take on the track. Ayo, ayo, ayo. It would be an honor, host, to have my face on one of your cars. Chad, am I gonna be the first VTuber to have my face on a race car? I can put anything as long as I just go against serious rules. Okay, that's really cool though, genuinely. Pick up plate of balance. Got it. Okay, so there's a couple items we might be able to use for that. I have a few ideas. Didn't Cerno put his face on his own car he races? I don't know who that is. It's already happened, sadly. God damn it, I can't be the first VTuber on a fucking race car. This is so sad. I could still be a VTuber on a race car, though. That's still pretty cool. Nothing else in this room, I don't think. Okay, I don't like this. So we have the Plate of Eternity here, but we also have this. And I think I retrieved this one. Super old streamer has cute little emotes, Toho characters, might have seen all over Twitch. I see. I was referring specifically to VTubers, but that's actually still pretty cool. Even if you racing themed VTubers may have been obvious. I mean, true, there are a lot of racing themed VTubers, but how many of them are actually race, you know? Shit, fuck, damn it, damn it. So I need to put another wooden doll inside there for it to be enough, I guess? Okay. Oh, he is a VTuber. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, I'm just not familiar with this individual, my bad. Despite being a VTuber, I'm not super in touch with the mainstream scene, which is definitely a me problem. But, you know. One sec, I've probably seen this person before. Let me look them up real quick. Surprisingly, I'm not familiar with this person, and I don't think I've ever seen a clip of them. No, honestly, I want to get more in touch with like mainstream VTuber culture. I just haven't. I do care a lot about the art form, but for a lot of my time as a streamer, I felt very disconnected from mainstream VTubing, and like it wasn't accessible to me. I've faced a lot of like bullshit from other folks in the scene, which ultimately that just comes with the territory. Inevitably, there's always going to be assholes in any community, but a lot of people who just very early on didn't really help or allow me to feel like I belonged in this scene or community, which was unfortunate because I love this art form, and I'm glad that I'm like striking and finding my own place within it. But for a while, that was a bit rough. You know, that's simply how it goes though. How's my health looking? Not great, but not bad enough that I'm gonna do anything about it. Oh, I don't like this. We're in a really massive area with no map, and I do not like that. I don't like how limited my inventory is. Okay, okay, okay. Nothing's necessary to care about the mainstream big streamers, but the community is very toxic, gamer incel shit. I mean, I do agree that there's a lot of toxic shit in the mainstream community. I more so just mean like the general culture that comes along with VTubing as a genre, I guess. I think there's a lot of really cool things that VTubers get up to. There are also a lot of toxic elements to it, but I do find a lot of like the idle shit kind of fucking cool. It's stuff that I want to open myself up to engaging more with and caring more about. I've just faced a lot of like bullshit from within the VTuber community in the past. Oh, I don't like any of this. Alright. 20 minutes are up and my energy's depleting so much fast. No worries, do what you gotta do, Aloe. All the best, all the best. I don't trust this. It's a big wide open room. Lock is defective, door cannot be opened. Okay. Well, shit. Like, I think the community that my content jives best with is less the VTubing scene and more just like breadtuber shit, in that I am a person who talks about politics and is a hardcore leftist and all of that. But I still want to have a place within this niche, and I'm trying to carve out my own space within it. And if folks don't respect them, then fucking screw those folks, but there's always going to be a desire for some amount of respect. It's part of why like I'm on the fence about potentially going to Offkai. What was that? What's happening? What was that? Barbed wire? I could not see it. Couldn't fucking see it. Kind of left those barbed wire? Where? I mean, I see a little bit of stuff here, but I don't see anything else. You know what? I'm not messing with this. Okay. Reason I never wanted a Twitch account until I found streamers like you is they did not seem political enough, political at all. Yeah, like I know my content's always gonna be a lot more political than anything that's gonna be acceptable in mainstream VTubing. And that's part of why I've never been respected, that I was too loudly political for the mainstream scene. And screw them for that being the case. But it was the case for a long time. Use the flashlight, it makes the barbed wire visible. But nah, I am happy to be the trailblazer in the VTuber scene as far as being a political creator goes. I care about being respected in the community because I like the artistry of it. What I appreciate about VTubing is very much the artistry of it. I love VTuber models. I love the ways in which VTubing just as a niche can allow for the telling of stories and narratives. I'm very passionate about these potentials within our community. And I want to see them explored to their fullest. I want to explore them to their fullest myself. This is an art form that means a lot to me. And sometimes it sucks not feeling respected within the niche, but also it is very true that there's a lot of toxic bullshit in the VTuber community. Alright, so I've grabbed both items in here, it looks like. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm seeing the white lines now. Think if I ever get into streaming, I'd want to do VTubing for gaming discussion and adding an IRL aspect that shows my body and face just to get away from the traditional VTube stereotype. Because I want to include outdoor such nature content, also completely valid and fair. I don't think like a lot of people disagree with this, and it definitely steps away from what mainstream VTubing is. But I do not think there's anything wrong with like only being partially a VTuber sometimes. I've also seen some really interesting technology that allows people to like overlay their like model's face onto their body and track it that way, though I don't quite know how that stuff works. Ultimately completely valid in any case. I like VTubing because I think the models are badass. I made my model myself, art and rigging. And I really love the ways in which it lends itself to storytelling and whatnot. My inspiration to start streaming was actually the Dream SMP. Cringe, I know, let me live. But I loved the ways in which they used live streaming and particularly Minecraft as a means for telling stories. Because I think storytelling is cool and badass. And I find a similar potential in VTubing. I also find that it combines a lot of my interests, art, animation, music production, singing, etc. And while for a lot of my time within it, I have not felt respected, I am fighting to make this a community that I am allowed to belong in. Terrifying vision for the reverse. VTuber's model with a real person's face overlaid on it. You're political. Gosh, what next? You're gonna tell me System of a Down and Rage Against the Machine are political too? I had someone once try to argue and tell me, what was the band? Shit, well, I had someone once try to argue and tell me that Grandson's music was not political. I don't know if y'all have ever heard Grandson. But that's some pretty political music. Crap. We're gonna reset the room real quick. Don't mind me. I think I would want to talk about trans and political stuff, but I think it would be very important to me to show a trans person living their life and being trans in public. Also completely real. With my own art and content and approach to politics, I kind of take the perspective of like the most meaningful thing I, as a creator who talks about these things on the internet, can do is be the reason why people will go to their first protest or get involved in mutual aid effort in their area, you know? I don't just talk about politics and queer issues for the sake of talking about them, but I talk about them with the hope of affecting real change in the world by motivating people to get involved in local communities. Hello, Omega Scales, bark bark bite bite. I've seen Grandson live, that is badass, genuinely. Set up hugs and bites and cookies, I accept the bites and the cookies. I suppose being punk, like my politicalness is just very much a part of my nature. It's very much a core of me. So it's hard for it not to become a central part of my art and my content as well. Can I not? Am I allowed to not? God, I hate those rooms so much. God, I hate those rooms. Christ. Okay. Alright. But no, like, being punk, politics are of course very core to like my everything. You can't be punk and not be political. It comes with the territory. It is par for the fucking course. Politics and punk are inseparable. But I want to approach these things in a way that makes them accessible to people and motivates people to get involved materially in their communities. Because I genuinely believe like the most important thing that I, as a guy who talks about politics on the internet, can do is be the reason why people start to get politically involved. That shit matters so much. It is so, so important. Even mean to, I was at a music festival, took a break at the stage, and I was like, this slaps, we're gonna go up to the front of the crowd. I fucking love Grandson, and Grandson is very good, everything I've heard of them. Alright, so I need to figure out where I actually go from here, probably into the room that I'm currently avoiding, if I'm being completely honest, but like, I don't want that to be the answer. What if I don't want that to be the answer? I don't want to go in the room. It's scary in there. God, no, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me. Do you normally spawn over there? I don't know if that's normally where the enemy spawns. What if I ate a bowl of fried prosciutto and halloumi for dinner and nothing else? Meat and cheese? I think that's fair. I think that's a dinner. I think we can call that a meal. I'm gonna down the rest of my tea. Y'all put so much sugar in this tea and I'm not tasting any of it. Protein! Dimner. Chat, I love Dimner. I love protein. God, so he does normally spawn over there, okay. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, okay. That's just an indicator for where I am, got it. Okay. Y'all, I really don't want to go in this room. Oh my fucking god. Okay, okay. Hey E, it's for the lesbians. AE, it's for the lesbians. Jesus Christ. Alright. Actually, can I auto-inject? It's not what I wanted to do, I wanted to use. Okay. There we go. Hello! Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. These things terrify me. God, these things terrify me. Oh, thank you for scuffing me. Apologies. Hey, it's for the lesbians. Gunshot. Literally. It's true. Someone clip that, okay? Someone clip that. But welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. These things fucking terrify me. I swear to God. Nightmare fuel. This is a maze. Alina's diary 4. How long has it been that I'm down here? How did I get here? Where is this place and why am I here? My memory feels so blurry. As if I had always been here, forever. Even my hair is slowly turning white. I remember my name, and I remember my life. But I also remember a different name, and a different life. And it feels like the line between her and me is blurring the longer I stay here. Alina. Extremely cursed, extremely sad. Nods, nods. God, the enemies, they're... Oh, I'm out of inventory space. Shit, fuck, damn it. I suppose we have to wander back to our save point. I don't know if there's another save point anywhere near here. The plaque on the frame says Metamorphosis. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back here with more inventory space. God damn it. Alright. The limited inventory in this game, I will not lie, oh my god, it's infuriating sometimes. Alright. Inventory, am I below? I understand it's interesting for strategical purposes, but I don't know. After being like such a sucker for the early Silent Hills, especially over Resident Evil, I'm not a fan. Silent Hill 1 through 3 managed to be perfectly terrifying without limited inventory. Come on, you can do it too. Let me hoard resources. Exactly. Let me hoard my resources. I realized I can pull up streamers background audio on my laptop. Hee 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 hee. Listen, I'm happy to be background noise. I'm perfectly happy for it. It's really funny as well. I genuinely figured Signalis was going to be a like 2 to 3 stream game, but I think we're already on stream 4 of it. Because I can't keep my mouth shut and because I've been doing longer and longer just chatting segments. They've been getting worse. I lurk. No, night got. You take care. You take care, hello. Nine. Oh. God damn it. Oh, I hate that. Also, I'm playing Welcome to the Game too. When was that released? I'm not familiar with it. It sounds vaguely familiar. I've probably heard or seen gameplay of it before, but I don't know when it was released. Alright, we pick up the incense. Grenade shells? Well, now I already need to go back because I have too many items. Fuck. This critter loves to yap and chat loves to listen. True that, true that. 2020, god damn it. That is surprisingly easy to evade. Okay. Noted. I don't like how often I'm having to retread ground though. Like every time I walk through here, I'm scared one of the enemies is gonna get back up. Alright. The first Welcome to the Game was 2016, so it's not hopeful for the sequel. See, I'm not familiar with Welcome to the Game. I don't think I've ever actually heard of it before. It is a brand new series for me. Something hilarious just happened in the news, as in just happened. Oh. Oh, whoa. Do I dare open up social media? RFK Jr. just said there's no substantial evidence Tylenol causes autism. Probably because Paxton decided to sue. Jesus Christ. Alright, all of that was for nothing. But I threw away all my Tylenol. It is so endlessly frustrating, how people keep finding thing after thing to blame autism on, as if it is not a complex, genetic condition. And also, why are we acting as if autism is a bad thing? Why is it a bad thing? I understand that it can be frustrating that some folks have high support needs and struggle to live on their own. But especially when you have people like me, why is it a bad thing? Why are we so obsessed with not creating more autistic people? My existence isn't really all that uncomfortable. I struggle with social cues, and sometimes people are assholes to me for their own, you know, biased reasons. But like, so what? Why is it such a terrible thing that I exist, huh? Huh? Hello, smudgers! Welcome on in, Barbara bye-bye. Just like, fucking all of the, oh, vaccines cause autism, Tylenol cause autism, we need to find the source of autism and fix it. It's just eugenics. What's the problem with autistic people existing? Like, what is the problem? Autism is autism. Real. No, I thought it was funny. A so basic a screen to see scuffed fops? How dare you? Rude. So mean to me. Gotta go to bed. You take care, Druid. All the best. All the best. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, alright? I really don't like not having a map here. My hypothesis is that it makes someone harder to simply control, like the general populace. I think it more so is an attempt to feed on and gain the attention and votes of the parents of autistic children who feel like they were wronged by the fact that they were autistic and can't, take into account the fact that like genetics exist and need a concrete thing to blame. A lot of parents, when their kid is autistic, they react as like, what did I do wrong? I was such a good parent. How could you turn out like this when it's literally just genetics happening? Genetics do as genetics do. When I look at it, my head hurts. Genetics are simply going to do that. And instead of respecting the fact that their children, exist as autistic people genetically, and there was nothing they did, they have a need to try and sort out a cause. Because they can't just let people exist or let things exist. The fact that it made their life moderately harder means it must be some horrid, horrible flaw that the world needs to be rid of. Thank you for making me normal, Hypnotic J. Jesus Christ, okay. Okay, that sucked. Alright, I live. It's fine. It's fine. Remember a woman saying vaccines made his son autistic and said she'll vaccinate him every time to keep him alive? Yeah. Like, okay, even if vaccines cause autism, they're saving so many lives. Even if vaccines cause autism, they save thousands of lives every year. What's the problem? Are you really saying that, like, hundreds to thousands of people's lives is worth a few less autistic people? You know? Like, even in the situation that vaccines do cause autism, which they don't, are people really saying that they would rather have dead kids than have autistic kids? You know? That's the point where it gets truly infuriating. Is there an autism vaccine? Because I'd like to take it. We're joining the war on autism on the side of autism. If you're different or struggling with something you were looked down upon and seen as scum, became the American dream to be normal like everyone else. See, I think it has much deeper roots than that. Like this goes back way further than that. I think that's a very surface level point. Not a bad one, but still surface level. Boys under colonialism, ableism, capitalism, yeah. It has very, very deep roots. Shit's insane. Chad, half the sugar in my tea never dissolved. This is so sad. See, I don't think even a society where like autism is the norm would necessarily be better. Autism is different and not better. It is simply a different way of thinking and perceiving and understanding the world. And that is a thing that comes with its upsides and downsides. It is not better or worse, it is simply different. And that's okay. It's honestly a lot how I also feel about being schizoaffective. Aside of the hallucinations and delusions, a lot of it is just a different way of perceiving and thinking and understanding, and that is okay. Mm-hmm. As autistic people, we tend to resonate better with other autistic people, not because we are better, just because we are functioning on the same wavelength, or on a similar wavelength.
Oh shit.
Vivi, thank you for the raid! Welcome on in. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, hello! I am Archivist, your resident chaotic and field. I stream not crypto games and do art here on twitch.tv. We cause problems, make commit chaos, as we are off to do around here. I am rambling, I am yapping, the words are escaping me, but hello, welcome on in, folks. I am a loud, punk, leftist trans guy. We're currently playing some Signalis. I'm out of energy drinks. This is the devastating truth, the devastation of today. I am currently out of energy drinks and the headache is killing me. But I'm still here. I'm still streaming. I just downed the only caffeinated tea I own. We're doing our best. But welcome on in, folks. Hello, Alchemist. Hello, Commander Phoenix. Hello, Daedalus. Hello, everyone. Vivi, how are you? What were you up to tonight? It's lovely to see you, as per always. Everyone on my end, make sure you go give Vivi some love. She's a wonderful mad scientist VTuber and good friend of the channel. If you like when I yap about science and whatnot, you'll like it way better from her, because she actually knows what she's talking about. But hello, hello, hello. Hope y'all are doing incredible. I do use Live 2D. Yes, 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 yes. So I drew my model in Clip Studio Paint. I rigged it in Live 2D, and all my face tracking is done via VTube Studio. As we'll also be hitting in a minute. Yes, 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 yes. Apologies, folks. Diversity is the hallmark of life. To enforce uniformity is to wither slowly to extinction. Can't be defeated, but I'd appreciate if you stopped trying. Real as fuck. Going through that caffeine withdrawal. I am actively undergoing caffeine withdrawal, Sabrine. Everything aches. But hey, we do our best. We keep on pushing. But yeah, we were talking about how RFK Jr. apparently walked back his statement that Tylenol causes autism, which is really funny. And not at all dystopian. Time to go eat. You take care, Adele. All the best. All the best. Do what you gotta do. Always a wonder to have you. Low key, I might take an ibuprofen when the ad's running. I don't know if that would help, but it might. Poor Fob, I can't personally relate as I'm free from caffeine, but I've seen my wife without hers. Post your PNGs in my tier list stream. You're so right. Listen, you sent it to me. You sent me the reminder when I wasn't home, and I was like, I'll do that when I'm home. And then I forgot again by the time I was home. You're so correct. God, I'm so good at being a person. Okay, chat, I need a funny caption. While I'm here, I might as well say Vivi is doing another VTuber tier list where you can drop your PNG if you're a VTuber and find out what role you'd play in her nefarious corporate research station in the outer solar system. Well, let me look at these tiers. Scientist, research assistant, expendable test subject, escaped experiment. I feel like okay, I feel like I'm either escaped experiment or intruder. I feel like those are the most likely ones. I feel like I would either end up be escaped experiment or intruder. But you know. In any case, this is a thing you can do. Chat, I need a funny caption. I need a funny caption. Escaped intruder seeking refuge. What's a funny chat? I'm so bad at coming up with funny captions. Gives you a funny caption, thank you. I could be lazy and go insert funny caption here. But that's lame. That's kind of lame. I feel like please don't experiment on me is too cringe. Walks into research lab. Oh, whoa, what's this? Walks into research lab, knocks over all your vials. Do you still love me? Completely normal. Young man searches apartment, can only play and catch, prefers not to give names. We'll go with the insert funny caption for here. For now. Insert funny. I'll put my fucking image, bitch. There we go. Alright. Alright, I did it. There you go, Vivi. You got the video proof. Gonna take a nap. You take care, CJ. All the best, all the best. Can stay in though because your voice is nice. Probably fall asleep. Aww. Well, I'm honored. I'm honored. I forgot I'm a cringe person. Don't listen to me. It's fine. I went with the cringe answer. Alright. On the first day, she was crowned. On the longest day, the longest day, nothing was done. On the next day, she was wed. On the last day, she took her life. So on the first day... There we go, and then... There we go! Puzzle! Also, do you want to ask if you saw the 10 tires to know me post? I don't think I did. One sec, is that a post that that you made? I was scripting like all day today, so I've not been on socials a whole lot. I know there was like the 10 games to get to know you thing. I'm not gonna show this on stream. But yeah, valid. Listen, no judgment from me. No judgment from me. I'm not gonna do this trend to myself because I don't put out too much over NSFW content on me, and I prefer to keep my personal tastes to myself, beside a few things that I'm open about. But like, listen, valid. Valid as all hell. Valid as all hell. No judgment from me. I could make like a mock version of the meme and like just share that with a handful of people, but I could not post something like that publicly. I ain't brave enough for that shit. Hello, JM. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Lovely to see ya. I'd probably have to like... I would have to pull up my AO3 and grab like the most popular tags on my AO3 bookmarks, which is a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff in my AO3 bookmarks. There's I've got a couple hundred fics saved in there. You know, I used to read a lot of fan fiction. Vor furry, gay, 3 of the tags right there. I am not in Devore. It's for the bit, I swear. It's for the bit, chat. Right, how are we doing on these? We could probably go ahead and put these 3 in the door, because why not? Egg is something pathetic, man. Now here's the question, if I were to make a personal little version of that that thing, that trend that I only send to a handful of people, do I send that to Vivi or will I get relentlessly bullied? Hello, Ren. Bark, bark, bye, bye. I join and first thing I hear is chat, I'm not in Devore. Listen, it's a bit. It's a bit. It's all a bit. The Vor thing is just a bit. I'm just saying. Welcome on in, Ren. Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope work treated you alright. Alright, we need to find 3 more of these. The answer is yes. Understood. Understood. We believe you, bud, for sure. Listen, I'm not in Devore. I just really like biting people. Besides, it's not Vor if I don't eat them whole. You have to eat them whole for it to be Vor, chat. Did I get everything in this room? I think so. I think I got everything in this room. No escape. Even the darkest depths, the song of the cosmos can still be heard in the aether, the sound of the stars. It's not for just cannibalism. Exactly. You understand me, Zavinia. You understand me. Chat using the little bit of info they have on me for evil, I see. Was expecting a lecture about a Vor when I tuned in. We go through this at least once a week. We have this whole conversation at least once a week, I swear to God. The consumer, I am the consumer. Okay. I hate not having the map data. What do I need? I need to find the... I'm guessing there's a 3rd doll piece to the, like, wooden doll thing. So we need to find the 3rd doll for you. We need to figure out what we do with the incense and what we do with the rusted key. I don't remember any doors that were locked down here, but I don't have a map. Did you eat in the last 12 hours? I ate during our 4-hour mark ad break, so about an hour 15 minutes ago. Listen, I'm not into vor, I just really like biting people. I'm normal. That's normal. Biting people, that's normal. It's weird how when you just try to have a decent conversation about cannibalism and vor, that's always brought up. Yeah, because people go, oh, you're eating someone? Vor. And I'm like, that's not vor. That's not vor. It's not vor. It's not vor. Are you trilling or purring, or am I losing my mind? Oh, I have a vocal stem that's me trilling. It's the... See, Vivi gets me. I do a vocal stem that is just a uvular trill, though. Cute? Bark, bark, bite, bite! I'm not cute, I'm handsome. I'm handsome and pretty. I'm not cute. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Okay. Why not both? I'm not cute. I'm not cute. Ah, rah, rah, rah. I'm not cute. What would make you the expert of vor? I went to VorCon 2025, which was a panel at Mega fucking Plex. I want to be very clear, I went to VorCon specifically to bully my friend who is into vor. Not for myself. You can call him cute, but he will bite you. Exactly, exactly. But AE, bullying is wrong. No, I love bullying people. I bully people all the time. If bullying my friends is wrong, I don't want to be right. Oh, I'm having so much trouble remembering how I get around now. Shit. Fair enough, very handsome boy. Ah, blah, blah, blah. You can call me cute, I just bite. What is your friend like about vor? She's just a very edible mouse girl. I don't really get it. She's not the only person I've known who's into vor. I can't really say, like, I understand it, but I've known a couple people who are into it. And, like, ultimately, no judgment for me. I don't kink shame. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, there's so many of them. Oh, there's so many of them. Oh my god. Crap, it's so hard to aim this thing. Okay, what the fuck? What am I doing? Crap, 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 crap. I'm getting overwhelmed. Okay, 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 okay. Please tell me that was all of them. Was that it? Is that all that's in here? All of that for like fucking... Oh, I might have already been in this room. Might have already been in here. God damn it. Okay, alright. What next? Chat, picture this. Vor theme park. You get to experience getting swallowed by a giant bottle gator. Then we get AE to be the first guest. By the unusual bait we lay out for Enfields. How to catch AE. Unattended fishbowl with a net overhead. That would probably work on me, to be honest. That would probably work on me. You know, what was it with children's media in the 2004? So much children's media is fucking just so incredibly full of vor. We've talked about this before, usually in terms of like games that I stream that contain vor. But god, so many games from the like 2000s and the 2010s, as well as like TV shows and whatnot, just media in general, really loved vor. What was up with that? Don't forget that child shows are made by adults, and adults are weird. I mean, true, adults are weird. But I struggle to believe that, you know, it was always an intentional fetish thing. Lame educational stuff exploring the human body coupled with the biblical myth of Jonah. You know what? Fair point. Those certainly are some potential origin points right there. Okay. Without a map, I am very much struggling with trying to figure out where I'm supposed to be going next. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Thank you for the hydrate strap. How are you doing? Furries get their first money from somewhere. If you have Disney money, you know what? Fair point. If you're Disney, you can just put vor in your movie. Alright. EP indeed. Thank you for the hydrates as well, host. I appreciate it. I finished my tea. Now there's just a bunch of sugar at the bottom of my cup. Drowned. They wish.
Oh shit.
Zafinia, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate the hell out of it. I'm not chugging. Better than salt? Okay, listen, my electrolytes are valid. That particular brand just tasted bad. Electrolytes are what plants need. I mean, people need them too. And if you're someone with POTS, points at Lycan, electrolytes can be very helpful. They're very important for a lot of things. Nothing wrong with putting some electrolytes in your water. Take care of yourselves, okay, chat? Right. I cannot remember what I have or haven't explored. I'm genuinely at a loss here. I would kill for a fucking map right now. I would really kill for a map. But there is no fucking map. Don't mind me, I'm cheating a little bit. Okay, so there was a rusted lock somewhere, but I don't know where it is. I don't know where the rusted lock is. Thank you for the hydrate and lament. I appreciate it. Apparently we need to use the rusted key to open a rusted lock, but I don't know where the rusted lock is. So I'm definitely not happy about that. Gasp, cheating? That's something I would do. Okay. Also mad because my new phone would let me have Twitch run with the screen locked while still playing the stream audio, so now when I lurk when tired I have to first turn the brightness all the way down so screen doesn't burn out. I am so sorry. That sucks actually. Bruh. See, I've never tried to play with this or watch Twitch with the screen dark, so I don't know if that works on my phone or not, but I'm still sorry you're having to deal with that regardless. It is unfortunate. Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater? Okay, and? Listen, I'm just at a little bit of a loss right now. I don't have a map and I don't like that. I've also done things in a very different fucking order. Okay. So I need to find wherever the hell the rusted lock was. Where was the rusted lock? Where was the rusted lock? Classroom safe room. Right towards the classroom safe room is also an asterisk keypad door. Door opposite the safe room is a rusted key. Okay, okay. Got it. So I need to find my way back to the classroom from earlier. Hello, old man Windbreaker. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Good morning indeed. Nah. I was just very much at a loss with where I was supposed to go right now. I didn't realize that was a door I hadn't already checked, so. BF and me play this game at the moment? Hell yeah! Welcome on in, Gizzo. Lovely to see ya. Thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. How have you been? How have you been? No, I'm very, very much enjoying my time with this game. It is just like the perfect kind of terrifying, I think. On the plus side, finally caught all the Pokemon in the new game. Drew for the first time in months, maybe years. Time is back these days. Surprisingly looks good. Swiping out of practice. Hey, I'm proud of you! Genuinely. I've been very much enjoying my time with the new Pokemon as well. I think Legends Z Day. I have a lot of takes on Legends Z Day, which kind of just boil down to it's pretty good. People are complaining about nothing. And most of the issues people have with modern Nintendo are actually just capitalism problems that are affecting the whole gaming industry, and not unique things that Nintendo is doing wrong. Ultimately, it's a pretty good game. I'm definitely enjoying playing it. What do we say about being the woke friends? I just like, yeah, Sometimes I'm the friend who's too woke, chat. Sometimes I'm the friend who's too woke. But I kinda fuck with being the friend that's too woke sometimes. Hot take, sometimes it's fun to be the friend that's too woke. I love overthinking literally everything. It's fine. Okay, so we can drop these, but I do need... Is that what I wanted? Combine. So that should be set up now. We can put that back in here for the moment. Revolver ammo is low. I think I might switch over to the shotgun again. Yeah, I think we switch over to the shotgun for the moment. There we go. Alright. Have you seen the Actman's video coming out as a woke gay communist? I don't think I have, McJimmington. Love fighting with my friends to be the most woke, real. I'm like the least political until it gets to very minor niche topics, but they take a long time to uncover usually, and that's completely fair. I'm an extremely political person, I have a lot of opinions. And I'm a hardcore fucking leftist. But no, like my hot take with Nintendo is Nintendo isn't actually evil and everything they're doing is actually standard practice within the gaming industry. Your problems are with capitalism, with the legal system. Like people keep pointing to the ongoing patents with Game Freak or with Nintendo or whatnot. That's just what game patents look like. That is standard practice in the gaming industry. It's gross. It's shitty. It shouldn't be the case. It is quite literally standard practice. And it requires rewriting of the system, and also fuck the entire concept of IP law. Fuck the entire concept of intellectual property, actually. Shit like that. Like, ultimately, all the issues people are having with the game really just feel more like capitalism problems. Love diving into games that wear their politics on their sleeve. Quite often leads to disappointment in media literacy rates. Oh, very much so. Also just general literacy rates and people's willingness to like do research and learn more as well. The research side of my college degree literature is to overthink everything. I think the meme the curtains were blue but played straight unironically. No, listen, I love literary analysis and whatnot, and I'm so here for it. Trust me, I've done plenty of that shit in my lifetime. I love thinking too much about shit. Is this another one of these? Aha. Oh, there's enemies in here. Crap. Oh, I don't like that. Okay. Diagnosed good at thinking too much about shit, real. But no, like, I've always hated the quote, the curtains were just blue meme. Because it really just displays a lack of curiosity and desire to like learn and analyze things that people have. As someone who writes stories and makes things, yeah, it is that deep actually. So speaking as someone who writes stories and makes art, it is that deep. When I am writing, nothing is ever, like every line is intentional. if I am producing a story, a narrative, every bit of dialogue, every action the characters make, every piece of exposition is placed intentionally. And there are a lot of things that are done clumsily, sure. There are a lot of things that probably could be handled better. But it is all done with intentional. The curtains are not just blue. I assure you. If you notice something thematically interesting in my work, it's probably there for a reason. Come on, oh my god, work. Let me shoot! Did I really just go all that way for nothing? Okay, wait, no, here it is. Oh my god. Let me fucking shoot you! Let me shoot you! Oh my god. I feel like another thing people don't think about is they mention they're blue, they just say they're blue, it's a waste of text construction in the story. Yeah. Like, an author, or at least a decent author, is not going to include that kind of information, that auxiliary context without having a reason to do so. And that reason doesn't always have to be something massive and grand. But believe me, writers have a lot of intention in why they do the things they do. You don't want to convey useless information that doesn't mean something to the greater narrative, and you don't want to waste a reader's time. If something is included in a story, there's usually some kind of reasoning behind it. Why did I just hear the Among Us task complete noise? Wait, is the oh my god, is that the same noise? I feel like people are just used to movies that shows the visual components that may not be intentional, but anything written, painted, animated sure as hell is everything intentionally included, otherwise not be included. See, I think people are used to their media these days being very much like spoon-fed to them and very on the nose. Not to say that a lot of that media doesn't still have a depth to it, but like when you're watching a lot of modern movies, things are very much spelled out for you. There might be moments of symbolism and more depth, but for the most part, a lot more stuff is just kind of given to you, handed directly to you. And that's not inherently a bad thing. There's something to be said for, you know, accessible media for when you're brain dead and whatnot, but the lack of media literacy, especially for fiction, it's not even just for fiction, it's for fucking everything these days, but the lack of media literacy is scary. Not just as someone who writes, but, you know, as a person who exists in the world. Okay, so I have repair spray now. It's something. The girls were just blues, especially egregious because we are, for the sake of argument, talking about a book where the author did not tell you the curtains are blue. Exactly. It's especially true in written language where, like, they don't want to waste your time. Where an intentional choice was made for that object to be blue. And sure, the reasoning might be as simple as it's the character's favorite color, but then why is it the character's favorite color? There's usually reasoning behind it. Please don't make me want to join a reading slash writing group. I think I have new hobbies I can still pick up. God, I miss having the time to read. I'm glad I still write and whatnot, but I don't have the time to read anymore. It's hard between VTubing and everything else, between the real world responsibilities, streaming, etc., to find the time for that. I want to again one of these days. Alright, so we're missing 2. I know where one of them is, I have no clue where the last one is. I think the most scary thing is that there's a lot of people who lack media literacy who also want to write stories. I cannot imagine reading a book written by one of the curtains were just blue folks, because holy fucking shit. It must be miserable. I wonder what that'd be like, actually. I wonder what it would be like to read a story written by one of the curtains were just blue types. I'm realizing I had a quicker way to get down here. Whoops. Alright. I can tell you it'd basically be a movie or TV script written as the book with the vain hope of getting movies as a TV adaptation. You know what? Fair and true, because these people do not actually read. See, I think there are people who do read but have poor media literacy. They're few and far between, but I do think they exist. I want to see My Immortal adapted to TV. I fucking love My Immortal. Chat, My Immortal live reading stream when? I adore just like everything about the 2000s and 2010s culturally. It's a nightmare. It's a very beautiful nightmare. Okay. Plate of balance. I think that attitude can come from people not being exposed to media in ways that makes them want to engage deeper with it while they're growing up. Like school, a lot of teachers just feel like work to a lot of kids. They get some sort of mindset that school sucks. See, sometimes I wonder where the school sucks ideology really comes from. I think a lot of it is defiance and how do I say? I don't know. I think it's really unfortunate and sad how many kids grow up just hating a school. Because I don't think school is something to be hated. It definitely says something about the way that we approach teaching and education. But I'm not quite sure what the answer to it is. Please be a dictator and use your models to do a live reenactment of My Immortal. I will give you 5 Uncrustables! I think specific teachers a lot of the time. I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily even like just specific teachers, because there's this overwhelming culture of school sucks. And I think it comes from a lot of things. I think it comes in part from the fact that we treat schools like prisons and we're overly restrictive of kids' freedoms and activities and whatnot. There's a lot of things feeding into it, and I don't know how we unravel that, but like education and learning should be fun and engaging things. Learning and education should be enjoyable. Because, yeah, a lot of it comes from people being taught in ways that just do not fucking work for them. A lot of it comes from the fact that a lot of people just haven't had the opportunities or chances to meaningfully engage with this content. Also a factor that every teacher is usually expected to attend around 30 kids per class to teach. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like teachers are overwhelmed and underpaid. Classes are too big and teachers are not fucking paid a livable wage. With massive work expectations. Like, teachers get home and they have to spend their evenings grading papers because their fucking planning periods are not long enough for that shit. No wonder teachers are exhausted and frustrated and often not putting in quote unquote enough effort. I wouldn't either if I was working such a thankless goddamn job at the end of the day. Even if it's something I loved and cared about. The point of school is to get ready to be a good little productive worker, not to instill a sense of love for learning, yeah. And that sucks. Because I think learning is something to be fucking loved. Alright, I'm gonna pick the pistol back up, because I'm running out of ammo for everything. I don't think so, Tempered Tide. Not familiar to me. I know that for someone like me, I was able to learn things at a faster pace than those around me. I was actively punished because I was different. Though I had generally good relationships with my teachers, yeah. That's very real. Yes, people who love school or love learning, oftentimes they had a really good teacher when they were a kid that made them love learning. I mean, I think that is one potential reason, but I don't think, like, the majority of kids struggling with learning or not loving it is necessarily because they had bad teachers. Sure, an exceptionally good teacher might be the reason someone comes to love it, but I don't think an exceptionally bad teacher is the reason most people hate it. And unfortunately, not every teacher can be an exceptionally good teacher. There aren't enough people like that, and the job is just not very rewarding. There's so a lot to be said about like the environment that other kids create, about just the general systemic nature of it all, about the massive class sizes, etc. Like everything is just kind of set up in a way that is not conducive to kids having a good time. But I don't know what the fix to that is. Is a situation that's definitely a bit beyond the scope of what I fucking can come up with solutions for. Love learning but dislike school. Just think the pacing and content of school didn't work with my brain. Also fair. Okay, so I'm missing one last of the little plates. Where is that last plate? Where would that last plate be? We have the incense stick. What do I do with the incense stick? Okay. While I'm at it, grab this. Beautiful. Okay. The fixes school choice and the 10 Commandments in the classroom. Oh, I forgot to read what Vivi said earlier. One sec, I want to go back and read it. General kind of philosophy is strongly associated with the kind of person who writes books as if they're writing a script, overly detailed descriptions bordering on choreography, no internal character thought, etc. See, the thing is, you can still write a script with a lot of intention and symbolism and depth in it, you know? Okay, I think... use incense. Okay. We technically have everything we need now. I think most kids don't hate learning, they hate school specifically. Yes, but that hatred of school, I think, very much turns into a hatred of engaging with anything they associate with school, and that includes, like, literature and learning. So, like, literary analysis, kids aren't going to want to learn that if it's something they've only ever engaged with in a school context, and they hate school. And they view it as being this stuffy, frustrating thing. Plate of balance, plate of love. Chat, he's so smart. Flesh room? What do I do in the flesh room? The fuck do I do in the flesh room? What the fuck? For the flesh room. Problem in my head is how it takes over your life. You're expected to go there for 8 hours a day and spend all evening doing what you did at school. The lock is defective and the door cannot be opened. Well, what do I do? Lock is defective, the door cannot be opened. Okay. Maybe you remember this room? I'm not sure I do. Eat your way out of the vor room, real. I do think we need a lot more self-guided learning. Oh, I can climb up. That would explain it. Whoops. It's impossible to move on. I have been here so many times, but I have never returned. The commander never spoke about what she saw out there. I'm sure whatever it was what... I'm sure whatever it was what made her fall sick. Something about her changed when she returned. She was no longer our beloved leader, Volke, but waits beyond the threshold. It doesn't matter. Good night, alchemist. Beyond the gate, emptiness. Who are you? Come closer. God, this game is beautiful. I've been waiting. for us. Be not afraid. Remember our promise. Wake up. Wake up. Hello, CJ. God. Wait, was that the ending? There's only a handful of people that made the game. See, I asked if that was the ending, and McDoomington says no, which suggests to me that there's more. Which suggests to me that I'm not done yet. Scheduled maintenance checklist. Inspect LST replica calibration and storage unit. Inspect mainframe access terminal. Inspect flight controls. Inspect coolant injection pipes. Inspect emergency cryogenic hibernation unit. Report to Gestalt Scout Officer. We're not done yet. The Emergency Cryogenic Hibernation Unit. In case of a medical emergency that cannot be treated on board, Gestalt crew members can be put in hibernation here. All systems nominal. I hope we never need to use this. Fake out ending, it seems. Shift to 20 minutes before I go see her. Okay. The reactor's coolant injection system, no leaks detected. Penrose briefing, phase 2. I tuned in at this part. Oh. Should I be excited? Start of decrypted transmission. By our calculations, 1,500 cycles of mission's time will have passed when you receive this message. Congratulations, comrade. By now you should have become fully acclimated to your new life on board your ship. As you approach the Oort Cloud, your search for new worlds will begin. Utilizing long-range sensors, you will scout for valuable resources, habitable worlds, or signs of alien life. Remember to rely on your replica to assist you in maintaining your vessel. We all wish you great success on your mission. Penrose Emergency Protocol Procedures Appendix H. I love when games pull a the end not on you. See, it could have convinced me that was the end. I would have been convinced were it not for McJimington saying that no, it wasn't. Based on data from previous long-range survey missions, salvaging the replica technician for substance is not recommended, even in extreme circumstances. Replica biocomponents can cause various health problems when ingested. It may look and taste like ordinary flesh, but bioengineered tissue may cause more harm than good when eaten in emergency situations. Oxidant may look like blood, but is indigestible to gestalts. It should be considered that Pioneer replicas statistically have a 860% greater survivability than Gestalt Pioneer officers. For the sake of a successful mission, keeping the replica operational rather than prolonging your own suffering may be preferable. Hello, Sloth Boy. How are you doing? Bye-bye. Where's that put us on the checklist? I'm good. Glad to hear it. Ship's control panel, all systems nominal. Anti-dock assist. Pro controls panel, everything is in order. Starboard controls panel, all systems green. If locked, it requires a key. A painting Ariane has been working on recently. The serene coastline. Actually, I want to check something. We don't have the photo on us. Interesting. Ariana's notes. Running out of ochre paint. Esther laughed when I told her. I have to mix it myself, so annoying. I still haven't read a whole bunch of those manuals. I feel like they gave me enough to read for the rest of my life. Most of them are boring technical manuals anyway. They could have given us more films to watch instead. Half of them are war films, which Esther doesn't like, and the other half are kitschy propaganda dramas. Hello, Rampage Jester Clown. Lovely to see ya. Oh, we're playing some Signalis and having a wonderful evening, vibing, causing problems as we are off to do around here. I hope that you have been well. We're definitely vibing. Scout vehicle status monitor, status in transit, location on course. Crew status, A Young, Gestalt pilot active. Replica unit active. It's a small house plant. It's a sealed envelope among the documents. It says classified replica information for Gestalt officer eyes only. It's unopened. I'm not allowed to open this envelope. It probably contains some classified information about me. Open it anyway? Chat, do I open it? How much will it fuck my safe if I open it? I do want to know. Chronometer adjustment. Technical service record. Scout officer Young Ariane. I don't fucking know. Officer's notes. I've adjusted the ship's internal clock to run slightly slower. By my calculations, each cycle should be exactly 1.6% longer, simulating what I believe is the length of a day in Veneta. I wonder if Esther will notice the difference. Judging from her accent, I'm sure that she's Venetan. She pronounces ship, just like Issa and Ari used to. It's very cute. Hearing her speak makes me dream of the ocean. I wonder if I'll ever get to visit something like it. Maybe in a distant world? I just noticed that ads were ongoing. Whoops. God damn it, AE. Whoops. It's chill. We got 1 hour left in stream before we hang out with Safi. Or rather, with the Prince. We'll be playing some fucking... How do I say? We will be playing some Silent Hill 2 with Safi in an hour. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Chat, I am so eepy because of the lack of energy drink. I want my energy drink. I need more caffeine. How's Silent Hill been going? It's been going good. It's been going good. I'm excited to continue it with Safi. I'm pretty sure we are literally on the threshold of the first boss fight, which is gonna be I'm so excited for, actually. I adore Silent Hill 2. I'm really excited to see how the remake handled the boss fights and whatnot. Big yawn. I am really hyped for it. I toss you a Rockstar Punch if I don't have one. Please, I need the caffeine. I'm out of energy drinks. I'll grab more soon. I'll be stocking up on them on Friday. I am going to open this. Replica known issues. Penrose program. Thank you for the exercise, lycanthropic. Any particular request? Can offer some e-drinks, but sending them from Germany might take a while. Enjoy your lurk, Dustlight Wanderer. Get some good eeps. Wake up by shaking your limbs out. I will shake all my limbs very aggressively. All right. Limbs are getting shaken, chat. Thank you for the hydrate, Gizzo. I appreciate it. Stretching my back while I'm up, and oh, there goes like all of my vertebrae. Alright. Goes for buy two, get two at Publix, but today was the last day. God damn it. God damn it, how did I miss that? Alright, I'm gonna have to pay attention for next time they're on sale. I have not been paying attention to the Publix flyer recently. I have been busy. I just did not want to go grocery shopping today. I should have checked it though. If I knew they had ghosts half off, I would have grabbed some. Basically half off. What's on sale? Ghost energy drinks. Previous experience with this replica model has given us insight into irregularities in their behavior that stem from the original neural pattern used for this unit. Due to the sensitive nature of this information, this document should be destroyed after reading. S-3 units were chosen for the Penrose program for their adaptability and reliability under long-term isolation conditions. Stoic and reserved, S-3 units have a relatively stable neural pattern. It is best for you to leave it alone and interact with the S-3 unit as little as possible. S-3's neural pattern was a soldier of Venetan origin, so their needs are basic. Avoid talking to the S-3 unit about the war. Penrose vessels are fitted with a specialized calibration pod which may help with persona stabilization. To avoid resurfacing of Gestalt memories, do not show or give the S-3 unit photographs, especially of soldiers during the war. Do not show the S-3 unit movies or let it listen to music. Do not try to befriend the S-3 unit. Oh. Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you for the Curse of Scuff Rampage. Essler, you're up. Chat, they made a horror game for gay people. I missed you. I missed you too. It's her 3000th cycle anniversary. We'll be getting the updated mission parameters later, so I thought it'd be nice to celebrate. Wait, let me put on some music. But they're having a romantic moment. I can't play Happy Birthday on the harmonica during their romantic moment. Do you remember our promise? I can't open my inventory. So that was originally a big twist and now it's famous for it, with many not knowing it was a twist. Yeah, I mean, of course, the queer game is going to get a big reputation for being a queer game, but that makes sense. For happy moment, if only. Rip happy moment. Lost another tooth. There was so much blood. My hands were shaking. Why is my hair falling out? I can't sleep. I just want to sleep. Please just let me sleep. Holy shit. Yeah, 'cause she's holding the fucking blood in. You know what? That makes sense. I made a promise. I'll do anything. There's a huge mass of flesh in the cryopod. Christ. I did see the compartmentalizing trauma. Jesus Christ. Please just make it stop. Please. Holy shit. Do you have any Halloween tales? I can't say I really do. I can't stop now. Keep going. Yes. This is familiar. Those who sing the same song have heard it in their dreams. A dark tone at the edge of hearing, a silent voice whispering to my heart. Come join us. Together we will be eternal. There is no escape. We will be one. I have a lot I want to say, but I have been kind of waiting. Like, I've commented in bits and pieces on bits of imagery in this game and things I think it might be trying to say, but I've been trying to save the bulk of it for later, for when I have more information. Because obviously, you know, this is a game that is holding its punches. We can see it in that last little bit there. I'm very glad we opened that file on our particular unit, because I think it's very revealing of everything going on here. The particular advice of not to befriend us, not to show us photos of others, especially anyone involved in war, film, art, etc. It's fascinating. Every rule was broken. Something old, far older than humanity, sleeps deep below the ground. Those of us who can hear its call in the night, an invitation, an ocean of memories, where I ends and we begin. Great holes secretly are digged, where earth's pores ought to suffice, and things have learned to walk that ought to crawl. We should have never left the primordial soup. Only through death can I escape the call of the one who rules above all life. Bathroom stalls in various states of disrepair. It is extremely Silent Hill, chat. It is extremely Silent Hill. Oh, does it reek of Silent Hill.
Oh shit.
Cinephon, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, hello. I am Archivist, your resident chaotic Enfield. I am a loud trans punk bastard here on the internet. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. We're currently playing some Signalis. I normally play games from the 2000s and early 2010s, but I'm on a little bit of a modern horror kick at the moment. We've been very much enjoying our time with Signalis here. This is a horror game. Fair warning to folks who are just now coming in. There is a lot of gore, a lot of body horror. There's doomed Yuri. Be warned to take care of yourselves if any of this is sensitive to you. Do what you gotta do, but it's lovely to have you. Everyone on my end, go give Cinephon some love. He is a wonderful little satyr boy VTuber. He's an absolute sweetheart, extremely soft, sweet energy. Someone who I give all of my love and adoration for. I have not had a chance to stop at your end of things recently, Cinna, but I hope you've been doing great. It's lovely to see you. How have you been? Hi, hi, hi. One sec, let me greet everybody. Hello, totally the real Carmen. Hello, Magic Bullet. Hello, his name is Chunky. I heard Yuri. There is Yuri. There is indeed Yuri. Hello, Lamentful. Hello, Mr. Shark. Hello, Cinna in the flesh. Hello, A-list Fiver. Hello, Toa. Hello, Hecate. Hello. Let's see. Anyone I'm missing? Lovely to have you guys. Had a couple rough things happen as of late due to job layoffs. I see. Hanging in there and streaming has been so much fun. Hey, I'm glad you have streaming at the very least. I hope it's treating you well. Life can definitely be very, very rough in times like these, but I'm wishing you all the best. What were you up to tonight? If you don't mind me asking. But no, hey, sending all my love. God, the job market is fucked right now. Less doomed Yuri and more with the Yuri it looks like post doom. You know what? This is very true. This is the Yuri was already doomed. This is post doom Yuri. Appreciate it playing Limbus. Very much is trying to find a new day job. All the best with that. Genuinely all the best with that. It is a hell of a struggle, but you got this. I hope you've been enjoying Limbus and all of that. It's always wonderful to see. You're just a sweetheart. Guys, make sure you give Senna all the love in the world. He's wonderful. Sending my love. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. My teeth are very sharp. I am not in danger. I am the danger. I'm not in danger. I am the danger. Baba, headbutt, nods. We love critters around here. Why am I yawning? It's because there's not enough caffeine in my body. Chat, welcome on in, folks. I ran out of energy drinks this morning. I woke up today to find that my energy drink stash was empty. And I am extremely dismayed by this news. This is my worst nightmare. I have been left caffeineless, chat. Service request form F29. So we have some of our items still here. It seems like most of them. Impulse, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Let me actually equip myself. Well, whatever. Alright. Welcome on in, folks. Hello, hello. I am Archivist, your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not crypto games and do art here on Twitch.tv. I'm a loud punk bastard. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. It's lovely to have you. Hello, hello! To Matthew, to Scapegoat, to Impulse, to fucking JM. It's lovely to see everybody. Thank you, Ember Eclipse, for the follow right there. I hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. I am currently caffeineless, but we are powering through. I'm gonna be up until like 4 in the morning tonight. It's gonna be great. Nothing is gonna go wrong. I'm not gonna regret this tomorrow. I do hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. It's lovely to see you. Everyone on my end, make sure you give Impulse some love. What are we up to tonight? Barker bye bye. I hope you've been well. I hope you've been well. Sending all my love. Chat, I am blessed to have so many cool creator friends, and I adore all of them, and I wish I could give all of them my time and attention, because they all deserve it. I am unfortunately just a busy critter, so we do the best we can. But God, I'm so lucky to know the people that I know. Also, Cinna, don't forget to hydrate. True, Cinna, hydrate. All the raiders, whether you are a streamer or someone who came in with one of the raids, please make sure you're doing what you need to take care of yourselves. Get some food, get some water, self-care. Go to fucking bed at a semi-reasonable hour. I swear to fuck. It's always lovely to see you, but your health and well-being comes first, always, okay? Or else I will eat you. This is a threat. Or a promise, who knows. Sleep time is important. Make sure you guys sleep. Get some food, get some water, and do me Yuri. Yes, yes, yes. We are playing a horror game right now. Do be warned. There's a lot of gore and body horror. If what was on screen already wasn't enough to indicate that, do what you need to keep yourself safe, and that means heading out for the night, then head out. I will take no insult at you putting yourself first. Alright, alright, alright? We love self-care around here, okay? Drinking coffee, be me, like coffee, I just have bad sleep habits. I want coffee. I need caffeine. Together, to victory over the Empire. You've been here before. I know. Oh God, what was the fucking code for this shit? AE, self-care is important. Also, AE, I had a 46-hour with no sleep to complete a video essay, and it was worth it. Thank you for the hydrates, I appreciate it. Gonna go focus on my game now? No worries, do what you gotta do. It's always lovely to see ya. Thank you so much for the support. Post gamings, I'm gonna eat you alive. Wait, no, that'd be Vor if I did that. Shit. I can't do that, that'd be Vor. One sec, I'm checking to remember what the combination was. Is this one not on the cheat sheet? Is this not on the cheat sheet? What the hell? What the? Okay, give me a second. What the fuck? Okay, does anyone actually remember what the code for this was? Because I don't have it. Uh, does anyone know what the code for this was? Because I don't have this. Okay. According to the internet, it is this. 204-512. There we go. And we got the classroom key. There we are. The code was the friends we made along the way. Thank you for the boobs, Rampage. I appreciate it. Alright. What are you? Grenade? I don't have a grenade launcher, but I'll take the bullets, I guess. I used the internet because I knew you guys were useless affectionately. I don't have a grenade launcher yet, but hey, we make do with what we've got. Alright.
Oh shit.
Yo, thank you for the raid! I will get to you in just a moment. Hello, 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 Angel. Welcome on in. Folks, I am Archivist, your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not quite virtual games into art here on twitch.tv. I'm a loud trans punk bastard, but currently playing some Signalis, having some problems, causing some chaos, as per always. Lovely to have y'all. How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? Fair warning, we are playing a horror game. There is a lot of gore, a lot of body horror, things of that nature. You know the deal. You know yourself better than anyone. If you need to step out, take care of yourself, do what you need to do. And that just goes in general. If you need a nap, go take a nap. If you need a meal, go eat a meal. If you need to drink water, or I will fucking find you. In any case, though, lovely to see you. Hello, Rando Madness. We're here to make snow for you all. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed your Silk Song, Angel. Hope you enjoyed your Silk Song. Hell fucking yeah. I have not played Silk Song. Sleeping? What's that? Please sleep. Chat, please sleep. It's important. It's fine. 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 I should actually equip my gun. That'd be smart. AE, please sleep. Ha 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 ha. Hey, I slept for like 8 hours last night. I slept for like 8 hours. One sec. Where's my phone? I can fact check that, but it requires me getting up and grabbing my phone. I slept for like 8 hours. I'm not gonna get much sleep tonight, but I slept for 8 hours. You've changed. It's like everything was taken apart and put back together by someone who doesn't understand how it works. I have become whole again. I wear no mask, and I hate everything. Perhaps this is hell. And now... Nighty night, nighty night, all the best. You get some good rest. Take care of yourself, okay? Sending all my love. It was wonderful having you, as it always, always is. Thank you so much for the support. Huh? Alright. We start exploring. Aeon Commando requisition. From Aeon Commando, your requisition request for a Type 84 submachine gun was successfully processed. Responsible body, Aeon Commando, brought from Nord. From Young Photo. Subject, re-photo store keys. The locksmith said it will take at least a period until the replacement key is done. My niece currently has the only other key, but she's still at the hospital right now. Kimberly Young. From KNCR R1622. Be careful. To the block ward of Sector C. There are rumors there's an Imperial spy active in your area. A Protector Special Operations Unit has been dispatched from Aeon headquarters on Heimat to investigate and should arrive within 6 to 12 cycles. Needless to say, should they be successful, this will not reflect well on your record. You know what to do. From Aeon Commando. Subject Seasonal Review. KLBR R1604. As every season, your performance will be subject to review by a local command soon. Remember that this review will determine if you'll be marked for replacement. From Ito Booker. Subject Bookstore keys. I understand that you need entry to the bookstore for your patrol, but we do not have a spare key for the front door. However, you can use the back entrance to get into the store. It's secured with a keypad. The code is the birthday of my daughters. Note, they were born on Veneta. Check the last 6 seconds of their PKZ numbers. Kind regards, Anija Ito. Hand Commando, subject relocation, no. Have a good one, EE. You rock. Barbara, bye bye. All the best. You get some good sleep. You get some good sleep. Angel is lying. You know what? I'm not surprised. Question on the modification form. How would you get the fops to sleep? If the boss rejects your answer, it is secret mob cabal. We'll consider you for mod status. Hi, Orleans. I think it's going pretty well. I think things are going good. We have a submachine gun now, chat. Thermite flare. Alright. We can put you away. How much do I have in the way of submachine gun shit? Ooh, the submachine gun holds a lot of ammo. Okay, that is good to know. What do you use? Fires 3-round bursts of 8mm compact ammo. Okay. Listen, that's a lot of ammo. Been tough because my urge to guide is too strong. Oh, completely fair. Completely fair. I don't mind a little bit of guidance here and there. Especially as there have been a couple puzzles where I've been a little bit stuck or frustrated. But we survived. We got through it. I never got... Oh, that's rifle ammunition. I never got a grenade launcher. Don't know if I just missed it or what. We have our healing, we have our weapon. Anything else I want to have on me? I don't know. We pick up the repair patch. Nice. What's my health look like right now, actually? I think repair patch right now could be smart. Only puzzle that killed me was the X-ray card. Did that go okay? That, I think, went alright. That one was a lot earlier on. For me, it's mostly, like, the areas where I don't have a map. Those killed me a tiny bit. I did not like not having a map. Did not enjoy not having a map. But we lived, we got through it. Oh, I should probably have the flashlight on me, shouldn't I? Alright, let me go ahead and equip this, as well as equipping you. The Among Us noise keeps taking me out. Is it the same noise they use in Among Us? Like, is it actually? Now, the one difficulty I'm facing right now, chat, we have about 15 minutes or so, 15 to 20 before Safi goes live. Well, I guess we'll make a little bit of progress in this time. Okay, the issue is I'm tempted to call this a good saving point and try to run the rest of the game, like next week. I'm tempted to do that. Because I think we've made meaningful enough progress that, like, we're close to the end. We probably have, like, less than a stream worth of content left. So we could just yap for a bit. But, like... Or we could try to continue this. You could do a round of Hades 1 if you want to kill time. I feel like that's gonna take too long. I could try to speed run a round of Hades 1. What do y'all think? Do you wanna yap? Do you wanna continue making a little bit of progress here? Or do you wanna, like, maybe Hades a bit? I'll just say it now. If you want to save and continue another stream, do it here. That was my thought. Alright. Because I am going to be raiding into someone as soon as they start stream in like 15 minutes. Yap. Alright, chat wants to yap. Chat wants to yap. I'm not opposed to some yapping. I'm gonna be honest, I'm going to miss all of like my Halloween horror ambiance once October ends. I really like it. I like my horror ambiance. I might just use it whenever I do any kind of like horror game in the future. Remix the ambiance into every flavor. So true. I do love my yapping, chat. You understand. You understand. Yeah, about your upcoming thingies. I mean, the big thing is that in about 20-ish minutes we're gonna be raiding into Safi Adkins' stream. And we're gonna be playing some Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 remake specifically. I am the emotional support dog. Would you be amenable to talk about your creative process? With what specifically? Because I do a lot of different creative things for a lot of different reasons, and a lot of them have very different approaches. I can't say I have like one specific process for any specific thing. I'm definitely willing to talk about like why I do the things I do as a creator. Just need a bit more specific than that. Sounds cute, AE game mentor. I'm the silly little emotional support dog. Scary Easter Bunny Fox. But no, I love my horror ambiance. I'm gonna have to keep using this anytime I play horror games. I might keep some of the effects on my model, to be honest. Oh, video essay. Oh, bold of you to assume that I have a creative process with that, given my second video essay has taken me 4 months to work on. As far as like coming up with ideas and whatnot, I have a list in my phone notes. And whenever I have any kind of idea for a video essay, I just drop it in there. Yeah, and then Ren has it perfectly, then I just write and pray. I do take a lot of notes, so I'll usually have a document where I compile all of my sources, all of my notes, so it's detailed notes and a bunch of sources, and then spitball brain ideas, lines I want to include. And I'll usually have some kind of rough organizational framework. And aside of that, once I have the rough organizational framework, it's just writing and hoping it comes together. There's a reason my next one has taken 4 months. Half of that reason is, that I've been in a massive depressive episode since mid-August. The other half of the reason is, you know, you'll understand. Zombians could be for AAE After Dark. See, After Dark implies sus or NSFW content. I will say, whenever I've worked on video essays, they've tended to shift and change a lot conceptually as I work on them. I Don't Regret Girlhood was originally not going to be so focused. Well, okay. The reason I wrote an entire section in I Don't Regret Girlhood about drag is because I ended up discovering along the way that all 3 of the trans masks I fucking interviewed were interested in some capacity in drag. One of them being actively a drag queen. And I'm like, well, now I need to talk about this. But pretty much like video essays will almost inevitably shift and change as the concept develops, as time goes on, as you uncover more information. So like the early image for the video is often extremely different from what ends up coming out. That's certainly been the case with the next video as well. Originally it was going to be a video talking about like, okay, originally it was going to be talking about VTubing and the tense relationship of VTubing with politics mostly. Yes, it was about digital activism and the importance of it. But it was mostly, more so primarily, going to be a video just talking about, like, VTubing and its relationship with politics and my own complicated feelings around it. And being a very pro, like, okay, we need more creators to be political, and here's how we do digital activism. And then I had a very interesting in-person meeting with a couple activists in my local community, which completely shifted the course of the video essay and caused me to basically add like double its length. I added like 2 new sections of the video just because of that one interaction and meeting I had with these activists in my area. Still, sorting all of that out and figuring out exactly how I want the ideas to flow, especially in the later half. I would say the first half of the video essay is basically done. It's just about the rest of it. Can you turn the backlight lower? It would take me a lot of time to do that. Like, I could. I have it set up for that to be possible. It would just take me a while. But yeah, like, generally VTubing, or politics seems a thing that does not belong in VTubing. And in general, it's a case in content creation. People are like, oh, you're supposed to be entertaining. It's kind of taboo to be to talk about politics if you're not a politics-focused content creator. But especially in the VTubing scene, politics are looked down on. Absolutely. But yeah, no, like, inevitably, a video essay is going to shift and change a lot as you work on it. But I'm just going to write down all the ideas I have, and the actual writing is me kicking and screaming. There's a reason I Don't Regret Girlhood was written entirely in 4 back-to-back all-nighters. That's because I spent weeks procrastinating and struggling to get, like, anything down on paper. Fuck that things are important, everyone should speak up and give a fuck. I 100% agree. More people should speak up and give a fuck. I have big problems with the nature of escapism. I know that everyone is exhausted and tired. I know that, like, people are constantly being pushed to their limits, but I have big problems with the nature of escapism and escapist media. VTubing is something that lends itself very well to escapism, just by its format. But I believe we can have hope and healthy attitudes and engage in escapism without ignoring the problems of the world, continuing to let them fester. And I think a very important point to bring up here, also allowing fucking Nazis to exist in our spaces. Escapism, and engaging in hope and comfy content doesn't mean never acknowledging these things, and it especially doesn't mean allowing bigots to enter and exist in our spaces unchallenged. I like to think that my content manages to be comfy and hopeful while openly talking about all the problems in the world. While very openly talking about, queer issues and political subjects and whatnot. To escapists who allow an amount of suffering is acceptable, yeah. I I think it is a bad thing, actually, that everyone is constantly engaging. I think it's a bad thing that everyone constantly feels the need to engage in escapism and self-medicate their problems away and whatnot. And the fact that the majority of people are in these situations where they're living paycheck to paycheck and struggling and miserable and sad and needing to rely on escapism to get by really speaks to the fact that society is fucked and we need to address and fix it, instead of taking all this shit for granted. I hate the send button, poor thing. Poor thing. I've never enjoyed like cozy, wholesome media. Or at the very least, I've never enjoyed media wherein there is no real conflict. I think a point where I realized that was with the most recent Animal Crossing game. Animal Crossing New Horizons. I did put like 300 hours into the game, but my entire experience with it felt so empty, so much emptier than the previous games, and I think a lot of that comes down to a lack of feeling of any conflict. There's no opposition. Everything is perfectly in your control as the player, and nothing goes wrong. I didn't really, it took me a while to fully register and understand this, but I think I have issues with escapism and cozy, comfy media, because of that lack of like real feeling of any kind of opposition. I don't have this problem with a game like Stardew Valley, because even if Stardew Valley is very much a cozy game, it's not afraid to be real. It also is a game about the flaws of capitalism that has characters who undergo growth and do shitty things. Pierre is questionable as a character, even if he is your little community store owner and very much the opposition to the big corporation. Hell, there's a scene where a character is on the edge of a cliff contemplating suicide. It is a cozy game, but is a game that doesn't pretend to come from a perfect world. And I think that realization has made it that much harder for me to stomach media that refuses to acknowledge that there are any problems in the world. I think that's made it a lot harder for me to stomach media that is pure cozy with no challenge and no desire to acknowledge bad. Streamer in chat talking about politics and boundaries creates a barrier that repels bigots. No, you need an ability to call out assholes in your community. Like, I'll be so real. There is a problem of Nazis and far-right extremists in the VTuber space. They're not a majority by any means, but they're fucking out there and they have viewer bases. A lot of that having to do with like the roots VTubing has in anime culture and Japanese idol culture and whatnot. But like, let's not pretend there aren't a lot of Nazi anime enjoyers. Because of the number of people, or because of, you know, how much of the especially older VTuber viewer base is from those demographics, there's absolutely a problem with Nazis and right-wingers in the VTuber circle, and people are scared to call it out. People, in an effort to keep their spaces uncontroversial and profitable, don't want to acknowledge or speak up about those bad actors. And I think that's shitty. It bothers me. Like, fucking cozy streamers have a place. People need comfort and whatnot, but Christ, have a backbone, have a spine. Cozy doesn't mean allowing bigots to exist in your communities. How did I get on this topic? How did I get here? I don't remember how I got here. Town itself in Stardew Valley is portrayed as the town suffering against capitalism. A system is passed on to them. Yeah, real. Real. Standard Fox Yap, you know what, real. Teen Jackson Colonist was really cozy, but yeah, it was a very intense game, to a point where it got to me at points. From VTubing digital activism, true, right, yes. But yeah, the concept behind that video has shifted a lot. What it has become now is very much a video about the internet as a means of change and the place of content creators in it. In a lot of ways, it's a condemnation of the content I have made for like my first 3 years, as well as a committance to doing better. It is me saying, pointing to the big problems with the way we use the internet in our political endeavors, a condemnation of things I have done in the past, and acknowledgement of those things, and a conception of how we do better, of how we move forward. I wouldn't call it like a fully built out path towards creating change via the internet, but it is a collection of thoughts on how we better use the internet in our activism, and a desire to do more, to be better. I have a lot of thoughts on the subject. And a lot of it at the end of the day comes down to that point that I've mentioned a few times in recent weeks. I genuinely think the most meaningful thing I can do as a guy who talks about politics on the internet is be the reason you get involved in your community. That you go to your first protest, or you fucking volunteer with the local mutual aid organization, or you run for office in your goddamn city. I genuinely think like the biggest difference I can make is be the reason you start creating change. And you know what? I've already been the reason a handful of people have gone to protests or gotten involved, and you know what? In doing so, my work is made worthwhile. Cozy spaces which does not acknowledge the intolerance paradox is not a safe space. Fuck Nazis, chat. If you're a Nazi, get out of here. I don't know why you'd be watching me in the first place if you were a Nazi. I don't know how you'd get here or why you'd stick around for more than like 5 minutes of me talking, given the shit I say, but if you're a Nazi, fuck off. I'm pretty sure any Nazis would get out of here within like fucking 10 minutes of meeting me, but you know. If you're a transphobe or a fucking bigot, get out. I don't fuck with that shit. Went to the No Kings rally because I had no phone, got lost getting home for an hour. Oh no! I am so sorry. Not much in terms of much, but I think I may have already said this, but my second volunteering shift at my local animal shelter. Hey, congratulations, Connie. It's good work regardless. I'm proud of you. Nah, rip tide, rip. I'll be so real. When I parked at the local library and left my fucking phone in my car. Hello, Scarth! Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are you doing? We're yapping a little bit post-horror. The stream that I'll be raiding into did start up just a moment ago, but I'll wait a minute or two longer before I raid in. What I miss? Oh, we hit a good stopping point in the game, so we're just yapping a bit before I raid over into Safi to play some horror, to play some Silent Hill 2 with the Prince, to be emotional support dog. What time do I have to be up in the morning? Oh, I should set my alarms before I forget. Took the bus there, bus route changed that day, so I walked home. Oh no. Chat, I'm gonna be working on very little sleep tomorrow. Well, to be how many people had their phones out at that, so used to not bringing phones to those, so surreal to the majority just filming it all. Yeah. A lot of people do not know how to protest proper, that's why we put this information out there, you know. I really have strong thoughts about the no phones at protest paradigm and how it's sometimes right but not always. I think, you know, that's fair, and there are fair, like, reasons to have phones at protest, and it depends in part on the purpose of a protest, and also knowing your local area. But I have some thoughts along the lines of, like, how do I say? Most protests, you're perfectly fine. The reason you don't bring a phone to a protest is in the chance that things go wrong. You know? The reason you don't want a phone at a protest is in the situation that things go wrong. And in most protests, that's not gonna happen, but it happens in enough protests. I know people who have been, like, shot at with fucking rubber bullets at protests who have dealt with counter-violence. And when you're at a protest like that, those are the situations where you want to have your phone at the very least turned off. So that you cannot be traced, you cannot be located. Those are the situations where it matters. I did not want to bring my phone because I have been investigated by the FBI already. I think phones can be useful tools, like recording acts of police aggression and violence, very useful tool. Shit like that. But also, we need to protect ourselves. It is one of the more complicated points, but it's one I generally argue for, at least from my own perspective, as far as, like, safety and privacy goes. But definitely, like, I'm very hard on the do not take any photos or videos. Fuck off with that shit. Alright. We are, though, going to be raiding into Safi Adkins for some Silent Hill. I am going to... Alright, we're gonna go right into Safi, and we're gonna be playing some Silent Hill 2 with Safi, or with the Prince, rather, in a little bit. I will next be live on Friday at 7 PM EST for a totally normal AE stream. Nothing weird will happen at all. Y'all take care of yourselves. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Alright? Y'all are wonderful. Take care of yourselves. Do what you gotta do. See you all soon. Signing off from the archive. Good night.